Rewrite Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 1. Oscar tour of Monet Village. Two bright suns started peering over the horizon, followed by the crowing of the roosters. The dawn brought forth a gentle breeze that swept over the fields of swaying grains. On a hill overlooking the large fields of grain, young Oscar hummed a simple tune while flipping through an aged book. Its frail pages, yellowed by age, did not crumple or wrinkle under Oscar's delicate touch. His obsidian eyes followed the words on the pages. Oscar! Oscar heard his mother calling for him and staggered on his numb legs, tumbling down the hill but grasping the book to his chest. The dizzy spell from the fall lasted a short moment, and Oscar was relieved to find the book was all right. "Coming, mother!" Oscar shouted and sprinted through the fields of grain. In the distance was a small house with a chimney spewing smoke. Oscar smiled, seeing his mother at the entrance with her arms crossed. "Hurry up!" His mother, Gwen Tur, shouted with her arms crossed. She was a middle-aged woman with rough brown hair and eyes but a rosy complexion. She wore a simple dress with a brown vest. Her usually kind eyes narrowed at Oscar's appearance. There was a mess of grass, dirt, and straw all over Oscar's brown pants and white shirt. She stomped ahead and pinched her son's rough cheek without remorse. "First, you made me worry about your lateness, and now you come back in this dirty mess? Come in." Gwen dragged her son inside. Oscar meekly followed, scratching his head. He could understand why his mother was so anxious today. Today was the enrollment day for the Blue Ocean Pavilion, and everyone in the village was looking forward to it. Gwen rubbed a wet towel over his face and black hair to clean the dirt. "Mother, that hurts. You do this on such an important day. You know the Blue Ocean Pavilion is taking in students. You need to make a good impression." Gwen scrubbed harder, inducing more groans from Oscar. "I don't think they would care about my looks as long as I have Exaltia." Oscar took a dry towel to wipe his face, recalling the previous years the Blue Ocean Pavilion came to conduct their test and their explanations. Exaltia was the core that existed in all living things that allowed them to become Exalts, the practitioners of the mystic way of Ein. Ein was the quintessential energy that encompassed all of existence. It was in the air, the ground, the water, and every living thing. Exalts used their Exaltia core to absorb the Ein around them to further their power and Ein, becoming capable of great feats. Oscar remembered reading tales of Exalts sending forth a great downfall of rain and other awe-inspiring feats. However, this was only possible if a person had an Exaltia core. The Exaltia was divided into separate grades from 1 to 9. Grade 1 was the bare minimum required for someone to be able to absorb Ein, with each subsequent grade allowing them to absorb even more. However, it was said that Exaltia was related to bloodlines and certain bloodlines had higher chances of manifesting an Exaltia core. Oscar understood his prospects were not the best because his parents did not have an Exaltia core. They were a family of regular folks. "I'll probably be like mother and father," Oscar grumbled, but Gwen heard it and patted his head with a smile. "Don't worry, there's always a chance that you might have the potential. Even if you don't have one, you can still live happily here." Gwen hugged her son. Oscar smiled and got out of Gwen's hug, going outside. He was happy to live here with his parents but was interested in becoming an Exalt. Ever since he saw an Exalt from the Blue Ocean Pavilion fly down, he yearned to do the same. "I could travel from place to place, meet all kinds of people and read books from everywhere." Oscar looked longingly at the sky. "I can only hope. But mother is also right." "Son, what's got you so down?" a vibrant man called out. It was Oscar's father, Henry Tur. He had tanned skin from working outside for years, a frazzled bed of black hair, well-toned muscles, and obsidian black eyes like Oscar. Henry was seated on a horse that was pulling a cart with wheels. "Nothing, father." Oscar turned around and shouted, "Mother, father is here." Gwen took large steps while holding a basket of small foods for breakfast. "Let's hurry and leave." Oscar got into the cart with his mother, munching on the bread and cheese in the basket. Oscar's father, Henry, snapped the reins, and they departed from their farm and headed to the village. As they departed, Oscar took in the scenery before him. He loved roaming around the wide fields of grain, feeding the horses in the stables, and roaming the vast forests stretched to the ends of the horizon. Even if I become an Exalt and see all kinds of views, I'll still miss this place. Half an hour passed, and Oscar was still in the cart with his family. Henry and Gwen were still talking until another cart caught up to them. Hey, Ters, fine morning, isn't it? The man looked similar to Henry but with amber hair. Inside the man's cart was a young girl with scarlet red eyes and hair. Oscar looked at the girl with a smile. Carlson, I thought you'd still be sleeping and missed this. Isabella looks pretty as always. Henry laughed. The pair was Carlson and Isabella Thorne. They were the farm next to the Ters, so the two families were well acquainted. Oscar had known Isabella since they were children. While the parents were talking, Oscar made small talk with Isabella. How are you doing, Isabella? Isabella beamed with a smile, showing her pearl-white teeth. Oscar recalled the village nickname for Isabella, the Monnet Rose, a very fitting title. Oscar looked at her supple rosy cheeks and long eyelashes, feeling his heart skip a beat for a moment. I'm excited. I have a chance to become an Exalt. Isabella clenched her hands together as if in prayer. If I become an Exalt... Isabella quieted down suddenly. If you become an Exalt, what? Oscar tilted his head in confusion. Nothing. Isabella sighed and looked at the aged book in Oscar's hand. Still reading so many books? Aren't you worried about your chances? Isabella asked. Books help me calm down. You know that. I am worried, and I want to become an Exalt. It's been my dream. Oscar frowned, but his brows loosened as his mouth curled up after turning toward his parents. But I know I have a home here too. If I cannot become an Exalt, that's the end of that chapter in my life. But I do hope I become one. Isabella crossed her arms and sighed, mumbling, ridiculous, sorry, nothing. Isabella looked away. Is that breakfast? May I have some? The two ate their breakfast as they came closer to the village. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a paved road with a scattering of rough cobblestone houses around. We're here. Ah, this place is always crowded at the enrollment times. Hopefully, we can finally have an Exalt from our village. Carlson looked around the crowd that was gathering around a stone platform. Back then, the proctor determined that he had no inherent Xianxia and was left depressed. But his family comforted him, and he moved on from those dreams. He looked affectionately at his daughter. He hoped she could pass. Even if she failed, he would make sure she lived a good life and married a good man. Speaking of a good man, Carlson turned his attention to Oscar, who was looking around in wonder. Oscar would surely take care of Isabella. He had watched the two grow up. If nothing else, they would have each other. Oscar, what are you doing? Isabella noticed Oscar mouthing off silently. I'm trying to count everyone here. It's always amazing at this time. Isabella chuckled at Oscar's silliness. She felt more at ease due to his antics. The clamors and ruckus brought up by the crowd in their excitement incited the animals nearby to stomp their hooves. However, all of this was overwhelmed by a loud, deafening boom that resounded from the skies. An Exalt! Someone yelled, pointing up. Oscar gazed at the sky. There was a ship 100 meters long, with sails on its sides instead of a mast traversing through the air. On its deck was a man who jumped down and flew down, landing softly on the stone platform. I am Lewis Walsh, the proctor for this year's enrollment. His voice magnified, echoing through everyone's ears. Lewis Walsh was clad in the Blue Ocean Pavilion's spectacular blue linen clothes. His eyes were sharp, and his chin broad. He radiated an intimidating aura that made the crowd step several feet away from the platform. Oscar felt his spine shiver at a single glance from Lewis. It was an instinctual fear, as if Oscar was a helpless mouse before a predator. Let all the youths that have reached 15 years of age come forth. At Lewis's instruction, the parents in the crowd began to push and encourage their teenagers to go forward, but many were still fidgeting, nervous about coming forward. Isabella strode forward with Oscar, her eyes fixated on Lewis. Her actions encouraged the others to follow suit, and they moved to the stone platform. Lewis nodded when all the prospects had gathered and unveiled a clear crystal orb. The Blue Ocean Pavilion has made a decision. Those with grade 4 or higher will be accepted while the others will be rejected. The crowd erupted into chaos. Some stomped their feet and swore, while others bowed and pleaded to overturn the decision. It was hard enough for their small village to have someone with even grade 1, Now, they had to be at least grade 4. How fair was this? Silence! Lewis stomped his foot, cracking the stone platform. The pavilion's decision is final. We have done this due to the high amount of deaths amongst the lower grades. Accept it. Oscar and everyone else audibly gulped as sweat flowed down their forehead. Their hands were pale as fear overwhelmed them. You, step forward and place your hand on the orb. Lewis pointed at a boy on the platform. The boy shuddered and froze like ice, but Lewis's threatening eyes prompted him to move. The boy gripped the orb with a pleading look as if praying. But the orb did not do anything, remaining as transparent as ever. Nothing, that means you have no Exaltia. Rejected. Next, Lewis coldly waved the boy off the platform. The boy could not resist as the air locked around him, forcing him into the crowd. I said next. Lewis directed another youth to step forward. But the crystal did not shine for her at all. More and more people were brought up but rejected. None had an Exaltia core, but then someone finally made the orb react. However, he was only in grade 3. The grade 3 examinee pleaded with Lewis that it was just one grade. He claimed he could make up the difference by himself. But his cries fell on deaf ears as Lewis blew him back to the crowd. Seems this batch is not any good. Lewis was one of many proctors deployed all over the brilliant Drake Empire. Of course, as an Exalt, it was beneath him to do menial tasks. But the better talented students a proctor could bring back, the more rewards they would receive. He was frustrated that he drew this backwater place. The reasoning was the slim chance a mutation could occur where a person could have powerful Exaltia without any pedigree or background. Why was I so unlucky? Why couldn't I have drawn a city? Lewis pointed at a certain scarlet-haired girl, Isabella. Isabella took several deep breaths and placed her hands on the orb, staring without blinking at it. The crystal shone a bright silver that startled the crowd and Isabella. Lewis's eyes went as wide as saucers with his jaw hanging down. His previous majesty and sharpness seemed like a lie compared to his improper demeanor now. Grade 8. You have grade 8 Exaltia. You're a prodigy. Lewis was still in shock until a wide smile appeared on his face. He never expected such a gem here. Bringing such a talent would be a great boon to him. Carlson, Henry, and Gwen were ecstatic as they cheered for Isabella. The people around them looked on in jealousy, thinking why it wasn't their child who had such talent. Isabella broke out with a wide smile that enchanted several young boys there. But they knew there was no chance for them now. This girl would surely climb to the top as an Exalt. Oscar was also dumbfounded by what had occurred. He never imagined that Isabella would have such talent. Good for you, Isabella. He gave a thumbs up. Stand by me until the tests are finished. Lewis regained his composure and moved on to the other candidate, Oscar. You're the last one. Oscar stepped forward. Lewis observed Oscar had come together with Isabella. Is it possible that he also has talent? Lewis looked expectantly at Oscar. Oscar quickly gripped the crystal. It immediately shone a scarlet red. Henry and Gwen did not know the meaning of this color and grasped each other's hands. Lewis did not put on an excited face that dampened their hopes. They were worried. Why hasn't Lewis announced the result? Sir, what grade do I have? Oscar eagerly awaited for Lewis to speak, but realized the Exalt looked slightly disappointed. Oh, yes, you have grade 4 Exaltia. You've just met the cutoff. Lewis had his hopes too high and accidentally let his disappointment show. He was embarrassed to have made such a mistake. Grade 4 was just normal, nothing too special compared to grade 8. You've passed. Congratulations. Oscar stepped up next to Isabella. He was a bit down that he did not have Exaltia like Isabella. Lewis clapped his hands together and addressed the crowd. These two children are the only ones to pass the requirements. I will take them over to the Blue Ocean Pavilion tomorrow morning. Oscar looked at his parents, who were weeping with joy. Although he didn't think it'd happen, it did. He was going to be an Exalt. His heart trembled as he broke out into a wide smile under his parents' cheers. Rewrite Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 2. Advancement and Anima. You make sure to behave, all right? Gwen wept as she hugged her son, Oscar, tightly. Mother, you're going to break my spine. Oscar flailed his arms, trying to escape so he could breathe. But his mother squeezed harder in response. Henry managed to separate his wife from Oscar before he could suffocate to death. Gwen's face was messy with tears. Henry held it together better than his wife, but his obsidian eyes were slightly wet. "Don't worry, mother. Father, I'll visit the next chance I get." Oscar was also crying, but not as much as his mother. He held his parents' hands with a sad smile. "When I return, I'll be a powerful Exalt and take you both to live without worries." "Idiot, you'll always be our greatest worry." Henry embraced his son. His stoic, sturdy body exuded a comforting warmth that made Oscar feel at peace. Oscar turned to the platform in the town square. A large crowd had gathered again today. Even though only Oscar and Isabella were leaving with the Exalt, they still came to see them off. "Hey, ter family." Carlson Thorne arrived with his daughter Isabella. Her face was the definition of excitement. Her cheeks were red, and her eyes were frantic. "Sorry for being a bit late. We just said our goodbyes to Clara." Clara was Carlson's wife and Isabella's mother, who passed away 10 years ago. "It's only proper to visit Clara. She would have been so proud of you, Isabella." "Thank you, Auntie." Isabella thanked Gwen before glancing at the platform. Louis had not arrived yet, but she stepped onto the platform with measured and steady feet, unlike before. "Well, I'll be off." Oscar waved goodbye to his parents and skipped through the massive crowd onto the platform. Everyone stared weirdly at the large backpack he had. Isabella looked curiously at the bag. "Why do you have so many things?" "It's all my books. I have some stories about Exalts, guides on survival, indexes about wildlife." Oscar gave a thumbs up to Isabella, who just rolled her eyes. "I don't think you would need so many books." "Nonsense. Books are precious in any situation." Isabella sighed and looked longingly at the sky. As answering her wish, the skies quaked as a large boat with white sails flew in from behind the clouds. Its bottom looked similar to a boat's hull, but had 6 holes on the bottom that glowed brightly with flames that spun around. Oscar looked at the large boat with wonder. It was an airship, a great vessel that carried people around while staying in the sky like a bird. He had never seen one before because their village wasn't on the usual path for airships, and they never had any business in the nearby city where a port existed. Louis Walsh was on the ship's deck and jumped off, landing in front of Oscar and Isabella. His eyes barely registered Oscar but lingered on Isabella. "The Blue Ocean Pavilion granted me the use of this airship for the safe transportation of our new students." "What was your name?" "Isabella Thorne, Great Exalt." Isabella bowed before Louis and replied politely, "Ah, Isabella, no need to lower yourself so much. With your great talent, it's only time before you surpass me." Louis embarrassingly rubbed his head. He did not tell any lies. Those with grade 8 were monstrous talents compared to him. "Well then, let's go." Louis took Oscar and Isabella by the hand and flew upward to the airship. Oscar and Isabella were flustered the whole way up. The sensation of the flight made their bodies tremble. On the boat, they took heavy breaths as their bodies felt tight. Louis smiled at their reactions. He experienced similar nausea the first time he took flight. "If you become powerful Exalts, you will learn how to fly. Come, your accommodations await." Louis led them inside the airship. The halls were sparkling white and lit with crystals. Oscar and Isabella admired the craftsmanship and beauty of the halls along the way. Finally, they reached a set of doors that revealed a luxurious interior. The bed inside was large and with the whitest cloth Oscar and Isabella had ever seen. The room was grand, with an outside view and a water fountain that made a soothing, flowing sound. Oscar was excited to be in such a room but noticed a strange peculiarity. He turned to Louis and asked, "I only see one bed. Are we meant to share one bed?" Louis felt awkward at the question and coughed slightly. "Boy, this room is only meant for Isabella. Your room is somewhere else." Oscar noticed the discrepancy in how Louis talked to Isabella and him. He treated Isabella with a tinge of respect and openness, but he did not even note Oscar by name and talked indifferently. But Oscar kept his complaints inside his mind, but his face scrunched a bit. He could not ruin this chance to become an Exalt just because of a difference in treatment. After saying goodbye to Isabella, who decided to lie down on her bed and enjoy her room, Oscar and Louis moved on. As they walked more, Oscar felt weird but kept his mouth tightly shut. Eventually, they entered a room. "This is your room." Oscar looked around and frowned. The bed was plain, not as gorgeous as Isabella's, and not even covered with the same quality sheets. There was no fountain or an outside balcony, not even a window to brighten it up. Oscar took a deep breath and put down his things. He felt his irritation building up and tried to calm down. "I'll speak with both of you after you've settled in. Meet me outside in 30 minutes. Louis did not want to continue babysitting and left to have his own private time. Oscar immediately closed the door and plopped right onto the bed. He left out a huff of air, displaying his frustration. What's with this blatant favoritism? Is having a grade 8 Exaltia that different from grade 4? Oscar knew there was a difference in talents in all fields, like how some folks were better bakers than others. But eventually, they all reached the same level through continual practice. He decided to clear his mind and rest until he had to meet Louis. Oscar and Isabella stood on the airship's deck. They could see so far into the distance of mountains and forests on top of this ship. Oscar felt it was a pity he could not just stare out all day. "Now then, I'll explain some of the basics of Exalts and answer your questions." Louis, who was waiting on the deck. Oscar's eyes shone after hearing this. Even though he felt indignant at his treatment, he never let that affect his eagerness for knowledge. "You are most likely aware of the different grades of an Exaltia core. The higher the grade, the faster and better the core can absorb iron. But the other benefit is the advancement," Louis said. "Advancement?" Oscar asked. "Every Exalt can be categorized in particular realms or levels. Exalts advance from one realm to the next. Each subsequent advancement means becoming a stronger Exalt and having a longer lifespan. All Exalts start from the apprentice level. They are not much different from ordinary mortals and have 100 years of lifespan. But they are stronger and can utilize spells. As an apprentice Exalt becomes stronger, they reach a point to advance to the elite level. An elite Exalt has 150 years of lifespan. After elites are the Knight Exalts. It is the rank where you can fly like me. They have 200 years of lifespan. Then there are the Martial Exalts with 300 years of lifespan. Lastly, there is the King Exalt with 500 years of lifespan. King Exalts can overturn mountains and oceans with a flip of their hand. Are King Exalts the last stage? Oscar posed another question, but Louis was unbothered. Fresh recruits often had many questions. There are rumors of more powerful Exalts above the King Exalts. However, I do not know what they are. Also, such a level is far from where you and I are, so it's not necessary to talk about them. Then the grade of the Exaltia core we possess means how easily we can advance from one level to the next. Isabella asked. Precisely, Louis praised. Grades already determine the speed of progress, but it also determines how easily one can advance. Pretend that there is a wall that blocks you from moving forward. Advancement is like trying to break through this wall. Higher grades can tear down the walls better. Grade 9s have the easiest time in advancing to the next realm. Lower grades may require far more effort to break through that wall. However, grade 8s are also quite good. He looked at Isabella with great interest but then turned to Oscar with a sigh. Grade 4s are not slow, but they aren't that fast either. The issue is the wall. Some lower grades spend their entire lives unable to advance and die. Oscar frowned. He did not think there would be such a difference in the Exaltias. No wonder Louis favored Isabella. She had a superb chance of becoming a powerful Exalt. As long as I progress before my lifespan ends, I still have a chance, right? Oscar was not deterred. Louis was shocked to see Oscar's calmness and determination. Usually, so many lower grades lament their luck and try to make excuses. That is extremely tough. Also, even if you manage to progress at the tail end of each lifespan, there is still one glaring difference between Exaltia cores. A screeching roar echoed through the sky as Louis was about to speak. Oscar and Isabella were shaky and fell to the floor, looking around in fear. In the distance, a large creature flapped its wings with tremendous force, creating large gusts with each swing. It was covered in black feathers and had a large beak, but it oddly had 6 talons. An Exalt beast. They are our counterparts, beasts of Ein. I must have made a mistake in the direction and steered the ship into a danger zone. Louis frowned. He was too delighted in having found a grade 8 talent that he neglected his duties. But he soon smiled as this provided an opportunity. This creature is the six-talon abyss crow. It is quite powerful. Lewis chuckled at the frightened pair. This is a good opportunity. Let me show you rather than explain. As the six-talon abyss crow flew high, another piercing cry resounded before the beast dove straight for the airship. Lewis put out his hand, and an incredible vortex of flowing substance gathered around. Oscar was confused because it was blazing like flames at times but also surging and smooth like water. This is the Ein, and now see this. The substance that was the Ein gathered and collected into Lewis's hand before it took a form. Before the bewildered gazes of Oscar and Isabella, it became a two-sided axe. The blades of the axe were wide, and the handle was long. The six-talon abyss crow staggered in the air before coming to an abrupt stop mid-dive. One could see the fear that was laden in its pale eyes. Too late, Lewis threw the axe, and in an instant, the crow's head was split from its body, spewing out a torrent of blood. With a wave of his hand, Lewis kept the blood from spilling on the boat, and it fell to the distant ground. In his other was a large orb that he quickly put away. This is the other aspect of an Exalt, their anima. Lewis showed the axe to the pair, and it suddenly faded away, disappearing. The anima is yourself, another form of your soul and being. Can be anything like weapons, beasts, and more. My axe anima is connected to me and wholly my own. However, its power and quality are limited by my Xianxia grade. Oscar focused his attention on every one of Lewis's words. The grade of Xianxia represents the strength of the anima. An anima of a higher grade is intrinsically stronger and more capable than a lower grade. In battles of life and death, the difference between anima can make the winner. That is the main reason why higher grades are coveted. They have fewer barriers to advancement, and their animus are powerful. Sir, how do we find our anima? Oscar never saw anything like an anima at any time in his life. When you first become an apprentice Exalt, the form of your anima will be clear. Isabella could not help but wonder about her anima. Since her Xianxia was grade 8, the anima would be wondrous. However, she remembered Oscar next to her. Poor Oscar, she looked at him with a look of pity. Oscar crossed his arms in deep thought. He racked his head about the problem of anima and finally asked, "How do I overcome the difference in anima?" Anima isn't the end-all be-all of Exalts. Exalts also use spells and strategies to defeat their enemies. Anima helps out in the power of your abilities, so the ways to outdo a higher anima would be to have counters against its specific type or to have a deeper mastery of anima. A deeper mastery? How a person understands and utilizes their anima together in their fighting. You'll learn what that means as you continue your path as Exalts. Lewis cleared his throat. That is all I have to explain to you. We will arrive at the Blue Ocean Pavilion tomorrow, so get some rest. He departed to his room, leaving Isabella and Oscar behind on the deck. I'll be heading back. Isabella felt awkward with Oscar after learning all the differences between their grades. Don't worry about what he said. I just need to work 10 times as hard, right? Oscar cheekily smiled at Isabella, who slightly smiled back. She did not say anything else and returned to her room. Oscar was all alone on the ship's deck. The day was still young, so the two suns were slightly above the horizon. He grabbed the rails and looked straight down to the ground. The trees looked so small, like small blotches of grass. I'll just work harder, he mumbled to himself. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 3, Trials of the Pavilion. On his bed, Oscar was reading one of the books he had brought. Whenever he was down and needed encouragement, Oscar would delve into reading. Right now, he was bothered by the previous conversation with Lewis about Xianxia and anima. He did not put it down until Lewis opened his door. It's time. Get to the deck. Lewis did not linger and went away to inform Isabella. Oscar stepped onto the deck, seeing Lewis and Isabella laughing while he felt isolated. He did not mind being excluded because he decided to be a better Exalt. Also, it was great for Isabella to make connections. Ah boy, you're here. Lewis finally noticed Oscar. Come on, Oscar. What came into Oscar's sight was so overwhelming. In the distance, he saw a massive set of palaces and buildings. The trees were nothing but twigs compared to the wall's massive frame. As they drew closer, they could see the walls gilded gold with ocean blue carvings and patterns, seemingly made from sapphire, adorning the sides. The gates were massive and black. On its doors was the image of swirling waves with a trident in the center. On the arch above were the engraved words, Blue Ocean Pavilion. Oscar stared in wonder at the enormous size of the gates. Even more surprising was that the gates reached only halfway to some buildings. I can understand the gates, but what kind of buildings can be so big? Louis smirked at Oscar's innocent question. Wait until you get inside. You'll be able to enter those buildings? Or not. Louis mumbled the last part, but Oscar managed to hear it. What could the Exalt mean by that? Oscar thought they could enter without issues, but it may be more complicated. Meanwhile, Isabella was looking from left to right. She wished to burn this image in her memory. Her anticipation grew as she eagerly wanted to get inside. As they got closer, more airships appeared in their view. There were several tens of them. Oscar saw other youths on the airships, marveling at the pavilion while accompanied by other proctors. Hey Louis, how was going to the backwater villages? The mocking voice came from an airship that made its way next to Louis. On its deck, Oscar saw 3 other youths like himself. The older man next to them was dressed the same as Louis. Stan, how was the Western Lake? Louis nearly smirked but held it in to keep his poker face. He knew Stan had come to cause trouble. They were always at odds ever since they entered the Blue Ocean Pavilion. They sought to outdo each other, whether in fights or bets. Before Louis departed for Oscar's village, Stan goaded him into a bet about who would bring the better talent. Not too bad. I found some good talents. Stan sneered at Louis, thinking about how he had won the bet. Oh, what Xianxia do these prospects have? Louis played along with Stan's arrogance. 2 are grade 7 and the other in grade 6. Sorry, Louis. It seems you owe me quite the amount. Stan laughed. The youths behind Stan stretched their backs out with a grin. A feeling of pride swelled in their heads as they looked at Oscar and Isabella with competitive eyes. Humph, you've had quite the haul. I congratulate you, Stan, on contributing to the pavilion. Now it's my turn. First is this boy. He has grade 4 Exalsia. Stan and the other youths snickered at Oscar. Grade 4? That was the bottom of the list for the pavilion's requirements. Finally, this girl, Isabella. She has grade 8 Exalsia, Louis said with great enthusiasm. Instantly, Stan's face paled from disbelief. Earlier, he envisioned his victory and the chance to put Louis further down. But he never expected Louis to find a grade 8. Do you know how rare grade 8s are? How can such talent come from a desolate region? Why, you're joking, right? Stan pointed at Louis meekly. After all, Louis might be lying to try to avoid embarrassing himself. Not a lie. I can fully confirm the results. You can watch as I relay them to the judges if you want. It was Louis's turn to mock Stan, who was still in disbelief and staring dead at Isabella. The other 3 youths' attention was locked on Isabella, who returned a triumphant smile. She did not like why they scoffed and looked down at her earlier, so this was a sweet little revenge. Should we make our way inside? The airship was fast approaching the wall, and Oscar was impatient to get in. Cuckoo, you're right. Let's go inside. Stan, I'll look for you later. Don't be cheap and refuse to pay out. Louis made one final remark to Stan and began to steer the airship. The airship began its descent to a large port on the wall, consisting of many circular landing pads connected by stairs. Many of the pads were already occupied by an airship as people began to descend the stairs. Finally, their airship landed on one of the free landing pads. Oscar immediately hopped off and stretched his body. He could not wait to see his new home. Follow me. Isabella and Oscar followed Louis down the stairs onto the main building in the port. Several groups of teenagers made their way, accompanied by proctors. The largest group was a group of 20. From their fashionable clothes, Oscar could tell they were most likely nobles. As Oscar glanced at other people, many others were taking peeks at Isabella. The boys were enamored by her striking beauty and amber hair. Some of the girls, however, had frustrated expressions of jealousy. Oscar was reminded of a quote he read in a book, "Great beauty invites obsession of love and hatred." No doubt, those words perfectly described the scene before him. Louis led them inside the port's main building, where a beautiful woman waited for them. She had rosy lips, a slender neck, and clear yellow eyes. Her green hair was tied in a ponytail that stretched down to her thin waist. "Louis, What is your report? Her voice was sweet to the ears. Ivanka, nice to see you again. How's dinner sound for today? Louis smiled cheerfully at Ivanka Klein. They had gotten acquainted during their years in the pavilion. It's always been his dream to take her out on a date. Enough. I asked you for your report. Ivanka was a judge, one of the more important positions at the Blue Ocean Pavilion. They were responsible for recording students' progress and history. They were the first to record new students and introduce them to the rules. Although she and Louis were both Knight Exalts, she was higher ranked. Thus, Louis could not keep teasing her too much. All right, I have one grade 4 boy and one grade 8 girl. Louis went back to business. Grade 8, Ivanka accidentally shouted, catching the attention of everyone. The onlookers were eyeing Louis's group in astonishment. Since when had a grade 8 not been from a great noble family or powerful group? Introduce yourselves. Name, age, home, Excelsia grade. I'm Oscar Tur, 15 years old. Monet Village, grade 4. I'm Isabella Thorne, 15 years old. Monet Village, grade 8. Ivanka took out 2 blank sheets made of metallic material that Oscar could not recognize. She took out a peculiar stone pen with a crystal tip and began carving their names and grades on the sheets. Ivanka slowly eyed Isabella, as did most of the proctors, youths, and other judges. The group of noble teenagers also looked at Isabella with pondering looks. Their eyes gleamed with great interest. Okay. Finished. Oscar glanced at the metal sheets and saw a difference in their content. Name, Oscar Tur. Home, Monet Village. Excelsia, grade 4. Take the trials at age 15. Name, Isabella Thorne. Home, Monet Village. Excelsia, grade 8. Inner hall student at age 15. Excuse me, what are these trials? And what is the inner hall? I was just going to tell you both. Hang on a bit. You can leave, Louis. Ivanka rolled up the metal sheets and tied them with a ribbon. She dropped them into a tube, sending them to somewhere unknown. Louis bade his farewells to Ivanka and Isabella while barely acknowledging Oscar. To the explanation, our Blue Ocean Pavilion is divided into 4 different divisions: the Minor Hall, the Outer Hall, the Inner Hall, and the Legacy Hall. The trials that we have set, Oscar, is to see whether or not you will be entering the Outer Hall or the Minor Hall. The difference in the halls would be the number of resources you get for your training and access to some higher-tier instructors. All those who are grade 4 to 6 will take the trials. Isabella, on the other hand, is in grade 8. Anyone above grade 7 has the privilege of skipping the trials and directly entering the inner hall. Isabella beamed with joy at hearing this news while Oscar stewed sadly over it. He'll need to pass the trials to have a better chance of being a great Exalt. What is the meaning of each hall? Oscar asked. Ivanka put her hand to her cheek to rest and replied, the Minor Hall is the lowest place where they are relegated to doing menial tasks and receiving little to no teachings. The Outer Hall is almost the same, but you have options for classes and no need to do chores. The Inner Hall has specialized teachers for individual needs and better rewards. But the Legacy Hall is the absolute peak. They enjoy the attention of multiple teachers and all the resources they could want. Of course, people can advance from one hall to the next by passing the promotion tests. But Legacy is different in that there is no test. But an individual must reach the Knight level before the age of 24. Doesn't matter what grade Excelsia either. Really? The Legacy Hall doesn't care about the grade. Oscar got slightly excited at this revelation. The most vaunted place in the pavilion did not care about the grade. It is the truth. But don't get your hopes too high. Ivanka could tell what Oscar was thinking. But how many people in the lower grade managed such a feat? In all of the history of the Blue Ocean Pavilion recorded, there was only one, a grade 6. This boy's grade 4 is a drastically bad situation. Alas, she did not want him to experience a bigger disappointment if he failed. So it was better to nip it in the bud before he broke down. Oscar understood Ivanka's words. But for him, as long as there is a chance, he will take it. After all, how can he be an Exalt without traversing through adversity like in the stories? Also, you can only be students here for a certain time. You will only be a graduate if you become a Knight Exalt by the age of 30. Those who do not can continue to stay and work for the pavilion or leave. Ivanka flicked her hand, and 2 books floated into Isabella and Oscar's hands. These are the rules of the pavilion. Don't break any, or else one of the judges will come for you. Ivanka let out an oppressive aura that overwhelmed Oscar and Isabella. Their faces became pale, and they felt no resistance come from their body. Oscar could tell from the feeling that Ivanka was stronger than Louis. The oppression only lasted for a few seconds until it vanished. Isabella, go to the door on the right. Oscar, go to the door on the side. I wish you both luck, and remember to work hard. Ivanka let them pass by to greet the next batch. Oscar and Isabella looked at each other. Isabella simply nodded and turned without saying anything. They separated, but Oscar looked at Isabella's back before disappearing into the door. He never thought there would be such a big disparity between him and his childhood friend. Never mind that. I need to focus on the trials. Oscar strode to the door and pushed it open, leading to a large outdoor enclosure. He saw a vast crowd waiting for the trials to begin. Some glanced at Oscar and his backpack. Some were shadowboxing in training. Oscar also sat down in a free grassy area and started reading the rulebook everyone had been given. Time passed as more and more people made their way to the enclosure. Suddenly, as the last batch came in, the doors slammed shut by some force. Welcome to the Blue Ocean Pavilion. I am this year's trial master, Robert Levitt. An old man stepped forward, dressed in blue robes. He bore a signet of 5 waves. His hair and beard were completely white, and his eyes were closed. Nevertheless, everyone felt as though a monster was staring at them. The trials will consist of a 3-day trial. Those who fail shall be sent to the minor hall. Everyone audibly gulped upon hearing about the minor hall. Certainly, that was the place they must never enter for their future. Then let us begin. Rewrite Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 4. The sudden change in scenery. Then let us begin. Robert's aged yet domineering voice echoed across the large courtyard. The crowd tensed up at Robert's words. The Blue Ocean Pavilion was the holy land for all developing exalts in the brilliant Drake Empire. The heaven for those who were found worthy but hell for those who fell short. What sort of trials were we walking into? How many people would even pass? These questions occupied their minds. If they failed here, then they might as well leave and give up any hope. Oscar stood patiently with a calm expression, but the sweat on his brow betrayed his anxiousness. Robert looked at the crowd of prospects and sighed. From a mere sentence, many had given in to fear. He did not enjoy seeing such cowardly behavior. Come through this door and move onto the platform, Robert instructed. Oscar followed the crowd as they stepped onto the large platform, feeling like he was a sheep in a wooden pen. Everyone gazed at Robert, waiting for what was to come. Robert nodded and said, "Be ready." Suddenly the stone platform began to shine, making everyone squint or cover their eyes. The sudden brightness caught them all off guard, and some shrieked from the flash that overwhelmed their eyes. "Good luck." Oscar heard Robert's voice before he felt his body being squeezed. The feeling was so uncomfortable that Oscar was reminded of the time he had a really bad stomachache. He let out a cry of pain, as did many around him. The stone platform released a final burst of light, engulfing everyone. The next moment, it returned to normal, but the crowd was gone as if no one ever stood there. Robert opened his eyes, revealing an odd pair of red and blue eyes. He smiled and stroked his beard while addressing the other elders of the pavilion below him. "Let's head to the control room. I hope the students can do well to show what they can do." The other elders of the pavilion bowed their heads in agreement and followed Robert at a respectful distance. Oscar felt his vision returning from the initial bright shock, but his stomach was very uncomfortable. With a green face, he vomited out his entire breakfast, taking large breaths. What the hell happened? He recovered but had a pale face. "Where am I?" The ground was not the stone platform he once stood on. It was a vibrant spread of dark dirt and green grass. All around him were big trees and some large boulders in the distance. The layout of the place reminded Oscar of the forest he sometimes wandered and traveled around near his home. But the trees here were much taller and wider. These trees could definitely provide thrice as much firewood. Oscar placed his hand on the thick birchwood. His eyes glanced slowly around and spotted a small hill in the distance. As he thought about going there, a metal cylinder suddenly dropped on his head, followed by a small bag. "Ouch!" Oscar yelped. "What is this?" He gripped the metal cylinder and noticed it was a container. With a forceful tug, the lid popped open, and a scroll dropped out. Oscar picked up the scroll, unfurled it, and read. The scroll's contents said the following. Congratulations on being one of the lucky ones to take the trial. Your trial is to find 3 tokens laid around the whole field. There's a chance all of you could find the 3 tokens or none of you can. The time limit for finding them is 3 days. There is also a bag of food and water that will last for the duration of the trial. If you are in any danger, there is also a small medallion that you can break to give up. Fighting is allowed, but do not take things too far or else. Happy scavenging. The message from the pavilion seemed very accommodating, but it carried a particular chilling sentence that made Oscar tense. Fighting was allowed during this trial. Oscar had never been in a fight before, so he knew he was at a disadvantage. Oscar checked the bag, saw the food inside, and pulled out the medallion. It was a small green coin that matched the grass below. Oscar stowed it in his pocket and reviewed all the information in his thought. The trees provide great cover. There was a book he liked about a hunter who encountered a fierce wolf. Due to unfortunate circumstances, the hunter lost his weapons, but he was not easily defeated. The hunter fought from a distance, using trees as cover and throwing rocks to tire out the wolf slowly. If I run into anyone, maybe I can do that. Oscar looked around for some small stones to throw. He found a couple, but then his eyes widened in shock. He hastily dug out a golden rectangle, the size of his palm, that was sticking out. Bringing it close to his face, Oscar saw the symbol of the pavilion, a trident head engraved on it. This must be one of the tokens the scroll mentioned. That was pretty easy, or am I just lucky? He quickly put away the token in his pocket. 1 down, 2 more to go. Oscar traversed through the forest slowly, trying to spot any tokens, but the search was long and not fruitful. The first one must have just been luck. He stood back up after another failed spotting, but his body froze as he turned to stone. His face twitched, and his eyes trembled a little when he saw a person a short distance from him. The other party also noticed Oscar, and their eyes met. The stranger had handsome features with a sharp chin and charming yellow eyes. His green hair was slightly unkempt but did not detract from his appearance but added a wild feel to it. Oscar tensed up and took out the stones in his pocket, ready to throw them at any chance. The stranger looked at Oscar with an odd face before shaking his head and turning around. He seemed to have no interest in Oscar. Phew! Oscar was about to move when the ground suddenly quaked under them. The stranger stared around in confusion while Oscar could not get proper footing. The ground under Oscar suddenly caved in. I was near a cliff the whole time? Oscar couldn't see the cliff because of the tall grass and the foliage of the trees. The quaking of the ground unstabilized this cliff, and Oscar tried to grab hold of something, but he was falling. Damn! Oscar thought of anything he could do to survive. The medallion was his ticket out, but he didn't want to use it. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed him. Oscar looked up and saw it was the stranger from earlier. If you don't want to get hurt, hurry up and pull yourself up, the stranger spouted impatiently. Oscar quickly set his feet on the rocky cliff and pulled himself up with the stranger's help. He heaved a sigh of relief and was breathing heavily on the ground from the brush with danger. His eyes looked at the stranger. Thank you, the stranger scoffed and said, if you're so unprepared, then just crack the medallion and go to the minor hall. Don't sell yourself short. He was about to leave, but Oscar asked, why did you help me? The stranger stopped and looked at Oscar. What an idiot. It has nothing to do with you. Oscar was puzzled but nodded. What does that have to do with it? Nothing really. The stranger turned his back again. I just wanted to stop you from falling down that cliff. Simple as that. Oscar didn't know the stranger's motive, but for some reason, the stranger's tone was different when he mentioned the cliff. It was low and somber, like Oscar's father when his friend passed away. Oscar decided not to pry. As he walked, the stranger felt something hit his back and turned with his fists clenched. But when he looked down at the golden token on the floor, his eyes widened in shock. He picked it up and said, "This is a token? That's repayment for saving me," Oscar said while patting the dirt off his chest. "Thank you." The stranger looked puzzled at Oscar, who was heading off in another direction. His hands clenched the golden token tightly. What the hell is wrong with this guy? I didn't know he had a token. Who gives away a token just like that? After getting a considerable distance away, Oscar sighed about losing his token, but he thought it was the proper thing to do. The stranger initially didn't try to fight him and saved his life. The reason was still a mystery, but Oscar still owed him. Hours passed, but Oscar could not find a single golden token. Slight flickers of regret crept into his heart, but Oscar shooed them away. What was done, and he shouldn't be so cheap with being saved. However, what the hell is up with this place? Is there any clue that was left behind? Oscar studied the scroll again while eating some food, but the scroll contained 0 hints on it. The two suns descended, so Oscar decided to find a place to rest. Bastard! Oscar heard a loud voice and turned in its direction. It was the voice of the stranger who had saved him. From the exasperation and anger, Oscar knew the stranger was in danger and sprinted ahead. As the shouts grew louder, Oscar closed in on the scene and slowed his steps. Behind a tree, he peeked ahead and saw the stranger stuck with a rocky wall behind him. 2 others flanked him from both sides. Oscar recognized one of them as one of the teens who accompanied Stan, the proctor who goaded Lewis. "Samuel, you piece of shit," the stranger shouted and swung. "Oi, is that the right way to talk to a member of the Carter Viscount?" Samuel arrogantly declared. His blonde hair flowed down his shoulders, and his yellow eyes eyed the stranger like a predator. Behind the stranger, the other person swung at him, and the stranger was forced back to the rocky wall. "2 on you is too much for you?" Samuel sneered. "You're one hell of an idiot. By the way, this is my associate, Greg. Don't care about scum like you too." The stranger spat out some blood and took up a stance. "Scum? Please, I am a grade 6 Exaltia talent. If anything, you're the scum. Didn't your family ostracize you after the fact? But then again, the biggest trash was that fool, Teresa." The stranger's eyes were bloodshot, and he charged in a rage at Samuel. "You!" Samuel blocked while Greg put a strong kick in the stranger's gut. "Ah, I remember, Frederick. You always smacked me or embarrassed me in front of everyone. This is payback for the humiliation you gave me. Don't worry, I won't take it too far. But sometime I will kill you." He punched the stranger, Frederick, in the face. But Frederick chuckled with a defiant look. "I remember you were a helpless idiot who thought he could do anything he wanted. I disciplined you in your family's place, and they forced you to stay at home for a year. That was hilarious." Samuel's face turned red with rage. He quickly picked up a large stick, waving it around. "Enjoy your life in the minor hall." However, a small rock smacked him hard in the back of the head. Samuel dropped the stick, holding his head with a twisted expression, and barked out, "Who the hell?" Suddenly, Oscar came out of nowhere and pushed Samuel to the rock wall. "Get out of here!" Frederick stared blankly at Oscar, who was waving his hand and telling him to leave. He only thought about what kind of idiot this person was. "Who do you think you are?" Greg moved. Oscar quickly picked up the stick and slammed it on Greg, crashing him to the ground. He quickly took Frederick's hand and dragged him off. "I told you to run. You—" Frederick was still in disbelief. Samuel got up and saw the two running off. He tried to follow, but they already ran far. He could only let out a shout. "I'll kill you." After their desperate getaway, Oscar and Frederick panted and stopped to catch a breather. "It's fast approaching nighttime. They shouldn't be chasing us anymore." Oscar drank some water, one of the provisions in his bag. Frederick quickly regained his breathing and stared at Oscar intently. "Why did you jump in? I can tell you can't fight well, so what if it went wrong? Are you an idiot?" Oscar frowned and answered, "What words to say to the person that saved you just now? I saved you because I wanted to. Why did you save me from the cliff?" Frederick fell silent and said, "You're one crazy idiot. Aren't you the same? You decide to save some stranger like me despite the risks involved, and you tried to fight 2-on-1. Oscar laughed. "I never got to ask. What's your name?" "My name is Oscar Tur." Frederick slumped to rest on a tree and chuckled. "Now you're trying to make a friend? I'm Frederick Klein. Nice to meet you." Rewrite Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 5. Frederick Klein. Robert Levitt was watching from the control room. Several images floating around showed all the students undertaking the trial. Somehow, he could see all the images simultaneously, and after hours passed, his closed eyes perked slightly. He strode toward a particular image, showing Oscar being saved by Frederick and throwing his token at him. This boy is quite honest. He could have kept the token to himself but given it up based on his principles. The other also saved the boy, but from his face, it seems not to be out of pure kindness. He watched with interest as Oscar and Frederick separated, reaching the moment Frederick fought with Samuel and Greg. He wore a small frown on his elderly face, but he sighed and shook his head. To be able to have someone else follow you is also a talent, but this child seems very vengeful. Oh! The image showed Oscar moving ahead toward Frederick's location. Robert rubbed his chin and witnessed Oscar saving Frederick and running off together. How interesting. This can be the start of a good team. As the night settled in, Oscar started a fire and ate some of his food. He thought of something and asked, "Does one of your relatives work here? I ran into a lady with the same hair and eyes as you." "Oh, you must be referring to my aunt. She used to be one of the students here until she graduated. She became a Knight Exalt at the age of 27. She's been working as a judge for the past 4 years." Frederick was also munching on his food with. Oscar remembered what the book about the Blue Ocean Pavilion said about judges. They were one of the most important roles in the pavilion and were reserved only for graduates. Proctors like Lewis and Stan were mainly the ones who failed to reach Knight Exalt before 30. "Your aunt must be an incredible genius," Oscar praised. "Well, that's a fact. Our Klein family is a small Baron family, so her graduation was a big affair that propelled our family's status." Frederick did not sound too excited about talking about his family. A noble family. The brilliant Drake Empire was divided into different social classes. At the very top was the emperor, followed by the dukes, counts, earls, viscounts, and barons. Oscar and Isabella were just the bottom of the barrel commoners with no social standings. They might be higher up on the ladder if they were merchants or in some other specialized trade. "That's amazing. I'm a commoner, so I wouldn't know how it is. As long as you become a great Exalt, you'll be given lands and a title. But who knows if that's worth it?" Frederick grumbled. Indeed, Exalts were a precious resource for any group or power. They could be the best soldiers, researchers, and leaders. Empires and nobles would entice powerful Exalts to their fold with promises of great benefits. Even if someone failed to graduate from Blue Ocean Pavilion, someone would most likely want to hire or invite them if they were skilled. "You don't seem very enthusiastic about it." Frederick remained silent and munched on his food. Then he said, "It's better to be free. Go out and enjoy the freedom and girls." Oscar was taken aback, but Frederick had unkempt hair and loosely buttoned clothing. He seemed to be a delinquent. "What, you never had a girl before? I heard all kinds of beauties are at the pavilion." Frederick laughed out loud and teased Oscar. The previous somber attitude about nobles was gone as if it was an act. Oscar tilted his head and thought that Frederick might have a bit of a screw loose in him. The change in behavior was very strange. "I have a childhood friend who came here," Oscar said, "but we're not together at all." "Oh!" Frederick stepped closer with interest. "Tell me." "Well, she came here with a grade 8 Excelsia. Everyone could not believe it." "Grade 8!" Frederick shouted. "Holy Mother of God. You only see the high kinds of grades in the big noble families. Guess it's true that a genius can come from anywhere." His face slowly shifted back to his slightly downcast face as he sighed. If only that could have happened for who? Oscar asked. "Never mind." Frederick ignored the topic. "Grade 8 is incredible. There are others in our year." "Really? How rare are they?" "Most big noble families have a large tendency for grade 7 and 6s. By mixing more powerful Exalt bloodlines, they have a higher chance of better Excelsia cores in their children. You can say they are Exalt families. My Klein family is a recent addition in the past 100 years. Our ancestor was only a grade 6 but was a powerful knight." "So your family was commoners before?" "Yup, we're known as upstarts and many despised us. But my aunt becoming a judge put a damper on their complaints." Frederick smiled maliciously, thinking about the idiots who suddenly had to act respectfully. Oscar did not want to know what happened to those offenders. "I don't know all the grade 8s because who knows if there are more like your friend, Isabella. The ones I do know of are from terrifying backgrounds." Frederick went back on topic. "First is Celestina Loveridge Ragnar. the princess of our brilliant Drake Empire. The royal family has a King Exalt, so it's not surprising that they produced such a genius. King Exalt. Oscar lost his breath hearing this. That was a place so far from his reach, but he was curious how it felt to be so powerful. Second is Aurora Bellwood, and she is not from any noble family but rather the daughter of the branch head of the Alchemists Guild branch in our empire. The Alchemists Guild is the holy ground for alchemists. Alchemists. Oscar did not know what these were. There's more to Exalts than just fighting. They can create elixirs which help speed up the process of training. You'll learn more about it later once we're inside. Oscar nodded and expressed for Fred to continue. Lastly, there is a grade 9. Oscar unknowingly slammed his hand on the floor, ignoring the slight bleeding it caused. Oscar almost screamed in shock before Frederick clamped his mouth shut. Don't make too much commotion. You'll attract attention. Frederick was careful and did not want any unwanted attention. Attention bred trouble. Oscar took deep breaths to calm himself down. Grade 9? Who? Frederick responded solemnly. It would be Gilbert Lockwood from a Baron family. Grade 9, that's crazy. Even more so from a Baron family. But strange too. Frederick crossed his arms in deep thought. Strange. I know Gilbert since our families were barons. He was always pale and sick. He rarely came out unless the family had to bring him out for formal social events. I heard they put him in a shed away from the rest at home. Frederick remembered his peer with blue hair and blue eyes that tried to hold in his coughs and walk around with shaky legs. Then suddenly he got healthy and strong. Later, he overpowered his siblings in martial combat. Once they tested his Xianxia, it turned bright gold signifying grade 9. The news spread like wildfire all over the empire, except remote places like your home. That is odd, Oscar mumbled. Can a person change that drastically? Even if they recovered from sickness, immediately defeating others in combat was strange. I got a weird feeling about all of this, so I'd rather not interact with the guy. You too. Avoid him at all costs. I caught a glimpse of him, and it's a complete difference from his sickly past. Frederick huffed in anger. Silence engulfed the two as the air became stuffy with worries. Oscar stood up and stretched his back. I don't think we'll have too many chances to see him. After all, if you and I both fail here, then that's something we don't have to worry about. Gilbert was not on Oscar's mind for today. They needed to focus on what lay ahead. What an oddball. Frederick thought Oscar was an interesting person to give him a token and save his life. Completely different from Gilbert. Without knowing, Frederick had a smile on his face. Here, Frederick tossed something to Oscar. Oscar grabbed it and saw the golden token in his palm. Why are you giving this back to me? You saved me. This is thanks for that. Besides, I found one as well. Frederick revealed his token. We're both at 1 token apiece, so that's fine. What if you fail because of this? Oscar joked. Huh? How would I fail? You should be worrying about yourself. Frederick quipped back at Oscar. Oscar laughed and said, Let's become Exalts. Frederick extended his fist out to Oscar. Obviously, OS. Let's win this. Oscar bumped fists with Frederick. What kind of name is OS? But yeah, Fred, we're going to pass. What kind of horseshit is this? Frederick shouted. He kicked the boulder but soon regretted his decision and rubbed his foot with a pained expression. He was quite distanced at the start but began to act more unhinged and wild around Oscar. Oscar looked at Frederick as if he were an idiot for hurting himself. Fred, that's enough. A fake token is a fake. Earlier they found another token in a cave, but it crumbled into dust when they touched it. Frederick lashed out in anger while Oscar shrugged it off. OS, the pavilion is full of sadistic overlords who love to toy with us, Frederick hissed. That's plausible, Oscar thought about it. The pavilion was quite torturous. It suddenly hoisted them into an unknown wilderness to find tokens that could only be found by finely combing through each crevice but left behind some fakes. You and I both have 2 tokens, but I didn't think finding a third was this hard, Frederick said. Even though he said that finding the second tokens were much harder. They had to go into dark caverns or find a way across raging rivers to find some. As they wandered around, Oscar and Frederick froze when they saw another person sitting on a large boulder. She was a beautiful girl with orange hair and orange eyes dressed in garbs made of fur. Her face was exquisite. Oscar felt it might be on par with Isabella's. The girl stood up and stared at the pair. Oscar and Frederick tensed up and readied themselves for a fight. But Oscar felt like a large predator was staring him from down those fierce orange eyes. "Who are you?" Frederick asked. "Shouldn't you be introducing yourselves first?" The girl asked back. "Or are you just here to stare like a pair of chicks?" Frederick remained silent and was about to move, but Oscar held him back. "Os, let's go." Oscar shook his head. As they left, the girl didn't follow, but she slumped back on the boulder with a downcast face and cursed. "I did it again." Oscar was still dragging Frederick away. "Os, what was that? We could have taken her." She stood on the boulder, looking down at us like we were prey. "What do you think would happen? Let's find a safe way to get tokens." Frederick clicked his tongue. He agreed with Oscar's conclusion, but he still didn't like the attitude of that orange-haired girl. She was beautiful, but I prefer more open and adorable girls. Yeah, you mentioned your preferences many times." Oscar sighed and stopped tugging on Frederick. They walked a considerable distance away in search of more tokens. The two suns were setting again. Oscar said, "We still have another day after this. We should keep looking." However, Oscar found no other tokens today and had no luck for half the third day. At this rate, he would be relegated to the minor hall. "What's with the tokens?" Frederick complained. "It's almost as if they're running away." "Running away?" Oscar pondered about the previous tokens they had found. The first was found very easily, but the second was in slightly more inconvenient or unsettling places. Maybe the tokens only show when we go to more places like the dark cave and river. Now that you mention it, that seems likely. Frederick realized it as well. "Then I think I know where one can be." Oscar stood up and pointed at the large mountain only a few minutes away. "Let's climb." So he realized it. Indeed, the first tokens are given as a gift and a tool to incite conflict if the need arises. But the next tokens are more dangerous to obtain. Only with the resolve to pass can you find them. Robert Levitt smiled. The trial was set so the tokens would spawn at a place the person could only get to if they truly pushed themselves. What was required was courage and the drive to push past their limits. Of course, the other action was to fight and steal from another person. Naturally, if the person showed some grit in a fight, the elders may give them an easy token nearby as a reward. That was why Oscar's and Frederick's second tokens were only in a shallow cavern and across a fierce river right by them. They had shown their tenacity and courage in the bout against Samuel and Greg. The other images all showed students trying their best to dive into the depths of a lake, climb high on trees, run into deep caverns, or fight each other. Rewrite Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 6. Climb up, the final token. Oscar and Frederick finally came up to the mountain. However, it was more like a very steep cliff. It reached high up and was full of small bumps and grooves that allowed people to climb. "Are you sure about this?" Frederick looked up. "Do you want to pass or not?" Oscar retorted. Frederick scoffed at Oscar's words and scrutinized his gaze across the cliffside. Then his face lifted in delight as his finger pointed toward a particular spot midway up to the cliff. "There it is. Your guess was right on the money. It's just not one. There are two tokens." The gleaming of the golden tokens was very distinct and easily recognizable once spotted. Oscar could see two golden lights shining like flickering stars on the cliffside. "Two tokens?" Frederick's eyebrow lifted in disbelief. What kind of coincidence is this? Could the elders of the pavilion be controlling this trial? If so, that makes sense that two tokens are conveniently placed here for us. It must be a part of the trial. Though I wonder how they would handle the situation in a fight. Oscar stepped ahead to the cliffside, followed by Frederick. He traced his hand across the coarse surface when he reached the rocky structure. Finally, he grasped a spot and put his foot on a crevice. "Let's climb. We only have half a day." Frederick jumped up and secured himself firmly on the cliffside. He looked around and found a good place to move towards. His movements were quite efficient, and his climbing speed was quick, astonishing Oscar, who didn't start climbing yet. "Wait for me." Oscar had some experience climbing trees, so he was somewhat competent, but his speed was still slower than Frederick's. After a short while, he began to sweat profusely, and his fingers were trembling. Frederick looked back. "Hurry up, Os. You need to work more on your stamina." Oscar scowled and grumbled. "I know. I'll be shooting straight past you in a moment." Together they struggled and took careful steps upward. Frederick proved himself quite observant and would spot good places big enough for them to put their feet down properly to stand, providing much-needed comfort and some rest. However, the last stretch toward the golden tokens contained very rough surfaces that cut into the hands, and very uncomfortable to try to find some proper footing to rest. Suddenly a large crack formed, destroying Frederick's footing and knocking him off the wall. Frederick's eyes widened, and his face darkened. His green hair swished above as his body fell. Frederick didn't scream nor react in any way other than the small teardrops. Suddenly a hand grasped his arm. It was Oscar. Oscar exerted all his strength. His face was red, and his veins popped. The sudden weight increase nearly tore his arm off, but Oscar held strong. His fingers dug deep into the rocks, dyeing it red with blood from his broken nails. Thankfully, it was enough. Oscar held Frederick's arm tight. We need to get the tokens as soon as possible. The cracks are deep. The entire cliff can collapse, Oscar said frantically, but his worry grew when he saw Frederick hanging onto his hand. Frederick's face was pale, unable to regulate his breathing. He was suffering from a panic attack. "Fred!" Oscar shouted, but Frederick was not responding. But Oscar could feel his pulse raging by the arm in his hand. His grip was weakening, but his eyes were bloodshot. He refused to let go. Oscar clenched his teeth and swayed Frederick, hitting him against the cliffside softly but enough for a shock. What the? Frederick came to his senses and saw where he was. He saw his new friend desperately trying to hold him up. Frederick punched his head, shouting, "Sorry, I was elsewhere for a moment." "Elsewhere? Did the near fall make you go mad?" Oscar grumbled. "Hurry up and grab onto the rocks. I can't hold on." Frederick did as instructed, making Oscar breathe out in relief. The cracks were spreading, but Oscar and Frederick bravely continued. The prize was right before them and their time was running out. Oscar didn't know if another opportunity would come like this or if the elders would be willing to give them another chance. This was their last shot and there was no backing down. Oscar bit his lip to the point it started bleeding. His hands were ridden with cuts that were further stung by the salt of the rock. Every drop of sweat felt like a part of his life was shaving away. A little more, Oscar's hand trembled as it stretched as far as it could. With the slightest pinch of his fingertips, Oscar grabbed the corner of the golden token, which he carefully brought closer for a better hold. The golden token was firmly grasped in his palm, and he shouted, "We did it!" Frederick was right beside him and also had his golden token. He wore a bright smile and shouted in triumph. But his face soon fell as he stared blankly around the area. They were only midway up the cliff, and there was a considerable distance up and down. "Do we have to climb all the way up? Or do we try going down?" Frederick shouted. His usually handsome face was disheveled, red, and soaked in sweat. Oscar was panting, barely able to get his words out. "I think we're screwed." The adrenaline had worn off after reaching their goal, and the sudden flood of fatigue and pain began to overwhelm them. Oscar's legs were trembling, and his arms were like jelly. Trying to move right now was signing a death warrant. The most he and Frederick could do was stay where they were, but the pressure of the encroaching cracks on the cliffside made him nervous. Suddenly, the tokens in their hands and pockets began to shine. Oscar and Frederick stared at the flashing token in their hands with jaws wide open. The light from the token began to intensify. "What is this?" Oscar was concerned. "I don't know, but don't lose your token," Frederick shouted. Suddenly, the light engulfed them, and they disappeared from the mountain. Oscar and Frederick tumbled onto a stone-paved ground. Both could not help but nearly gag but forcibly held it down. It was a similar feeling to when they first arrived in the wilderness. What happened? Where is this? Oscar rubbed his eyes to see clearly. They were surrounded by a circle of marble pillars and a moat with lotuses on its clear waters. "We're in some other place, Fred." "Yup." Frederick stood up with shaky legs but helped Oscar to his feet. He smiled and teased, "You nearly threw up." "How pitiful," says the one who lost his mind when he almost fell. Oscar retorted, "I can still see the tears in your eyes." "Same to you." "Ha!" Oscar and Frederick stared each other down. Ahem. A third party grabbed their attention. It was the trial master Robert Levitt. Trial master. Oscar and Frederick bowed before this elder. Robert eyed the two boys. He observed them inside the trial. He witnessed them coming together and overcoming the odds together. This made him happier that there were students with strong hearts. The two of you passed the trial. Oscar looked around to see no one else had come out. Where is everyone? The ones with 3 tokens could instantly leave the trial and come here. So each person arrived at different times. The two of you came together, which is odd. Robert sighed, thinking about the students that were still inside the trial. He could already picture how they would react if they failed. Some students would break down and be sent back to live with their families. But to be an Exalt means dealing with heart-wrenching obstacles one after another. If they could not exhibit the heart to overcome, there would be no chance for them. Of course, some may not be as affected and bounce back from the pits of despair. That was why they were sent to the minor hall. Make your way to the building over there and receive your uniforms and identification. Oscar had questions he wanted to ask but felt it was not wise to bother the trial master anymore. After bowing his head, he left for the large palace Robert pointed out. Frederick followed suit. Once the two were far away, Robert opened his eyes slightly. They were strikingly similar to jewels in how they glowed. One was blue while the other was red. A smile crept up to the elder's face. He thought about the moment Oscar grabbed a hold of Frederick and refused to let go. Those two are good friends. Unlike most in this pavilion, I hope they can stay that way, Robert sighed. Many people from all walks of life came to the Blue Ocean Pavilion. But how many of them became friends? How many distanced themselves or became enemies due to disputes? Robert had seen many Exalts abandon their families and friends for more power. He witnessed the Exalt noble families become colder and colder as the lust for power replaced the need for familial love. Robert always believed that beyond power, beyond the best intelligence, and beyond talent was the heart that stood unwavering against whatever may come. Oscar and Frederick finally made it to the main palace. The palace walls were high, adorned with ivory towers and statues of people. Some of them were clad in armor, and others in dazzling clothes. It's the past Exalts of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. They had to be some incredible people to be memorialized here. You know this place? Aunt mentioned it before. This is the Palace of the Receding Tide. Robert Levitt appeared in front of a large building. Its front doors had carvings of unfurled scrolls and quills. This was the record chamber and one of the most important places in the Blue Ocean Pavilion. It contained all the records of every student and the historical events of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. Thus, it was heavily guarded and closed off to only a few with the privilege. 2 guards were posted at the entrance. They were Greater Knight Exalts and some of the best warriors of the pavilion. Their body was covered in azure armor from head to toe, and their trident weapons were beautiful with razor-sharp gold tips. Noticing the newcomer, they approached to block them. However, they halted on seeing it was Robert. Great Elder, you grace us with your presence. They bowed and lowered their tridents. It's trial master right now. I'll return to my duties as Great Elder after it ends. Robert waved the guards to return to their posts. The guards tapped the door with their tridents, and it began to open as if some invisible force was moving it. Once Robert entered inside, the door closed back shut. Inside were large shelves stretching far to the other end of the great hall. Unlike regular bookshelves, these shelves were akin to honeycombs with hexagonal holes containing various rolled-up metallic sheets. Inside were various personages, the judges at their desks. They worked hard, writing on metal papers and rolling them up. Robert approached one of them. I hope I'm not disturbing you. The judge he coincidentally approached was Ivanka Klein, who admitted Oscar and Isabella back at the port. Ivanka looked slightly annoyed someone bothered her during her work. She turned to Robert, and her eyes widened so much that they were bulging. Gr. Great Elder Robert, forgive me for not addressing you immediately. What do you need from this lowly judge? Ivanka immediately knelt and bowed her head. Her beautiful green hair was scattered all over her back onto the floor. Although she was a judge and enjoyed a high position, it was nothing compared to the Great Elder in front of her. Great Elder Robert was a greater martial Exalt, on the cusp of being King Exalts. She was only a lower Knight Exalt. He could kill her on a whim and no one would care. No need to be afraid, child. Robert's eyes were still closed. I need your assistance in finding a record for a child. Of course, I can find anything for you, great elder. Ivanka quickly stood up and fixed her hair. She could not make a bad impression on great elder Robert. He is one of the trial takers. Here is his face. Robert held up his palm, and smoke gathered around to form an image of Oscar's face. Ha! Ivanka stared at the face. She recognized who it was. It was the boy that had come together with the grade 8 Isabella. She most likely would not have known who he was if not for that. You know this child? I do, great elder. I was the one who recorded the boy's details when he entered the pavilion. He came along with a grade 8 girl. Grade 8. Robert's ears perked up hearing this. Would you like her record as well? Ivanka added on. Robert stroked his beard and replied, No need. I only want the boy's record. I have no interest in the girl. Ivanka was surprised. She did not expect the great elder to disregard a grade 8 child so nonchalantly. This increased her interest in the boy Oscar. How did he attract the attention of a high-level figure like Robert? Is there a problem? Robert's solemn voice awoke Ivanka from her thoughts. Her face paled, thinking she had angered him by not responding in time. And none at all, great elder. I'll get the boy's record for you. Normally, if a judge were just given a face, it would take longer to find the record. But Ivanka knew Oscar's name, so it was simpler for her. After a short time, Ivanka returned to Robert with a scroll. She respectfully presented it to him with trembling hands, as her yellow eyes were full of anxiety. The scroll unfurled in Robert's hands. There was a drawing of Oscar, followed by the information Ivanka had written down earlier. Grade 4 Exaltia? Coup. Robert's slight chuckle utterly terrified Ivanka, who lost her composure. When has a great elder ever behaved like this towards a new student? My thanks for your time. You can get back to work. Yes. Ivanka bowed her head towards Robert's back. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 7. Blue Ocean Pavilion. The Palace of Receding Tide was one of the gigantic palaces Oscar observed from on top of the airship. Great spiral pillars surrounded its walls, supporting the great arches above. All around the walls were pedestals that held the statues of past exalts. They lined around the entire palace like eternal watchers eyeing the next generation of students. Oscar felt overwhelmed by the presence these statues emanated. These statues gave him the feeling they were alive. Fred, these statues, my aunt told me each statue is carved in the likeness of great exalts and given the power to move and fight. They will come to its defense if the Blue Ocean Pavilion is ever under attack. Frederick explained and bowed to the regal figures. It was customary to bow before these hallowed figures. Oscar also bowed before the statues. Although he did not know who they were famous enough to be engraved here as protectors and worth all their respect. There's no need to be so stiff. Let's get inside. Frederick moved along. Oscar nodded and stepped onto the paved marble path to the palace entrance. As they approached, Oscar asked, Why is it called Palace of Receding Tide? Do you know about the different tides? Yes, they were described in a book. Oscar remembered the details from a book he had about the seas. One of his dreams was to see them. The tides recede in warning of a great calamity. Some records indicate a huge tidal wave spanning miles high and wide, swallowing entire cities into the depths. Stunned, Oscar stared at Frederick to see if he was joking, but he could tell it was the truth. The name is Receding Tide because we need to expect the worst once we enter through these doors. Sink or swim? Oscar looked at the ominous entrance with no carvings or sigils. However, he was determined, so Oscar gathered the courage to move on. The pair went inside to see a man waiting for them. The stranger wore the uniform of the Blue Ocean Pavilion with glasses. He had wavy blonde hair with blue eyes. Although he looked young, Oscar felt as though this man was ancient. Congratulations to you both. Passing the 2 trials requires great strength and will. I, the Vice Pavilion Master, welcome you to the Blue Ocean Pavilion. The stranger introduced himself as the Vice Pavilion Master, John Williams. Oscar and Frederick immediately greeted him back. Vice Pavilion Master graces us with your presence. John waved his hand, and the 2 boys felt an invisible power forcing them up. It's the duty of the Vice Pavilion Master to welcome all newcomers. Now take your sacred oaths. the sacred oaths. Once a person becomes a member of the Blue Ocean Pavilion, they have to swear never to betray it and never to tarnish the pavilion's prestige. Thankfully, Ivanka's guidebook mentioned it, so Oscar wasn't completely clueless. The sacred oath was inscribed on the wall behind John. Each character felt unusually magnetic, as though Oscar could not peer his eyes away. Oscar and Frederick placed their right arm across their chest to their heart as they recited the oath. I swear my allegiance to the Blue Ocean Pavilion. I swear to be a proud member who will live, fight, and die for our name. Never will I betray it, from this moment onwards to the end. Vice Pavilion Master John looked pleased to hear them swear the oath. Although it was slightly annoying to come here every year, it was worth it to see the new students. Here are your new uniforms and badges. John flicked his fingers as 2 pairs of neatly folded blue uniforms went to Oscar and Frederick. Next came 2 bluestone tablets with their names engraved. Continue to the outer hall. John smiled and waved them goodbye. Thank you, Vice Pavilion Master. Oscar tightly gripped his badge and uniform. His eyes began to water slightly, but he quieted his emotions down. This was just the start. He would cry once he became a powerful, accomplished Exalt. The Vice Pavilion Master pointed to the hall on their left. Oscar saw the words Outer Hall, labeling it, and turned towards it. He reached the exit, where the sunlight poured into the halls. There were arrays of rivers, flat plains with small hills, and several humongous palaces scattered over the fields. What a difference! Oscar felt as if the air here was exceptionally clean and refreshing. The plants were so vibrant with many colors, and the skies were like a painting with their clear blue color and fluffy clouds. It's amazing. Aunt said it was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. Frederick was speechless from the view. It was like walking into some fairy tale land of wonder. Isn't it amazing, OS? Yes. For some reason, Oscar felt like laying down the hill onto the tall seafoam-colored grass. His desires were interrupted when another person approached them. Hey, newcomers, welcome to the outer hall. A person approached them, wearing the uniform of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. I'm Nicholas, your guide. I've been in the Blue Ocean Pavilion for 3 years. Nicholas greeted the two. Oscar and Frederick followed Nicholas as he explained the outer hall. The outer hall consists of hundreds of students, a dorm for girls and boys, lecture halls for classes, though those barely happen in the outer hall. Why is that? Oscar asked. Instructors are also exalts, so they prefer to focus on training themselves. Additionally, they feel their efforts are better spent in the inner hall to find the best personal disciples and make connections. Only inner hall members can become disciples of an elder or instructor. Those in the outer hall have to make do with themselves. Oscar sighed helplessly. The disparity of treatment extended far. Although he understood its rationale, he felt it was somewhat heartless. Nicholas noticed Oscar's behavior and said, "It's the norm for exalts. The more powerful you are, the better treatment you receive. In the end, it's also the pavilion can field the strongest exalts." Nicholas knew what Oscar felt. He felt the same when he first entered the pavilion. However, 3 years passed, and he was stuck in the outer hall while the inner hall continued to excel. For a time, he believed it was because the inner hall enjoyed most of the benefits. However, after a failure in a mission, he realized he was simply outmatched from the start. He grasped Oscar's shoulder and looked down. Don't obsess over it. You'll feel better by not thinking about how it's unfair. They're better. It's just that way. Nicholas witnessed many new students come in with hopeful aspirations only to crash harder due to reality. He did not care for them, but their woes of grief always annoyed him when he just wanted to let the years pass on. Thank you, senior, but I must still try. Oscar shook Nicholas's hand off him and stared straight at Nicholas. His eyes were unyielding, full of determination. That's right. We'll be in the inner hall before you know it. Frederick wrapped his arm around Oscar's shoulders like a good brother. He did not appreciate how Nicholas was trying to put out their drive. If that's what you feel, I only hope you don't break down from it. Nicholas shifted back to his role as a guide, explaining the different facilities in the pavilion. Finally, they stopped at a small house-like building. Good afternoon, old Saul. Nicholas greeted an elderly man on the chair outside. The elder, Saul, did not glance at Nicholas but eyed Oscar and Frederick. They are new students and will need the Ein gathering technique. Ein gathering technique? Oscar had never heard anything like that. Here, the elder's voice was immensely deep and aged. He snapped his fingers, and 2 scrolls appeared in front of Oscar and Frederick. Let's go. Nicholas led them away from the elder, who went back to resting on his chair. Oscar glanced back towards the elder, who noticed his gaze and opened his sleepy eyes. Oscar trembled in a cold sweat as he felt he was falling into an endless pit. Thankfully, Oscar experienced much in the trials and pulled his eyes away. Nicholas and Frederick did not notice what had happened. Who is that elder? Oscar felt that Elder Saul was most likely a terrifying Exalt. Old Saul? He's been here for a long time as the courtyard keeper. He maintains and cleans the outer hall. He is also an Exalt, but he's not strong, so he's left here. Not strong. Oscar doubted that. Although he had little experience with Exalts, the feeling the elder gave him was much more than Louis, Ivanka, Robert, or even Vice Pavilion Master John. He put his thoughts away as he needed to focus on the outer hall. Maybe he would never find out more about Elder Saul. Here are the dorms. My job here is done, and good luck as future Exalts. Nicholas said his farewells and walked away. That guy irritates me. Frederick looked indignant about Nicholas' attitude. No need to be so angry. Let's see our room. Luckily, Frederick and Oscar were placed in the same room. The dorms themselves were one of the largest buildings in the outer hall. They received their keys from the receptionist and made their way to their room. Room 3407. Just how big is this place? Frederick gasped for air as they traveled up many flights of stairs to the 34th floor. Be thankful we didn't get a room on the 40th floor. I don't think we can last more flights of stairs. Oscar was sweating heavily. Although he worked many manual jobs on the farm, he never went through so many stairs. They arrived in front of a room with the numbers 3407 etched on it. Oscar unlocked the door and entered inside. There was nothing but 2 beds on opposite walls with 2 tables. This is it. Frederick was confused about the state of the accommodations. Are they skimping out on us? The beds were simple wooden beds with soft pillows and thin blankets. The tables had only 1 shelf, and there were 2 closets for their stuff and clothing. It's pretty big. Oscar was a commoner, so a room like this was amazing. It was clean, and the beds were well made with clean fabrics. There was nothing Oscar could complain about. Frederick was speechless at Oscar's enthusiasm. He remembered Oscar probably never had experienced luxury, even to this small extent, so he did not spoil this moment. It sure is, Frederick said with an awkward face. His room back home was bigger than this. The boys got settled in and chose their beds. Oscar had many books to put away, while Frederick did not have many, so the closet was almost all of Oscar's stuff. Oscar changed into the blue ocean uniform, well-fitted blue trousers with a linen dress shirt. He wore a sharp blue jacket over it. On its back was the sigil of the blue ocean pavilion, the swirling waves with a trident in the center. You don't look too bad in it. It's a shame you aren't more handsome. I'd bet you would have stolen the hearts of many girls. Frederick chuckled. Oscar was not handsome, nor was he ugly. He had a somewhat aesthetically pleasing face but gave off an ordinary impression. You should wear your uniform more properly. Oscar looked at Frederick, who wore his sleeves up, and his top buttons were left unfinished. It's fine. Anyway, let's begin our Exalt training. Oscar was excited to start. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 8. Let's become Exalts. Exalts were powerful individuals who stood above all others. From the moment a person is born, they are either blessed to have an Xianxia core that allows them to ascend into Exalts or not. However, that is only possible by the great amount of Ein that permeates the world. Ein is the quintessential energy that is the basis of all things. The Xianxia core is the funnel that sucks in Ein and processes it to integrate with the person. The more Ein it collects, the more the Xianxia core coalesces and matures into the next evolution. This evolution is the reason for the division of Exalt powers. From apprentice to king, each stage of an Exalt is a different form of evolution of the core. Gathering Ein strains the body and mind. As if understanding this, the Xianxia core shows itself at an adolescent age. The optimal age to begin was determined as 15. Of course, a person can start their training later, but the path as an Exalt is long and arduous. Oscar reviewed the notes written in the Ein-gathering manual he received from Elder Sol moments ago. The different grades of the Xianxia core determined how fast it could process the Ein and how easily the core could evolve. Little wonder why the higher grades could progress and advance faster than others. According to this, I have to meditate and breathe accordingly. Given time, I should be able to feel the Ein and try to absorb it. Ein meditation. Oscar glanced at Frederick on the other side of the room. Frederick was already deep in his Ein meditation. Although he joked around and was untidy, Frederick was serious about his Exalt training. Not wanting to fall behind, Oscar crossed his legs and straightened his back to attempt Ein meditation. The room was silent except for the long breathing noises of the two boys. 30 minutes passed, but Oscar still did not feel anything. The manual mentioned the first step to awakening the core and sensing Ein to be the hardest. Once the core is opened, it can gather Ein much more easily. Oscar felt his body tensing up from staying still for too long. Frederick was doing better since he had been trained to meditate since he was a boy. As he tried to meditate, more sweat gathered on Oscar's head, and his face reddened. Eventually, Oscar stopped and gasped for air. The manual's particular way of breathing left his lungs unsatisfied and craving air. He got up, retrieved a bottle of water from his bag, and emptied the bottle in a few gulps. Phew! Trying to awaken the Exaltia core and gather Ein brought on fits of thirst and hunger. Oscar munched on some jerky his family provided him. How can he advance? The question stuck to Oscar's every thought. Silently, he pondered as he munched on the scraps of meat. I meditated for hours, yet I didn't feel any hint of Ein entering my body. Is it just a matter of trying for days? Ois, have you awoken your core? Frederick finished his session, but he was in better condition than Oscar. Oscar handed Frederick some of his jerkies and said, I just can't feel the Ein. How about you? Frederick answered, I can feel tiny bits of Ein entering me, but it'll take more to awaken the core. As a noble, Frederick was given various training to make it easier for him to enter a meditative state and sense the Ein. Although he grumbled about it numerous times, Frederick felt grateful for suffering for this moment. Don't worry about it, Oscar. Frederick sensed his friend's irritation. You need to give it time. You just have to start going by it step by step. I need a breather. Oscar felt stuffy after the long hours of meditation. The outside air may be a good refresher. I'll stay inside. I feel that I'm close. Frederick gulped down his water and resumed his meditation. After a long flight of stairs, Oscar made it to the ground. The two suns were starting to set as twilight rolled over. Taking a deep breath, Oscar felt relaxed and comfortable. The long grass fields swaying, the sounds of the river flowing, and the slight twinkling of the stars that illuminated the sky. Gleefully, he treaded through the fields and explored around. He did not enter any of the facilities because it was getting dark. Ever since he was young, his family rule was to be home by nighttime. He stopped when he accidentally arrived at Elder Sol's cabin. The elder was still resting in his reclining chair. Elder Sol opened his eyes and glanced at Oscar. Unlike earlier, Oscar did not feel the cold, oppressive aura that terrified him. What are you here for? Sol questioned Oscar. Oscar hastily bowed and greeted Elder Sol before answering. I was wandering around to relax and rudely intruded on your rest. Forgive me. Elder Sol did not speak and retreated to his rest, not minding Oscar's presence. This was the first time a student came to Sol and talked to him. Often, they were too busy trying to get resources, finish missions, or train themselves. But now, Oscar suddenly shows up, wanting to relax. Why are you relaxing? Elder Sol asked. It wasn't enough to say he was interested, but rather a tiny, minuscule hint of curiosity. Oscar was taken aback that Elder Sol asked him a question. From what he figured, this elder preferred to be left alone. I was stuck in my meditation and unable to sense Ein. I thought coming outside would take my mind off of it, Oscar said, embarrassed. As a student of Blue Ocean Pavilion, it would not be a good look to be seen as a slacker. That's a good approach, Elder Sol replied. Gee, good. Oscar was confused. Weren't Exalts supposed to do everything in their power to evolve? Try Ein meditation here, Elder Sol instructed Oscar to train. Here? Oscar questioned. Yes, do it here. Elder Sol gave off the same monotone voice. Oscar took his meditation pose and used the breathing technique. Time passed on, but Oscar did not feel as tired as before. Slowly, his mind sank into a stupor as the outside sounds deafened him. In this stillness, Oscar felt something. He felt a small wisp of glowing light hover over his body. The tiny light got closer to him as Oscar breathed in and entered his skin. A nice warm feeling sprouted out from his chest, reverberating through his body. Oscar felt as though he could see inside himself. He saw the small wisp flow through his body and reach his center. An orb the size of his fist absorbed the light and started to glow a dim, dull shine. Ha ha! Oscar finally broke free of his state and breathed large volumes of air. Don't do that. Take in the air slowly until it fills your lungs, then exhale it slowly. You do not want to overstress your lungs or agitate your mind by doing large intakes, Elder Saul advised. Following Elder Saul's instructions, Oscar breathed in for a few moments and then exhaled. His body stopped trembling and his face was calm, but his eyes were full of excitement and glee. I felt it, the tiny wisps of Ein. Oscar beamed a bright smile. Elder Saul was about to go back to rest until Oscar interrupted. Why did it work? Oscar asked. What? Why did it work this time and not before? You weren't in the right state of mind, Elder Saul sighed. Mind? Oscar did not understand. Being an Exalt relies heavily on having a healthy mind. Nobles like your friend earlier are trained to maintain a good state of mind in most situations. A good state of mind means better senses. So, my mind was unbalanced? You're a commoner and have just arrived at the blue ocean pavilion of everyone's dreams. You passed the trials and became a student here. No matter what you tell yourself, do you think your mind was the slightest bit calm? Like struck by lightning, Oscar felt paralyzed by the truth. Indeed, his mind had been occupied by training and becoming an Exalt, compounded by the deep thoughts about his grade 4 and outer hall. His mind was certainly not in the best state. Now that I've come outside to relax and free my mind, it helped me properly meditate. He felt irritated and worried during the whole Ein meditation back in his room. No wonder he could not sense a single Ein. His mind was too cluttered. Thank you, Elder. Oscar was grateful for this elder's advice. Elder Saul did not reply and went back to sleep. Oscar did not want to interrupt the elder a third time, so he leaped back towards his room. It was starting to get dark, so he needed to return. Fred, I got it. Oscar burst into the room and shocked Frederick out of his bed. OS, you interrupted my meditation. Frederick shouted back and threw his pillow at Oscar, hitting him squarely in the face. Oscar was too excited. He did not mind and cast the pillow aside. Fred, I finally sensed the Ein. I also saw my core. It shone a tiny bit when the Ein entered. Huh? You did it? Frederick was shocked because he expected Oscar to take days before finally entering the state for meditation. It took him a while to properly enter that state. I was outside and Oscar explained where he went and how Elder Saul gave him advice. Frederick looked on in wonder as Oscar retold his tale. There was such a cheat? Frederick roared in anger, making Oscar step back. Goddamn family, forcing me to go through that harsh meditation training. I swear I still have bruises from being hit for moving. Frederick went on a tirade about everything his family did to him so he could meditate properly. Good. Starting tomorrow, I'll relax all I want, Frederick proudly proclaimed. Oscar had a bad feeling and said, I don't think your idea of relaxation is what Elder Saul meant. I just had to get my mind to free itself of all idle thoughts. Doesn't hurt to try, Frederick mumbled. I'm going to meditate more. Oscar did not want to waste another moment. He got on top of his bed and started to meditate. The two meditated again, but this time, Oscar did not seem as irritated or sweaty. His face was peaceful and his mind was clear. He envisioned himself back in the fields at home, losing himself in the tall wheat. Slowly, another wisp of Ein entered Oscar and to his core, which shone a little brighter. However, the process was slow, and his legs were getting numb. He could only see one Ein per 2 hours. Stopping his Ein meditation, Oscar went to the bathroom to take a bath. The water felt soothing after a long 3 days. In the past few days, he slept on an airship and saw the great gates of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. He landed on the great port and saw the largest crowd he had ever seen. He underwent a tiring trial in the mountain. He made a good friend in Frederick. Although it was only 3 days, he felt he could trust Frederick. A noble but a good man. "Hey, are you done in there?" Frederick's voice interrupted his reminiscence. Oscar chuckled and finished bathing, changing into comfortable clothes for sleeping. "It's all yours." Oscar lay down on his bed and closed his eyes. Today was so eventful that Oscar wondered what tomorrow would bring. Eventually, sleep came to Oscar as he drifted into his dreams. During this time at Elder Saul's cabin, a mysterious figure came to where Saul was resting. "This is the second time someone has annoyed me while resting at night. What do you want?" Elder Saul peered at the intruder. It was Great Elder Robert Levitt. "Sorry for the intrusion during your time of rest, but I need to speak to you." Robert bowed. If anyone were present to see this, their eyes would fall out of their sockets. The revered Great Elder Robert spoke respectfully to that Elder Saul, who maintained the fields and cleaned up any mess. "Speak," Elder Saul spoke. "Through our efforts, we have deduced the window of time the Ashen Grove may open. It will be in 4 to 5 years. Ashen Grove? Elder Saul's eyes opened completely. "We will be sending out more resources to the inner and outer halls in hopes of our students getting stronger than before." "Anything else?" Saul asked. "No, that is all." Robert departed, leaving Saul alone on his chair. Elder Saul sighed. "Looks like hectic times are coming." All the students were resting, unaware of the upheaval that was coming. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 9. Grade 1 Elixir. Dawn broke out over the Blue Ocean Pavilion. The two suns rose as their soft morning light beamed on the halls of the pavilion, followed by a breeze that tickled the blades of trees and swayed the tree branches. None of the students were out yet, as they were still asleep. Only a few of the pavilion staff and elders woke up to do their early morning duties. However, there were 2 boys up and about outside their dorms. Oscar was lying on the wide plain, not minding the grass staining his blue uniform. "Ois, why did you wake me up so early?" Frederick yawned as he lazily sat down. Just moments ago, Oscar woke him up to go out when the sun hadn't risen yet. He did not enjoy going down the numerous flights of stairs so early in the morning. Although he grumbled the entire way, he still followed Oscar outside. "I wake up all the time at dawn to help my family on the farm. You'll get used to it, Fred." Oscar smiled as he felt the soft grass underneath him. "Next time, I'm ignoring you and going to sleep," Frederick stated. But the two began to laugh and talk as they relaxed. There was still no hint of anyone else coming out of the dorms. Oscar felt this was the perfect time to meditate. In Ein meditation, he fell into the astral state and sensed the Ein, guiding it into his core. But unexpectedly, Oscar felt another wisp at the same time. 2 Ein wisps were floating around his body. Slowly, they made their way to his core, brightening it up more than before. "Fred!" Oscar was delighted and wanted to tell his friend. "What?" Frederick was amid meditation. He didn't want to fall behind Oscar. "I was able to sense 2 Ein wisps," Oscar boasted. "Congratulations, I can sense 4. Frederick gloated back, dampening Oscar's excitement. "4? How is that possible?" Frederick shrugged his shoulders and replied, "I've trained in meditation since I was young, so I'm well versed in it. Also, being a grade 5 Exaltia means I can gather more. Your core is starting to wake, so you'll eventually see more." "I see." Oscar immediately started meditation. He did not want to fall behind others. Time passed as the two meditated, took a break, and meditated again. They noticed a figure walking toward them. It was Elder Saul. "The 2 of you are up quite early." Elder Saul spoke in the same monotone voice. "Greetings, Elder Saul. I always wake up early to do chores, so it's a habit," Oscar explained. He noticed Elder Saul holding a sickle and asked, "What is Elder Saul doing here?" "I trim the grass so that they do not grow uncontrollably. You leave them alone, and they will take over in no time," Elder Saul dryly replied. "It's the same at my farm. We pluck the weeds and chop the grass. I'm glad to see the place is well cared for. I also thank you for helping me yesterday, Elder Saul." Oscar was also thankful to Elder Saul for maintaining these gardens. It helped him feel comfortable and almost like at home. "That was nothing but a whim. You can leave it at that." Elder Saul dismissed Oscar's gratitude. Frederick, silent in the back, acted at this moment and asked, "Elder Saul, You said relaxation is a way to help your mind. What about my methods? He explained his version of relaxation and wanted Elder Saul's opinion on the matter since Oscar was not that supportive. Elder Saul looked at Frederick like a fool, then voiced the same sentiment. Are you an idiot? That's not relaxation. You would just drown in indulgence and pleasure. Your mind would be the farthest from clear and balanced. Oscar failed to hold in his laughter. Frederick turned red in the face and looked fiercely at Oscar. You dare laugh? Watch how I wreck your clothes later. The sound of laughter continued. Frederick's childish threat was ineffective as Oscar kept up his laugh. Finally, it died down as Oscar apologized. Today is a unique day. Elder Saul's words stopped Oscar and Frederick's friendly banter. Unique? You'll see later. They will announce all students to make their way to the auditorium. Elder Saul departed with these mysterious words. Weird, Frederick mumbled, but his grumbling stomach drew his attention. I am hungry. Let's get breakfast. The dorms were set up in a courtyard with 3 buildings. One of the buildings belonged to the boys, and the other to the girls. A tall wall separated the 2 buildings for obvious reasons. Oscar and Frederick's destination was the 3rd building in the center and connected by paths to both dorms, the commune. The commune was where students could interact and mingle. It contained a series of meeting rooms, a large spacious common area with comfortable seating, and a cafeteria. Inside the cafeteria were a few students who had just woken up and come down for breakfast. They were all tired after a long day prior. Some older students glanced at Oscar and Frederick before returning to eat and converse. Other students were newcomers who wore nervous expressions. Hey, check out some of the girls here. They look pretty, Frederick mischievously whispered in Oscar's ear. The uniform the girls wore were attractive. They wore the same kind of white dress shirt and blue jacket, but they wore blue skirts and thigh-high white socks, leaving a small portion of skin in between. Frederick eyed them with great enthusiasm until Oscar smacked his head to behave. Oscar was inexperienced, but his constant closeness with Isabella gave him some resistance. However, a faint blush showed on his immature face. Ignoring more of Frederick's sinful talk, Oscar got his breakfast and sat down. There was a nice heap of eggs and bacon, followed by toasted bread and a salad. Oscar started wolfing down his meal partly because he was hungry but mostly because it was delicious. It's delicious, Frederick remarked. As they ate, more students arrived for their breakfast. One of them noticed Oscar and Frederick and made their way over. Hey! Oscar and Frederick looked up to see another boy around their age. The person was the one Oscar and Frederick had fought off during the trial, Samuel Carter. His face was twisted in anger, and he bared his teeth like a malicious tiger. What do you want, Samuel Carter? Frederick looked annoyed, and his cheerful face changed to one of silent anger. Oi, is that the right way to talk to a member of the Carter Viscount? Samuel arrogantly declared. His family was Viscounts, a rank higher than a baron like the Klein family. This is the Blue Ocean Pavilion, and there are no rankings here except your strength, Oscar retorted. Samuel stared coldly at Oscar but laughed. If it's strength, you, with that lowly grade 4, can't hold a candle to my grade 6. Samuel recognized Oscar back then. After separating, his proctor Stan behaved coldly and dismissive to him and the others. He felt offended but could not do anything to Stan since he was a knight Exalt. Then during the trial, when he was about to finish off Frederick, this grade 4 brat came from nowhere and beat him down. When he entered the cafeteria and saw the grade 4 boy with the upstart Frederick, a fellow noble whom he despised, he felt gratified he could put both of them down and get his revenge. Say that when we're Exalts and we'll find out. Or would you want a repeat of last time? Oscar clenched his hands and stared at Samuel with undaunting eyes. Samuel was taken aback at how this low-born fool could stare at him with disrespect. He was about to yell before Frederick clasped his shoulder. If you want to talk about our families, let me get my aunt. I'm sure she'll be happy to show you the difference. Samuel went pale. Ivanka Klein was a judge and known amongst the barons and viscounts as a very vindictive person. If she had a case against someone, she would not hesitate to make them suffer. Don't think she can protect you or that grade 4 runt all the time. Samuel knocked off Frederick's hand and left to get breakfast. Having lost their appetite from the unsavory encounter, Oscar and Frederick retreated to their rooms. That guy is a bastard, Frederick nearly spat on the floor, thinking about Samuel. You know him, right? He was gunning for you in the trial. Oscar was calm but furious inside. He's one of those old families that insult mine as upstarts. They've existed for 500 years. At some banquets, he would always try to pick a fight and insult me, Frederick said but sneered. 500 years and still viscounts while my family surpassed them in everything but title. Sooner or later, we'll be viscounts, and they won't have their precious rank to hold over us. So he's just trying to look big? Oscar suspected. His family is stagnating and will decline, so he's eager to make a name for himself. But trying to act like he's above everyone else and bully lower grades is pathetic. Frederick chided Samuel's unpleasant behavior. I'm going to meditate. I won't let that guy get any step ahead of me, Oscar said. An unwilling feeling burned in Oscar. Time and time again, his grade 4 was how people judged him. He needed to prove them wrong. Seeing his friend so serious and already meditating, Frederick went along. For hours, they were deep in Ein meditation. Oscar saw 3 Ein wisps around him. As he absorbed more and more, his core glowed brighter. Reaching his limit, he turned to Frederick, who was still meditating. His grade 5 Xianxia gave him a better rate of Ein accumulation, allowing him to meditate slightly longer. A loud horn resounded all over the outer hall, interrupting their session. Students came out of their rooms and looked at each other in confusion. Once the horn stopped, a loud, booming voice was heard by everyone. All students of the outer hall must come to the auditorium in 20 minutes. Latecomers will be punished. All the students rushed out of their rooms in a frenzy. Like a chaotic mob, they sprinted over the grass plains to the auditorium. Oscar and Frederick were shocked and stared at each other. Elder Saul was right? Frederick was surprised. Don't linger around. Let's move. Oscar sprinted like the other students, making his way to the auditorium. 15 minutes later, they finally arrived. Oscar was ragged and gasping from the trek and sat on one of the rows. Eventually, the entire auditorium was filled up. Oscar didn't realize how spacious this auditorium was. There were thousands of other students seated and chatting away in this place. Oscar spotted Samuel, who was laughing with others, rebuking some of the students around him and making them feel uncomfortable. Bastard, Oscar thought. Finally, 20 minutes had passed since the announcement. A group appeared on the stage of the auditorium. They gave off the aura of seasoned veterans, silencing the entire crowd. Why are there so many elders gathered together? The audience could not help but wonder what event would bring together a group of elders. Not even the inner hall would have this sort of gathering. The elder in the front stepped forward and spoke, his voice echoing across the vast crowd. We are here to announce our pavilion will give a grade 1 Ein amassing elixir to all students in the outer hall once every 3 months. Silence. There was silence for a few moments until the crowd erupted in chaos. The older students were completely astounded with cries of shock or complete speechlessness. Some of the newer students were also the same, but the clueless ones were concerned by others' reactions. Fred, what is this Ein amassing elixir? Oscar was one of the clueless ones. Frederick recovered and said, elixirs are special substances created by alchemists. There are many different kinds of elixirs. The Ein amassing elixir allows you to absorb Ein faster than before, almost twice as much. Oscar was speechless at the miraculous effect of the elixir. But Frederick wasn't finished and continued. It is also a mass of concentrated Ein, more than you could normally absorb. By drinking it, you also intake all that Ein. Can be a boon that boosts you faster than before. Why are they giving away such a precious item? Oscar exclaimed. Frederick looked confused. Typically, they gave out the elixir every half year. What was the reason for changing it? They would be burning through more resources, not to mention the monetary costs. The elder resumed speaking to dispel their confusion. There is news of a great event in the future. Therefore, we must improve the power of our pavilion. A great event? Everyone grew anxious. What kind of event would force the pavilion to take such a loss? In all the years of the pavilion, there had never been this big of a change. Oscar wondered if Elder Saul could tell them. Everyone was granted their elixir. Oscar stared at his in interest. The Ein amassing elixir was a bluish liquid placed in a medium-sized vial about the length of his palm. The liquid was bubbly and slightly glowing. Frederick knew somewhat about the elixir and advised Oscar. They say it's best to use this when trying to advance. I suggest using this when you are close to awakening your core. Oscar grasped the vial and put it away, nodding at Frederick. He could not wait to return to his room and begin meditating earnestly. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 10. Lower Apprentice Exalt. Weeks passed since the amassing elixirs were distributed. Although no one knew the reason, they could feel a sense of foreboding, as if this were a respite before a horrific event. Knowing that these vials were early for a reason, all the new students had locked themselves into private meditation. Except for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, they all stayed inside to train. Oscar was not an exception. He continually came down early morning to rest on the grass but cut his rest short to return to his room. In all this time, he had gotten to the point of sensing 30 wisps of ein. At a certain point, they say it is pointless to count as the ein would become a flood rather than tiny droplets. I'm almost ready. Once the core was filled with ein, light condensed into a singular point in the center. Once the point became as small as a seed, it was at the point of awakening. Frederick saw his core reach this stage and knew it was time. Good luck, Fred. Oscar worried for his friend. If the awakening failed, Frederick might have to wait until the next distribution of the elixir. People needed an enormous amount of ein to facilitate the awakening. That was why people normally accumulated resources before advancing through the subsequent stages. You can keep watch if you like. Frederick stuck his thumb up in confidence. Oscar sat down on his chair to observe. Frederick pulled out the vial of elixir and drank the entire solution in a single swig. In a matter of seconds, Frederick started to sweat profusely and his reddened face contorted in pain. Oscar felt Frederick's flushed face looked similar to his father when drunk off the ale. Growling, Frederick groaned and growled. Veins popped out over his arms and head. His muscles tightened so much that they were visibly showing. Frederick could not control himself and let out a painful cry. Thankfully, the rooms were sound insulated so that no one could hear. Oscar was not so lucky since he was in the room. Hearing Frederick's cries of pain amplified Oscar's worry. The air changed as some pressure emanated from Frederick. His hair stood up, eyes opened wide, and pupils glowed as a green aura wrapped around him. Frederick said nothing but made an okay sign with his hand. He was visibly exhausted but made a satisfied smile. Oscar rushed next to Frederick and slapped him on the shoulder in congratulation. How does it feel? Feels amazing. I've never felt like this. This is what an exalt is. Frederick held his hands to his face and teared up. For so many years, he had prepared and trained through rigorous trials. It was all for this moment. Hey, don't be too satisfied. You're only a lower apprentice exalt. The apprentice exalt consisted of the lower, middle, and greater apprentice stages. Lowers was just the entry into the life of an exalt. They still had a long way to go. After Frederick settled down his erratic ein, they went to lunch. On their way, they ran into Samuel, who was strutting around in an overbearing mood. You guys still haven't advanced? Samuel mocked Frederick and Oscar. Thanks to his grade 6 Xianxia and the elixir, he became a lower apprentice exalt a few days ago. Because of that, Frederick and Oscar tried their best to avoid him by eating their meals as fast as possible and leaving before they could meet. Due to Frederick's advancement, they forgot to keep up their guard. Oscar stepped forward. Don't have any common sense? What? Samuel's tone turned hostile at Oscar's insult. As grade 4 and 5, it's natural we're a bit slower. You're boasting so much. But isn't it true that those grade 7 students broke through faster than you? Oscar was not kind in his words and spat poison directly at Samuel's ego. He thought of Samuel as nothing more than a coward who avoided fighting against those with higher grades. Bullying those who can't fight back is just pathetic. Oscar was relentless and continued digging into Samuel. Bastard! Samuel rushed forward and threw out his fist, coated in a yellow shroud of ein. If this fist hit Oscar, a normal mortal, it would tear him apart. Oscar felt death was coming for him, but he clenched his teeth and stood his ground. He was confident. Suddenly, Frederick cut in between and stuck out his own fist. The two blows collided in a mess of yellow and green as their eins clashed. The grass blew back, scattering around them. Back off, Samuel, Frederick spat out coldly. He has had enough of Samuel's act. Thanks, Fred. Oscar was confident that Frederick would help him. You owe me for this, Oz. Frederick pushed off, creating some distance between him and Samuel. Samuel looked at the back of his hand, which was reddened and slightly bleeding. He could not believe Frederick had managed to receive his blow and inflict a slight wound. His family, the Carter Viscounts, was slowly declining. Despite their long history, they produced mediocre exalts one after the other. The other great families easily gained knight and even marshal exalts, but his family had very few knight exalts that were getting old. He could not allow any signs of weakness. What kind of laughingstock would he be if this commoner could insult him, and that this lowly upstart son of a baron matched him in combat? No, Samuel Carter was unwilling. You'll pay for this. His eyes flared with fury. The Ein looked slightly disturbed around him, making Oscar and Frederick fall back. Samuel's entire body was wrapped in yellow Ein like a soft flame. Most of it separated and condensed in the air. The mass of Samuel's Ein concentrated and took the form of a yellow tiger. His anima? Oscar yelped in surprise at the hostile yellow tiger next to Samuel. He stepped forward and growled at them. My tiger here will rip you both apart. Don't worry, Frederick. I'll make sure Teresa can see your pathetic self. Not that she'd care. Samuel smiled maliciously. Bastard. Frederick's voice turned deep with hatred, stunning Oscar, who had never seen Frederick like this. Frederick condensed his Ein like Samuel. It was about to condense until an elderly monotone voice interrupted. Stop. The three students looked at the newcomer, Elder Saul, who looked slightly displeased. Oscar and Frederick shivered because they had gotten acquainted with Elder Saul numerous times and knew his lazy demeanor. What sort of trouble were they in for pissing off this old gardener? Samuel was less than pleased at the interference. He shouted at Elder Saul. These two insulted me. Don't stop me from claiming justice. Elder Saul's face dropped even colder at Samuel's tone. He waved his hand, and the three knelt on the floor, unable to get back up. Fighting each other without permission is prohibited. If you want to fight, apply for a duel and settle it. You've messed up my grass, so stop now, or I'll send the three of you to the Abyss Prison. The three of them paled further at the threat. The Abyss Prison was where students were sent to be punished. It was devoid of Ein and let out harsh cold that chilled the bone. Students who were sent there returned more silent and behaved than before. We'll stop, Oscar said. The pressure disappeared, and Oscar was able to stand back up. Samuel's tiger dissipated in flakes of yellow Ein. He departed, but not without staring daggers at Oscar and Frederick. Little brat, Elder Saul mumbled. Samuel's attitude rubbed everyone the wrong way, even this lackadaisical Elder Saul. Boy, you've become a lower apprentice Exalt. Elder Saul saw through Frederick's level. I have. Thank you, Elder Saul, for stopping Samuel. I almost broke the rules in my anger. Frederick bowed while Oscar looked worried. Oscar looked down at the roughed-up patches of dirt and overturned grass. We can help fix this for you. Oscar suggested they help Elder Saul since they were partly responsible for the damage. Elder Saul waved his hand and said, It's fine. You should get back to your training. Become an Exalt if you don't want to be helpless like before. His words pierced Oscar's worry. He was right. Oscar could not rely on Frederick forever. He needed to be able to stand up for himself. As Elder Saul left, Oscar asked Frederick, Who is Teresa? Frederick did not respond, but his face looked sad, and his sharp shoulders drooped down. Oscar could tell this Teresa was a sensitive topic for Frederick. You don't have to tell me. Let's go back. Thanks, Oz. Frederick put on a smile, but Oscar could see it was forced. They remained silent the entire way back. A few days passed since the altercation with Samuel. Frederick was getting used to his body's new power. Though he kept his anima a secret from Oscar, they decided to tell each other their anima at the same time. Trying hard to keep the promise, Oscar delved into his Ein meditation more frequently. Even outside early morning, he sought to meditate on the soft grass. It went on until, finally, Oscar noticed his core changing. At his previous meditation session, the last wisp of Ein entered his core. It flared up more brightly than ever as the light inside became smaller and smaller. The brightness of the core was still the same, but Oscar could make out a small sphere in the center of his core. It was like a beautiful marble contained inside a glass ball. It was the moment Oscar had been waiting for. This was the limit of his mortal body, and it was time to become an Exalt. Fred, I'm ready. Oscar looked serious as he pulled out the iron-amassing elixir as Frederick looked on. He downed the formula and waited. Suddenly, Oscar felt a searing heat like magma erupting from his chest. He saw numerous wisps of iron flood around his body and enter. His core spun and spun as it rapidly devoured the iron. To break through to the lower apprentice Exalt, he needed to take in more iron than usual to facilitate this spinning. As the core spins, it would transform and undo his mortal shackles. Oscar felt his blood boil. No wonder Frederick had veins popping out and tightened his muscles. The pain from the heat itself was enough to make him clench his entire body. But the most painful was the core's spinning. Oscar felt like he had lost any sense of direction and nearly vomited from the confusion. But he maintained his breathing and meditated. Despite feeling like he was falling all over, he was still on the bed. Finally, the absorption of the iron from outside stopped. However, Oscar knew this was not over. The concentrated iron in the elixir seeped into his body from the stomach and bombarded the core. The core increased its speed, glowing brightly blue. Blood flowed from Oscar's nose, shocking Frederick, who wanted to help. But interrupting this process would be detrimental to Oscar, so he remained still and prayed for his friend's success. Oscar screamed as the last of the iron was absorbed. The core finally stopped, but his chest felt like one of the suns was inside. It was hot, sending waves of sharp pain through his nerves. His core had advanced. Oscar found himself in a dark space. This was the form of his soul when inside his inner space. He looked up to see his new core. This core was sky blue and had patterns of geometric shapes on it. Oscar felt it looked akin to an egg. Then he saw a flurry of iron come out of his orb and form an animal on top. It lay on top of the core and looked around before meeting Oscar's eyes. It had small antlers and a thin body, while its eyes looked kind and full of life. Oscar recognized the animal. It was an animal he saw nearly every day in the forest, sometimes munching on the grass near his home. It was his anima, a young deer. He knew he had finally ascended as an Exalt. He was now a lower apprentice Exalt. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 11. To the archives. Oscar snapped his eyes open. A glow of blue streaks in his pupils made him seem unearthly. A coat of blue iron flowed out, encasing his entire body. He felt incredible power flowing through him. That's how you do it. Congratulations. Ois. Frederick was happy about Oscar's success. He was worried when Oscar started bleeding, but it all worked out. Here's a napkin, Frederick said. Oscar did not notice the blood until Frederick mentioned it. There was blood on his clothes and still dripping down his nose. After cleaning himself, Oscar lay on his bed. He felt so light, as if he could fly. He turned to Frederick and said, "All right, it's time to show off our anima. You broke through first, so you show yours." Frederick focused his mind, and the green iron collected above him. Each wisp of iron transformed into a feather, and they collected into a large bundle of feathers. The feathers parted into wings, revealing a beak and 2 green eyes. It was a hawk, one of the many birds that occupied the wide sky. Oscar read about them and how they were fast diverse, swooping in for their prey. How is it? This majestic, is it not? Not bad for grade 5. Frederick grinned while the hawk perched itself on his shoulder. It let out a piercing cry, matching its master's mood. The anima is said to be another part of your being. Thus it mirrors what you feel and your desires. Even anima of inanimate objects would showcase such behavior in their unique way. Your turn. Frederick gestured for Oscar to present his anima. Oscar focused his attention on the deer standing on top of his core. It sensed Oscar's will and immediately rushed out of his inner space. Outside, the blue iron condensed next to Oscar and formed the deer. It let out a loud grunt, startling Frederick. A deer? Frederick noticed the antlers. A deer. Oscar embarrassingly palmed his face. He did not know what his deer could do, but it looked really weak compared to Samuel's tiger. His deer anima next to him sensed his lamentations and whimpered. "Don't worry, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with a deer. Those antlers look deadly." Frederick tried to console Oscar and come up with some positives about it. It was different compared to his hawk that could fly around. Oscar was still a little down and knelt to pet his deer. It rubbed lovingly on Oscar's hand, letting out a cute sound. It's cute, but is that all it is? Oscar sighed. Frederick thought hard about how to cheer Oscar up. After some pondering, he had a brilliant idea. Hey, now that we're both Exalts, do you know what we can do? Frederick asked. What? Oscar listlessly said. We can go to the Neptune archives. Oscar immediately stood up while his deer began prancing around. How could he have forgotten about the archives? Various places and facilities in the Blue Ocean Pavilion were closed to anyone who wasn't an Exalt. Some examples were occasional lectures in the Outer Hall, the Mission Center, and the Neptune archives. After seeing Oscar's delighted face, Frederick knew he was right on the money. He saw Oscar reading many times when he was not training. Surely the books in the Neptune archives would brighten his friend's mood. Let's head out. Oscar retrieved his anima and quickly left. The two set out on the path toward the Neptune archives. As they traveled, their surroundings changed. Instead of the usual grassy plains, they saw more pristine and grand buildings. The Neptune archives was located in the town, the Azure City, inside the Blue Ocean Pavilion. It was closer to a city than a town due to its size. A platoon of night exalts guarded the gateway to this town. They stopped Oscar and Frederick from entering. The two released their exalt aura, letting the guards know they had the qualifications to enter. You can go in, do not cause trouble. A guard waved them in but not before warning them. Any troublemakers in the town were immediately locked up in the Abyss prison. We will make sure. Oscar and Frederick entered the town and beheld a lot of activity. There were various restaurants and shops. Some shops were owned by outside merchants, while others were run by other students trying to sell their extra inventory. Selling a grade 2 elixir. Ask me for more details. I have some good weapons for sale. Clamors and commotions abounded as Oscar nudged through the crowds of students. The Azure City was open to every student who was an Exalt, so there was always a mass gathered inside. Over here, Frederick guided Oscar through the crowd. They went through various alleyways that Frederick learned from his aunt, Ivanka. Finally, they arrived in front of the Neptune archives. It was a beautiful building. Large pillars upheld its marble ceiling. Great carvings of scrolls and quills adorned the arches. Water flowed from its peak dome down to the small pools surrounding it through aqueducts. Oscar stepped onto the bridge to get to the entrance. What he saw inside took his breath away. The shelves were endless, stretching all over the archives. Oscar could not tell how many books were on the first floor alone. Oscar felt he could sit here forever and read until old age. What do you think? Isn't it amazing? Frederick also gazed in wonder at the beautiful interior. Thanks, Fred. Oscar did not forget that Frederick brought him here to cheer him up. Oscar ran to one of the bookshelves like a child running toward their presence. It was a section on herbology. Oscar eagerly picked up one of the books and started reading. Frederick turned his eyes to another section and took out a book. Hours passed. Frederick was starting to get extremely bored, nearly falling asleep. He tried to focus more for Oscar's sake, but his inbuilt laziness took over. He preferred action rather than reading. Peering over, he saw Oscar was still engrossed in another book. What are you reading? Frederick wondered. It's a book on anima and how to utilize them, Oscar responded. He fell into depression earlier, but coming to this place helped clear his mind. Oscar needed to be better at using his anima, as Lewis mentioned. Although he was not sure about the capabilities of his deer, it was still an animal. I'm looking for advice on how animal-type anima works. I'm sure we have a lecture coming up for newcomers. It's one of the consistent ones they do every year. They will mention anima and other auxiliary topics related to exalts. Frederick remembered the schedule on the dorm bulletin board. The lecture was done 1 month after student admissions. Better to know more about the topic to ask better questions, Oscar said in a scholarly manner, making Frederick wince as it sounded like something his mother would say. OS would have been better to be born as a scholar or a minister's son. Frederick thought it was a tragedy since Oscar was obsessed with new knowledge and how he could apply them. Oh! Frederick's eyes brightened as he saw a certain figure enter the Neptune archives. He nudged Oscar away from his book. OS, look who just entered. Frederick's face was slightly shocked. Oscar was annoyed when Frederick dragged him off and wondered who Frederick was looking at. He had never seen Frederick look dumbfounded like this. Oscar turned to where Frederick was staring and stopped. It was a girl around their age. She had beautiful silver hair that grew down to her thin waist. The student uniform was already eye-catching on other girls, but it suited this girl the most. To Oscar, the most beautiful part was her emerald eyes that shined like jewels. They gave off a divine feeling. Everyone in the archives stopped what they were doing to look at this goddess. She had an expressionless face and continued walking away. No one dared to follow her. Who is that? Oscar shook his head, thinking he needed to focus on being a powerful Exalt and books rather than girls. But he could not help but be curious about her. She's the grade 8 I told you about earlier. She's the princess of our brilliant Drake Empire. Her Highness, Celestina Lovra Dragner. Frederick spoke respectfully. Long ago, he saw her at a banquet but never approached. After all, it was not his place to interact with her in the first place. That was why he never had any thoughts of trying to get close to her. That would be a calamity, Frederick thought. Celestina? Oscar mumbled. Frederick smacked his head and said, Princess. Call her princess. I thought we were not supposed to be concerned about ranks. Otherwise, I'd be calling you Great Frederick. Oscar rubbed the spot Frederick hit. It's fine for others, but she's a different case. Okay, Oscar blandly stated and returned to reading his book. Rather than think about a princess he would never interact with, he'd focus on himself. This guy, Frederick palmed his face in frustration. Was Oscar addled in the head? Frederick tried numerous times to get Oscar acquainted with different girls, but most of his attempts were unsuccessful. Oscar flipped through the pages as his reading speed was quite fast. He stopped at a page describing the uses of the anima. Interesting, there are different stages in anima as well. The first stage is the manifestation stage, which Oscar and Frederick were currently in. Their anima manifests on the outside and can interact with the physical world. The second stage is the meld stage. This one is more complicated since it merges the anima with an object. The meld stage was where the weapon types like sword anima shined. Melding a sword anima into a real sword would have devastating effects. The third and final stage is the integration stage. It is fusing the anima inside yourself. The resulting outcome is different based on the anima. That sounds amazing. What would happen if I integrated with my deer? Oscar imagined having antlers and mowing down his enemies, though it seemed ridiculous in his imagination. Let's run. Oh. Suddenly, Oscar was dragged again into a corner away from the entrance. He tried to say something, but Frederick silenced him with an angry look. What is it now? Oscar was annoyed. This was the second time Frederick stopped his reading. It's Gilbert, Frederick growled. Gilbert Lockwood? The grade 9? Oscar took a peek at the entrance. He witnessed everyone staring at a figure at the entrance in fear, awe, and unwillingness. The man had a beautiful bed of blue hair with blue eyes. He was slim and tall, yet Oscar could see parts of his arm that showed parts of his incredibly toned body. Gilbert glanced around the archives in search of something. His eyes briefly met Oscar's, and Oscar felt like lightning shot straight into him. It was only a moment, but he broke out in a cold sweat. Gilbert did not linger and walked further inside, to the relief of everyone. I told you, didn't I? That guy is bad news. Frederick drank some water to calm down and passed it along to Oscar. Why do you think he's here? Oscar wondered. I heard he's trying to woo the princess. Out of everyone here, he does have the qualifications with that grade 9 Xianxia. Frederick grumbled. That seems very likely. Oscar saw that Gilbert had no interest in the books and came here for another purpose. What could draw him here if not the princess? I want to head back, Frederick said solemnly. Sure. Let's go back to our room. Oscar agreed. After that small encounter with Gilbert, Oscar didn't feel like staying. Plus, Frederick was behaving strangely. Grade 9. It truly is terrifying. Oscar furrowed his brows. Could he catch up with his grade 4? Or would he waste away like the student guide Nicholas? Such worries invaded his mind that he was not in the state to meditate for the rest of the day. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 12. The first lecture. One of the best features of the outer hall was the training area. It contained many private rooms for individual training to meditate for days, food reserves so a person could stay for a long time, and combat rooms where students sparred. Within one of the combat rooms, Oscar and Frederick traded blows. They reserved it for the entire day to hone their lower apprentice Exalt powers. Simply having the power was not enough. They needed to sharpen themselves and be versatile in utilizing it. Oscar, clad in blue iron, rushed towards Frederick. His speed was unlike anything he had experienced before, and he arrived in front of Frederick. He lowered his stance and kicked his leg towards Frederick's side. Frederick stepped back to avoid it, but Oscar would not let him go easily. He was quick on his feet and followed Frederick tightly. He tried to swing a punch from the side onto Frederick's head this time. Frederick blocked the blow with a crossguard. Then, one of his hands immediately grabbed onto Oscar's extended arm before he could retract. Frederick turned around while grabbing Oscar's arm and lifted Oscar off the ground, swinging Oscar over his shoulder. The ground slammed with a loud shake as Oscar landed flat on his back. Although his blue iron prevented any significant damage, it was immensely painful. Oscar let out a groan of pain. He and Frederick had sparred multiple times today, yet he could not get a single victory. Frederick stood above Oscar and made a victory sign with a wide smile. "Os, you need to work on your moves." Frederick helped Oscar, who was rubbing his back, up. "I didn't expect you to grab my punch like that." Oscar was impressed by the way Frederick moved. "I trained in battle since I was young, so it's an obvious result. However, your attacks hurt. You have one heck of a fist." They took a break to catch their breath and replenish their thirst and hunger. Frederick noted some improvements Oscar could make to be a better fighter. "As we become more powerful Exalts, it's better to have a good mastery of Ein and the body. When you attack, you should think about your next move. Your last punch stayed still for too long, allowing me to grab it. Be quick on your moves." Oscar nodded before taking out a book he borrowed from the Neptune archives. It was a book on basic martial arts. When he first borrowed it, Frederick laughed. How can the book help? They set it up so they would take 30-minute breaks between each sparring session. "Let's begin." 30 minutes passed, and Oscar reviewed more of the book. He felt ready to get his victory. "Don't get hurt too badly." Frederick got into his stance with his two hands held up, one to his chin and the other by his ribcage. Oscar held a similar stance but held both hands near his chin. At the sound of the bell, the two clashed. Frederick let out a flurry of jabs trying to tap Oscar on the head, but Oscar sidestepped each one. Then, as Oscar closed in, Frederick responded with a low kick to knock him off balance. Oscar hopped to avoid it, but that left him open in the air for Frederick's right punch to his body. Oscar reacted in time to block it but was flung a few meters back. He stumbled a little before regaining his footing. Frederick did not miss this chance and punched repeatedly. Oscar struggled to dodge and block, allowing Frederick's second kick to sweep him off his feet. "Damn!" Oscar gasped for air while lying down on the floor. Frederick wiped off his sweat with a towel while tossing another to Oscar. "You need to work on your legs. Maintain a well-balanced footing, and you won't be dragged in the mud like that." "I had to jump when you kicked," Oscar said. "It's better to counter with your kick or step back to find another way to attack. If you could fly, that would work. But the whole point is to know your space and what you can do." Frederick was serious whenever he talked about fighting or exalts. Although he fooled around many times, he was very persistent in his training. Footing, Oscar always thought he had a good sense of balance due to his experience working on the stables on his farm. But fighting was different and he got flustered in some moments, leading to his loss. "We have 1 more hour left. Let's practice our anima." Frederick suggested they switch armaments to do something else. He knew Oscar would need time to make adjustments and improve. "It's 10-0. I swear, I'll knock you out." Oscar declared his intent to bash Frederick down. Frederick responded with a smirk and manifested his anima, the green hawk. He soared around before diving towards Oscar. "Sore winner." Oscar focused his Ein, manifesting the blue deer anima. It trotted towards the hawk and stabbed its antlers forward. The blue and green anima clashed. The beak collided against the antler. The air was disturbed as a small whirl of Ein exploded outward. The hawk fell back and perched itself on Frederick's shoulder while Oscar's deer fell back to his side. Oscar felt a small pang of pain in his chest. It was his Xianxia core. Oscar noticed a part of his deer's antlers was chipped. He read that damage to the anima would result in pain to its wielder. Frederick felt pain from a small crack on his bird's beak, but not as much as Oscar. The two focused as Ein gathered and recovered the injured parts of their animus. The deer anima took more damage. Grade 4 has less resistance, Oscar sighed. Don't overthink it. My bird's beak is sharper and more specialized in that diving maneuver. Your deer blocked it with only a scratch and even countered. Frederick was surprised at the sturdiness of Oscar's deer. It was known that deer antlers were quite hard, so it wasn't unbelievable. But not good enough. Oscar sighed and noticed the time. We should get dinner and rest. Tomorrow is the first lecture. Still got a little time in this room. Let's continue. Frederick wanted to get one more spar in. The two clashed their animus again. After that, they began honing their animus abilities. Frederick made many flight patterns with his hawk while Oscar controlled his deer to sprint back and forth. After a long, exhausting training session, they stumbled into the commune, ate a hearty dinner, and slept the night away. In the early morning, Oscar was on the grass plains. He released his deer anima and let it prance around. The good mood of the deer affected him to be happier as well. He let out a peaceful smile and a long breath of relief. The month had been full of training, but this small respite in the morning was what Oscar loved. Your anima is very lively. Elder Saul appeared out of nowhere and spoke to Oscar. Oscar let his deer run free the past few days, so Elder Saul was aware. He would often remain silent and watch as the deer anima rolled around. Sorry about the grass. Oscar shyly apologized for his deer's behavior. The wielder controls anima, but animal types are capable of independent actions. Oscar let his deer control itself in the mornings. It's fine. Rather than idiots messing it up, it's better suited for this scenery. He was correct. The view of the deer hopping and trotting around the grassy plains was a good match and natural. It is also good to let your anima learn independence. You never know when they may do something unexpected that helps you. Elder Saul talked more than before, as he advised Oscar. Oscar nodded, noting the elder's words in his heart. The relationship between the wielder and the anima propelled them to the next stage. Oscar yearned to reach the integration stage. The lecture will start soon. You should go on your way. Elder Saul yawned and wandered away. After a few more minutes, Oscar felt he was out long enough and returned to the dorms. Before entering inside, Samuel popped up and stopped him. Out of my way. Oscar did not want to deal with Samuel at this time. Don't think you can keep running away. You will accept my duel request. Samuel tried numerous times to goad Oscar into a duel to teach him a lesson. Normally, people would accept lest they be mocked for being a coward. Oscar was different and did not care about what others thought of him. He was already a grade 4 at the bottom, so what difference are a little more jeers? Oscar was determined to fight when he was prepared and ready. The last few spars with Frederick showed him his shortcomings. You're wasting your time. If you want to fight, just go for people who would give you a challenge, Oscar sarcastically stated. In the future, he was determined to stomp Samuel underfoot. He moved to the side and walked past Samuel, who could not do anything. Any complaint could lead to him being put away. Oscar was irritated and moved along to his room. Inside, Frederick was still snoring while mumbling some incoherent sentences. Wake up, Fred. The lecture is starting soon. Oscar shook Frederick to wake him up, but Frederick remained still. Having little patience and slightly irritated by Samuel, Oscar took some water and splashed it on Frederick. Cold? Frederick snapped awake and jumped out of bed. His hair was wet as water dripped down his face. Finally, he realized what had happened and stared at Oscar in shock. I told you to wake up, Oscar grinned. Frederick grumbled as he changed his clothes and tidied up his wet hair. Together they left for the auditorium. Unlike the last time, the crowd was not as enormous. This lecture was specifically for new students, so the older ones did not attend. An instructor waited for the students to arrive. He remained stoic, with his hands collapsed behind his back. Welcome, everyone. I am Preceptor Frank Dullen. I will teach everyone about the possibilities that are open to Exalts. The crowd made not a single sound to catch every word from Frank. A lecture was a rare opportunity in the outer hall. They needed to benefit from it however much they could. Frank waved his hand as images showed above him. There were potions, animals, weapons, scrolls, and some floating orbs. The potions came forward and enlarged themselves before the crowd. As an Exalt, there are many different possibilities. Naturally, you are all warriors with fighting capabilities, but Exalts can be so much more. Alchemists who create elixirs. The Ein amassing elixir distributed a month ago was created by the efforts of our alchemists. Alchemists combine their Ein with ingredients like plants, bones, blood, and others to create elixirs. The process is meticulous and precise. Therefore, there are many failures while concocting an elixir. The difficulty goes up as the grades increase. Elixirs are categorized from grade 1 to grade 9, much like our own Xianxia. Anyone can try to be an alchemist, but very few have the talent for it. The anima within us is a good indicator of talent. Plant-type anima and anima of tools related to alchemy are the best. Some students' eyes glinted with yearning. They had those kinds of anima, so perhaps they were capable alchemists. The Palace of Whirlpools is where you can seek guidance in alchemy. But as outer hall students, you would have less access to resources and instruction. The students looked disappointed but also gave off a feeling of helplessness. In the end, they could not enjoy everything as outer hall students. Ignoring their woes, Frank waved his hands as the potion image shrank and flew to the back. In its place, the animals enlarged and strode forward. Some Exalts prefer to build a partnership with other beasts as a companion in their journey. There are many different kinds of beasts throughout the world. Our Blue Ocean Pavilion and the Brilliant Drake Empire worked hard to create safe zones where the civilians live. So some of you may never have seen any of them. Once you leave those safe zones, you will see them. They are far different from your usual horse and deer. The beasts are also capable of Ein. They can become stronger like us Exalts, so we call them Exalt beasts. Their strengths are divided in the same way as our Exalt stages. From apprentice Exalt beasts to king Exalt beasts. Some students made audible gasps as they had never heard this before. Oscar would have been the same, but he read about the Exalt beasts in the Neptune archives. He could not believe it when he first learned about it, so their reactions were not surprising. Exalts are capable of forming a bond with Exalt beasts. However, an Exalt beast can be aggressive or unwilling. Often, they attack without even thinking about it. This is where the animal anima can shine. If you have the anima related to a certain Exalt beast, you have a better chance than others to form a bond. Some Exalt beasts may take the initiative to come to you and willingly follow. Oscar did not read about this in the book on basic anima. He was elated at first to hear he could have a partner that would fight alongside him. This way, he could overcome the difference between Xianxia grades. But a question popped up. Were there any deer-based Exalt beasts? An Exalt beast is a powerful ally who can grow with you. There is a level above simple taming that is stronger. It is to make a soul connection with the beast, and it can only be done if the two are willing to lay their lives together. However, forming a connection means you will die if the Exalt beast dies. The crowd thought it was ridiculous to leave their life in the hands of a beast. Only an idiot would form a soul connection despite the power it can give. The menagerie is where you can meet and tame the beasts we have reared. Once again, the images rotated, and the weapons and armor replaced the animals. When it comes to a graded armament, it is very versatile. There are hundreds of different types, all ranging from swords to helmets. Armaments are also divided into grades 1 to grade 9. A grade 9 weapon is said to be the weapon of the gods. The gods? Oscar was shocked and wondered if the gods were real. Frank ignored the clamoring of the students and continued to lecture. The graded armament can have special properties that allow them to have effects such as a spell engraved within them. The weapon and armor animus are amazing for this. Once you reach the meld stage, you can merge your anima into the weapon it resembles. This strengthens the weapon and protects your anima from harm thanks to the new body. That is why weapon and armor animus are heavily favored for battle since they are devastatingly strong from the meld stage. However, others cannot showcase their fullest potential until the integration stage. Of course, how is it made? We have fabricators who are Exalts capable of creating graded armament. Much like alchemists, they are very specialized in it. Fabricators typically have an anima related to it like hammers and tools. The foundry is where our fabricators reside, and they provide an elementary course. Frank noted that he had spoken long enough and suggested a break. None of the students moved from their seats and burst into conversations about what they had learned. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 13. Oscar's First Spell. After the brief respite, Frank resumed the lecture. The image of the scroll was now at the forefront. How do Exalts fight? I've seen some of you continue meditating while others train in combat. That is all good. Every attack of an Exalt is infused with Ein and is deadlier than ordinary attacks. But that is just simple motions. An Exalt can flow the Ein in certain ways, to attack in a particular manner, and to twist the nature around them. Those are spells. Spells are techniques that utilize the Ein in your body or weapon. Frank stuck out his hand, and suddenly a ball of fire appeared, much to the crowd's surprise. He threw the fire upwards high into the air, where it exploded. The winds blew back from the explosion, brushing everyone's hair back. Using the Ein properly, I could transform it into flames. This particular spell is the Grade 1 spell, Combust, which makes my fire explode in a flash. A spell is to transform and adjust Ein so that it can have various effects, giving the Ein purpose. All of a sudden, flames engulfed his hands. The students were shocked, but Frank was undisturbed by it. See, my Ein transformed into flames, but it is undirected, without motive. Watch as I complete my spell to give it a purpose. Frank concentrated as the fire shrank but grew deeper in red. Finally, it stopped until it looked like Frank was wearing a pair of bright red gloves. Oscar could see the flames waving and flickering on the surface of the gloves. This is the Grade 2 spell, Fists of Fury, a spell meant for physical attacks. A boulder appeared out of nowhere next to Frank. He slammed his fist straight into it. Students watched in horror as the rock melted against the fierce heat of Frank's fist. These spells seem far deadlier in my hands because of my Exalt power. However, they are still strong in your inexperienced hands. Frank was a Knight Exalt. Thus his control and force on Ein were far above these students. If they used the Grade 1 Combust spell, it would only be a small explosion, unlike the blast he exhibited. As you become stronger, you can invoke more powerful spells. They are divided by grades, from Grade 1 to 9. Apprentice Exalts like yourself can only do Grade 1, but perhaps a few among you can handle the strain of Grade 2 in the Greater Apprentice stage. The Neptune Archives contains all the spells and knowledge you want. However, you must acquire contribution points from missions and tasks to purchase a spell. Thankfully, as new students, you all have the right to one free Grade 1 spell. Oscar was confused because he's been to the Neptune Archives almost every day but never heard of it. Frederick pulled him aside and said, "I guess we should have asked. Damn that old witch. She never told me about this." Frederick grumbled about his aunt, who kept some information from him. He was too scared to confront her directly, so he could only whisper his complaints. "We should leave after this lecture is over as soon as possible." After this, Oscar knew there would be a mass exodus of people crowding toward the Neptune Archives. Any second spent understanding and practicing the spell would be a great boon. Frank clapped his hands together to silence the excited students. He knew they were eager to get a free spell, but he did not enjoy being sidetracked. In the end, being young was to be very distracted. As members of the Blue Ocean Pavilion, you must become stronger. Remember that only the strongest will thrive. Now we have come to an end. Good luck to you all. Frank flew away before everyone's eyes. They were still for a moment, but then they became frenzied. Oscar and Frederick pushed through everyone in their way. It was the moment Oscar was ready for. Some students shoved each other down to the ground, their eyes gleaming with desire. Everyone was on their way to get a spell. The gate to the Azure City was uneventful today. The guards watched as students passed in and out throughout the morning. However, their faces were tense because they knew what was coming. Every year, after the first month of admission, an unruly crowd of students stomps toward the gate. The guards were Knight Exalts, but dealing with thousands of people was still a tall task. The ground rumbled and shook. The guards and some oblivious students heard the roars. One of the guards directed the students to move out of the way. They saw a massive crowd on the horizon. Oscar and Frederick managed to reach the forefront and rushed inside Azure City. The guards backed away more as streams of students bulldozed their way through. This way, they went into an alleyway and came out in front of the Neptune Archives after a series of turns. The peaceful and regal atmosphere of the Neptune Archives was cut short as Oscar noticed the mass crowd thrashing their way toward the entrance. Get inside, Frederick screamed. Oscar and Frederick leaped across the bridge and went to the front desk. We would like the free grade 1 spell. Oscar's face was flushed with excitement. The librarian was an old lady with kind eyes. She recognized Oscar as an avid reader who was here nearly every day. She smiled and placed a catalog in front of him and Frederick. Choose a spell from this grade 1 catalog. Let me know, and I will bring out a copy. Oscar and Frederick flipped through the catalog. As they did, the crowd of outer hall students finally came forward. The old librarian was not affected by the yells around her. She stared at them and released her Knight Exalt aura, deafening the crowd's words. The librarians will help you, but only when you are in order. The crowd did not wish to offend a Knight Exalt and followed her orders. She winked at Oscar with his mouth gaping open. He never thought he was acquainted with a Knight Exalt like this. Frederick flipped through and spotted a spell he liked. He went to the old lady waiting for them and pointed to the spell. Grade 1 Wind Step. Oscar looked on in confusion because he thought Frederick was the more aggressive person. It's suitable, Frederick said. Don't let anyone else know. Oscar nodded. Knowing a person's arsenal of spells is akin to knowing their weak points. The worst thing for an Exalt was to be met with horrifying counters with no way to stop them. Oscar scanned through the catalog, looking through the various spells. None of the attack and defense spells were enticing. This was a free opportunity, so he needed a good spell he could use in any situation. His fingers traced down the pages until they stopped on one line. Oscar read it carefully. Grade 1 Stone Gaze. Stop an enemy's movements with a look of your eyes. This is it. Oscar knew this was what he needed. As a grade 4, he needed more than simple attacks or defense. He needed abilities that could surprise the opponent or lead to an overturn when used correctly. Elder, I would like this one. The old librarian had just come out with Frederick's spell and took note of Oscar's choice. She looked amused that the young student would choose this. They often want something to enhance their attack or defense. I'll be right back. The librarian came back moments later with Oscar's spell. It was a scroll encased in a tube container. She took Oscar's hand and pricked a bit of blood, placing it in a slot in the container. You will have the spell to study for a week. It has been modified so no one can read it but you. Remember, you cannot share the spells with others, or else you'll be condemned. Do not test us. The pavilion always catches the rule breakers. Her stern gaze went from Oscar to Frederick. They nodded their heads repeatedly like a couple of chickens. Oscar and Frederick sprinted to the training area, where they could read and practice their spells in peace. Oscar opened his scroll and started reading. The Grade 1 Stone Gaze spell utilized Ein through the eyes to halt a person or beast. The principle was that once the eyes met in a stare, the caster's Ein would spill out from their eyes to the enemy, forming a link. This link would use the user's Ein to lock onto the enemy, freezing them. So I need to stare them in the eyes. Oscar tapped his fingers on the floor as he read. It was great in battles against people, but would they give him a chance to stare at them? What if one of them was blind? Oscar studied more as it described the process of the spell. First, Ein had to collect into a singular point in the pupils of the eyes. If the Ein wasn't condensed and small enough, the link could be easily broken by the enemy's Ein. Second, the Ein had to be aimed and shot toward the enemy's eye. Third, the link had to be maintained with a constant flow of Ein. Oscar crossed his arms in a frown. This spell was very good in disrupting an enemy, but the requirements of constant Ein and meeting eyes were very stringent. I can worry about that part later. I should first collect the Ein in my eyes. He sat down in meditation. The best way to sense his Ein was in Ein meditation so he could tell the smallest deviance. He focused the Ein in his body to flow into his head. Heavy Oscar's head felt heavier, close to how it felt when he was sick. But he continued and tried to concentrate on his eyes. A searing burn overflowed from his two eye sockets like someone poured magma on them. The Ein dissipated since Oscar lost concentration. Frederick stopped reading to check on his friend, who was covering his eyes. It's okay. I just messed up on my focus. It hurts to move the Ein to my eyes. You should focus on your spell. Oscar wiped the tears out of his eyes. Don't overdo it. Frederick left Oscar alone to resume his training. One could make out a slight hint of Ein concentrating on his feet. Even while worrying about me, He never broke his concentration on his feet. Oscar clenched his fist. He was still far behind Frederick. The grade 1 wind step spell must work similarly in gathering Ein in a certain spot. But the feet were sturdier than the eyes, so it wasn't an issue. Oscar exhaled and slowly concentrated on his eyes. Unlike earlier, Oscar decided to take a gentle approach and leak Ein into his eyes little by little. The pain he experienced on the first try was probably due to the large influx of Ein his eyes were unprepared for. Slowly, let a drop in at a time. The tiny drop of Ein flowed from Oscar's core into his left eye. He felt slight discomfort, but Oscar was delighted to sense the droplet of Ein staying in his pupil. Slowly, another drop made its way to the right eye. Hot, Oscar's eyes could barely stay open from the heat of the 2 droplets in his eyes. A single drop in each eye was enough to cause this much heat. Oscar shuddered at his rash behavior earlier. I have to toughen my eyes. As they get used to it, my eyes should be able to handle the full amount required. The spell scroll said it required the Ein to fill the entire eye and then condense into a singular point. So far, Oscar had only managed 1 drop, an ocean away from his goal. Oscar kept up his concentration. His body drowned in sweat as he willed more Ein into his eyes. He could not fall behind here. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 14. First Mission. A Ferocious Girl. To our beloved Oscar. Your father and I received your letter and are glad you are doing well. We cried so much when you said you became an Exalt. The entire town came by to congratulate us. You've worked so hard. But make sure to take care of yourself. Your father and I worry about you all the time. Visit us whenever you can, particularly with that friend Frederick you mentioned. With our love, Mother and Father. Oscar read the letter multiple times. He had sent a letter once a month, but the postage was slow. His first reply finally came 2 months after he sent it out. He had been in the Blue Ocean Pavilion for 3 months now. Surprisingly, he had a much more mature look on his face. His worldview and the gravity of being an Exalt had matured him. OS, how long are you going to reread that letter? Let's get back to it. Frederick was waiting in the middle of the training room. The past 2 months did not have much effect on Frederick. He was still handsome with a lackadaisical expression. Coming, Fred. Oscar got up and stood opposite Frederick. Both wielded a short sword, the best weapon for learning the basics of weaponry and positioning. They got these for free since they were just gradeless weapons for training purposes. Dong! The bell rang and Frederick sprinted. Oscar held a tight stance, ready for everything. The many weeks of sparring helped him calm his aggressive nature, and he took a more defensive, calculated stance. Frederick was not deterred as his Ein focused on his feet. A breeze followed as Frederick disappeared from Oscar's sight. Annoying wind step, Oscar complained. Frederick's wind steps focused the Ein on his feet, transforming it into the wind. The wind under his feet would burst, quickening Frederick's steps. It was a great spell for positioning and movement. Behind Oscar, Frederick swung his short sword down towards it. But Oscar turned around to block the incoming blow. The swords clashed but did not make much fuss since they were not coated in Ein. A regular weapon would break from the pressure. At that moment, Frederick noticed the Ein gathering his Oscar's eyes. He tried to close them, but it was too late. Oscar's eyes looked normal, but his pupils were glowing blue from his Ein. A line flew from his pupils to Frederick's. Frederick shook a little before standing still. Oscar immediately swung his sword to attack the motionless Frederick. However, the line broke, and Frederick snapped free, distancing himself from Oscar's strike. Ha ha! The 2 Exalts were breathing heavily. Although it was a spar, they utilized too much of their Ein and were exhausted. One of the books Oscar read in the Neptune archives was on strategy. Exalts could not immediately refine the Ein around them to recover, so they needed to manage their Ein usage carefully. Ein meditation while moving was a foolhardy endeavor that Oscar tried to no result and great pain. The Exalt, with better control and usage of their Ein, had the advantage. Oscar remembered when Lewis mentioned tactics. To drain the opponent's Ein while maintaining your own was one tactic. If a higher grade was depleted, they could not fight back. However, these 2 were still wasteful in their Ein due to their inexperience. Let's take a breather. Oscar rubbed his eyes and sat down. Your link is still too weak. I was able to break it too fast. Frederick wiped his sweat off. You also overshot yourself. If you used your wind steps properly, you would have been more accurate in positioning. Oscar noticed that even though Frederick's feet were off balance when using his spell. I know. I need to work on that. The biggest issue is your spell. The risk is too great for your eyes and mind, Frederick warned. I'm still working on that. Oscar lay down, thinking back on the battle. My eyes have gotten used to being filled with Ein. But the singularity is the problem. He tried repeatedly, but his singularity only advanced to being small as his entire pupil. The spell said to make it a fine point in the center, but condensing it was akin to concentrating all the heat into one spot. It worsened the pain, affecting Oscar's mind. The link is only strong when my mind is stable, and the singularity is reached. I need to practice more. Again, Oscar was sick of resting. He needed more experience. The two repeatedly clashed. 3 months later, 6 months since Oscar joined. Oscar drank a grade 1 Ein amassing elixir. It had been 6 months since the first distribution, so Oscar had drunk 2 already. Unlike the first time, he was more experienced in the process. The Ein no longer fiercely burned as it shot straight to his core. The Xianxia core kept spinning as some geometric shapes began to brighten on their outlines. I couldn't break through again. Oscar hung his head down in disappointment. Some grade 7 and grade 6 Exaltia students have already progressed to the middle apprentice level. Oscar felt firsthand what it meant to be a grade 4. Could not absorb and refine as efficiently. Damn! I couldn't break through. Frederick had an unsatisfied look and blew out hot air. Earlier, they found out Samuel had broken through to the middle apprentice level. This put pressure on Oscar and Frederick to keep trying. We put our hopes on this batch of elixir. We can't handle another 3 months of Samuel's goading. Oscar was exhausted from hearing Samuel's taunts and jeers all the time. He wished nothing more than to put him under his foot. Frederick crossed his arms in deep thought. He had a pensive look as he stared at Oscar. There is one thing we can try. What is that? Oscar asked. Frederick cleared his throat and said, we can take on a mission to earn a reward and contribution points. Oscar pondered for a moment, then nodded. They had avoided the mission hall for a while since they did not want to leave the safety of the pavilion until they were at least middle apprentice exalts. We can't be exalts if we don't take risks, but we have to choose one carefully. Oscar was cautious since students sometimes died on these missions. Frederick did not have his usual joking face. He understood the gravity of what they were doing, but what choice did they have? Sooner or later, they would have to leave and experience the world. With heavy faces, they made their way to the mission hall, where a small crowd of students was hovering in front of the gigantic board with papers tacked on it. Each paper was a mission delegated by the pavilion. Oscar glanced over the various missions posted. They were in the room for apprentice exalts, so these missions were tailored for them. However, some were for greater apprentice exalts, while most were for middle apprentice exalts. The few that Oscar found for lower apprentice exalts did not give the best reward or contribution points. Of course, they could do multiple lower missions to accumulate contribution points, but that would take too long since the elixir was pricey. Look here. Frederick was on the other side and waved Oscar over. Oscar made his way to Frederick, who was pointing to a mission in the corner. The mission reward was 3 Ein amassing elixirs as well as contribution points. Hunt a night raptor and bring back its core, blood, and body parts. Oscar paled and looked at Frederick. He read about night raptors. They were silent killers who stalked their prey and made quick work of them. However, in exchange for their stealth, they had weak bodies, so lower apprentice exalts could take it on if they had some help. There's 2 of us so that we could do this. As long as we corner the night raptor, we can take it 2-on-1. Frederick tried to convince Oscar, but Oscar felt it was too dangerous. There are 3 elixirs as a reward. If we can find a third, then we should be fine. A third person. Who can we convince to join us? Frederick felt as though he had a headache. He and Oscar could work well since they were friends, but could they trust another person? At that moment, someone walked forward and bumped Frederick out of the way, grabbing the mission paper. Hey you! Frederick was pissed off and tried to tell the person off. Buzz off. Don't stand there like a moron. It was a girl who waved off Frederick. She had bright orange hair tied into twin tails. She was about the same height as Frederick and was quite slender. Her smooth orange eyes were full of ferocity as she stared them down. Oscar and Frederick recognized her as the girl they ran into for a brief moment during the trial. "Huh? Who do you think you are? We were thinking about taking this mission." "Me? I'm Emily Navina. If you wanted this mission, you should have just taken it. Don't be a coward." The girl, Emily, was bold and did not back down against Frederick. Frederick steamed in anger at the girl's words. What was that about him being a coward? He was just cautious. That's what it was. Oscar observed the girl. "What realm Exalt are you?" Frederick looked at Oscar, then at the selfish girl. That's right. This girl was far too arrogant. He'd show her the difference between them. "I'm Middle Apprentice Exalt," Emily stated dryly but with a hint of pride. "Impossible," Frederick pointed at the girl. "This voracious, unmannered girl can't be a Middle Apprentice Exalt." Suddenly, the girl kicked Frederick's shin. He could not react in time and yelped in pain. "Do you want to have a duel?" Her orange eyes flared with hostility as she thought of Frederick as a scumbag. Oscar hurriedly stepped in between them and tried to calm her down. "Sorry about my friend's behavior, but if you would like, the two of us can join you." Frederick looked at Oscar with widened eyes. Emily looked surprised that Oscar would propose an alliance, but she shook her head. "From your friend's words earlier and how you hovered around the same paper, I can tell you're both lower apprentice exalts, right? I don't like carrying around baggage. What can you offer?" "She's smart," Oscar thought. Contrary to her fiery appearance and harsh words, she was level-headed and observant. With this girl, the chances of catching the night raptor would be quite high. "My name is Oscar, and this is my friend, Frederick." Oscar started with introductions to get better acquainted with Emily. Trying to propose something without knowing names was not the best tactic. "Frederick has the properties of a good scout, and he will be able to find the night raptor." Emily's eyes changed for a second, but Oscar noticed it. "She's interested in the scout capabilities, so she must not have the same qualities." "What about you?" Emily pointed at Oscar. "What?" Oscar asked in surprise. "That idiot over there has some use, but what about you?" Emily stated while Frederick was complaining about who the idiot was. "I'm sure if you find the night raptor, you still have to kill it, but it is fast and slippery, so even the two of you may not catch it." Oscar saw Emily's face change into deep thought and continued. "Once you have the night raptor, I will be able to hold it in place. Trust me on that." "Oh, can you hold it in place? That's interesting." Emily smirked in amusement. She planned on finding someone who could track the night raptor, but that could take time. These two in front of her were contemplating the mission, so there was some credibility to their words. Emily tapped her foot and fingers in thought. Oscar waited patiently for her answer while Frederick was still fuming. "I agree to team up, but how do we split the reward?" Emily asked. "The 3 elixirs will be handed to each of us. The contribution points are a total of 1,000. You can take 400 while my friend and I take 300 each." Frederick nearly exclaimed in protest, but he knew they needed a third member. As the middle apprentice Exalt, she would take a larger share. "Haha, you're quite smart. You understand your place here." Emily smiled and shook Oscar's hand. "We have a deal." Oscar smiled back. "Pleased to work with you." Frederick tried to come up, but Emily put out her hand to stop him. "I don't shake hands with loud idiots. I swear. I'll beat you down once I'm in the middle apprentice level." Frederick had had enough of this girl's insults and swore to bring her down. "Whatever." Emily did not register Frederick as a threat. "Let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Oscar Tur, Grade 4 Xianxia, Lower Apprentice Exalt. Frederick Klein, Grade 5 Xianxia, Lower Apprentice Exalt. Emily Navina, Grade 6 Xianxia, Middle Apprentice Exalt." Oscar and Frederick expected it, but the truth stung nonetheless. Of course, she was a Grade 6. "Looks like I'm the boss. Let's get to it, then. I don't want to be gone too long," Emily said. The trio exited the mission hall and returned to their rooms to prepare for the mission. Unknown to them, someone slowly came out and watched as they left. "I should tell this to Samuel." Those two finally came out of hiding. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 15. Tracking the Night Raptor. In a certain room of the dorms, Samuel talked with the person who saw Oscar take a mission. Are you certain? Samuel asked. Yes. They took on a mission to hunt a night raptor. The one talking was Samuel's roommate and subordinate, Greg, who decided to serve him. After all, Samuel was a noble and a grade 6. Get ready to depart. I've been waiting for this moment. Samuel was gleeful as he envisioned Oscar and Frederick's horrified faces. At the same time, Oscar and his two companions gathered at the gate leading outside. Each had a bag containing supplies and other necessities for the journey. If only I could have a space pocket, Frederick complained. A space pocket is an item that can contain many objects maintaining the size of a fist. It was a marvel for long journeys but also extremely expensive. Just get 1,000,000 contribution points and you can get one, Oscar jokingly said. 1,000,000 contribution points? Their mission now only gave 1,000 points and they had to split it. It was quite a lofty goal. Quit your whining and carry your things. Emily snorted at Frederick's behavior. She was beginning to think this collaboration was a mistake, but she already shook on the deal, so she could only endure. Let's go, Oscar shouted to interrupt Frederick before he could start another argument. A few moments before, Frederick and Emily had argued multiple times, draining Oscar's patience. Are we going to be fine? Oscar groaned in his mind. Outside, Oscar stared back at the large walls of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. It had been 6 months since he arrived, and now he was off to the wilderness. He calmed down his nerves with a deep breath. The Glenwoods are a day's walk from here. Emily declared herself the leader earlier, so she instructed the two boys. They set out north, where the Glenwoods were located. They were apprentice Exalts and utilized their speed to hasten the journey. Oscar kept glancing around his surroundings, drawing Emily's attention. What are you looking for? Emily asked. Oscar was still running but replied, I'm making sure no one is following us. Following us? Who would follow us? Emily was confused. She thought Oscar was being too paranoid. However, she understood Oscar was intelligent from their conversations and gave him the benefit of the doubt. I'll tell you when we rest. They continued their run until the two suns had begun to set. In the distance, Oscar could see the borders of the Glenwoods, a vast forest containing many exalt beasts and herbs. They could also find various plants to hand in for more contribution points if they were lucky. But all of that would have to wait for tomorrow. We can't go into the forest at night, especially since our prey is the night raptor. The night is its prime time. Emily sat down to rest. Even as exalts, they were liable to exhaustion. Get a fire started. Emily relegated the two of them to menial tasks. Hope your eyebrows burn off. Frederick grumbled his wish as he started the fire. Emily shot up with her fists clenched. I'll throw you deep into the forest. Let's see you survive, she threatened Frederick. Frederick grunted and ignored her threats. He was tired of arguing with this ferocious and beastly girl. He reminded himself never to interact with this girl again. Adorable and sweet were the best qualities. Were you thinking of something insulting? Emily's orange eyes gleamed like a predator eyeing helpless prey. And no, Frederick quickly waved his hands in protest. Was she a mind reader? How could she have known he thought of her like a beast? Enough squabbling. Oscar rubbed his temple in resignation. He was tired after all the running and constant double-checking of his surroundings. I almost forgot. Why were you so cautious along the way? Emily understood being on guard during a mission, but Oscar was beyond normal. Oscar gulped down a bottle of water he packed before responding. I'm thinking of Samuel. Samuel? Frederick and Emily spoke at the same time. He's someone that Fred and I always had a conflict with. He tried to bully us into accepting a duel with him, but we always rejected. Oscar explained to Emily about Samuel's actions since the trial and his boasting. Slowly, Emily's face grew angrier, making Frederick scoot away. Scumbag, I'd beat every inch of his body and leave him for the wolves. Emily's words made the two tremble in fear. If he's like that, why not just beat him up? We need to be stronger. He's a middle apprentice Exalt, so we took this mission to obtain more resources. Frederick answered this time. Although he tried to avoid this girl, he hated Samuel more. That's the correct choice. Wait your time and fight on your terms. It's just like hunting. Emily valued strength but not idiocy. You hunt? Oscar asked. I'm from the mountainous region of the south. My family makes their living as hunters. My dad is a middle apprentice Exalt, so he taught me a few things. Emily talked about her family and that her dad was a dropout of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. He was so happy to discover Emily had grade 6 Xianxia. The atmosphere lightened up as they shared their family histories and tales of their past. Emily looked on in disgust when Frederick said he was a noble. What kind of noble behaved in such a shameful manner? The trio laughed and argued as the night covered the sky. They set up their spots for sleep and slept the night away. Back at the Blue Ocean Pavilion, a group of 3 students made their way toward the Glenwoods. It was Samuel and 2 of his men. They should be sleeping right now. We'll catch up and find them in the Glenwoods. Take the night raptor and kill them, Samuel instructed his men with an icy tone. The Blue Ocean Pavilion won't care if the 2 of you disappear. His eyes glinted coldly in the night. At the break of dawn, Oscar yawned and stared at the Glenwoods. It reminded him of the forest back home. The forest was laden with green lights as the early sunlight beat down upon it. It was a beautiful sight, and Oscar stared at it for a while. I should meditate. Oscar closed his eyes and entered Ein meditation. It was pointless to count the wisps of EIN he could collect now, but his core was still slow in integrating it. If others work for 4 hours, I must do 8. Oscar often started early in the morning and slept late at night. In his path, he could not be lax. Morning, OS. Frederick also woke up. He had been affected by Oscar's many early morning outings, so he developed a tendency to wake up early as well. Not as early as Oscar, but still in the middle of dawn. They packed up when Emily woke up and set out for the Glenwoods. The trees reached wide with their branches and intertwined. Only a few patches of light were able to get in to illuminate their surroundings dimly. There was no mystery as to why the night raptors made their home here. There were still many dark places to lurk during the day. Oscar looked at Frederick, who nodded. I'll scout the area. Frederick summoned his green hawk anima. It flew away deeper into the forest while the trio walked slowly. A hawk anima. No wonder you were confident in your scouting. I thought you were excessively boasting. Emily was impressed. A beast anima shared vision and hearing with their wielders. Frederick's hawk anima was one of the best for scout and observation. Humph. So you know not to run your loud mouth too much. Frederick's eyes were closed, so he grabbed Oscar's shoulder firmly to move. He was not at the level of being able to watch where he was going while peering through his hawk's eyes. Frederick's brow was full of sweat from manifesting his anima for too long, but he continued searching. Emily was about to complain about the lack of progress but stopped after seeing Frederick's perseverance. She was not one to put a person down while they were trying their best. Frederick moved his hawk, gliding it between trees while checking the area. He was almost at his limit until he spotted something. He canceled his anima and opened his reddened eyes. I got something. Follow me. Frederick let go of Oscar and jumped forward. Oscar and Emily followed after him until he stopped at a corpse. Oscar nearly gagged from the stench but held it in. He saw the rotting corpse of a creature covered in flies. There was a pool of blood around it. It's not that old. The blood is not fully dried. I would say it was killed last night. Emily inspected the corpse. Her instincts and knowledge as a hunter were starting to show. She traced the wounds that were inflicted. Sharp claws, 3 parallel cuts, and a large chunk of it ripped apart by jagged teeth. Sounds close to our hunt. Frederick was catching a breather as Oscar and Emily analyzed the corpse. It could not carry the entire corpse, so it decided to be practical. Emily, do you see any tracks? Oscar read that animals sometimes give up their kill or only take parts of it if necessary. Emily paced around the corpse, then spotted a smooth groove in the dirt. She saw the outlines of claws leading away into the forest. This way, Emily strode in the direction of the tracks. She spotted an indent here or rustled grass there. Oscar was amazed at how fast she was able to navigate through the forest. Eventually, they spotted a ravine with various caverns. Emily looked grim as she scoured the area. I expected this, but it chose a good hiding spot. Oscar was not happy about this. There was too much danger in entering these caverns. He had to formulate a plan. We should rest. Frederick needs time, and we need to think. Frederick rested on the trunk of a wide birch tree. He was quietly gathering Ein to recover while Emily and Oscar were deliberating. Going in the caverns is suicide. We have no idea of its layout. If it senses us coming, we will be in grave danger. Oscar gripped his hands as his mind shuffled through everything. We could try waiting until the night raptor leaves for a hunt. We can try to catch it then, Emily said while munching on some fruit. That would be at night. Although we can perceive things better as exalts, our enemy is an exalt beast specialized in the dark. He thought hard about the issue before them. They could not do anything after tracking the night raptor here. Suddenly, Oscar had a flash of inspiration. He smacked his forehead like an idiot. How could he have missed this? Are you all right? Emily was surprised at Oscar's actions and thought he had gone dumb. I just thought of a plan. Oscar smirked and stood up. We need to gather a lot of wood. Let's choke this thing out with fire. Excitingly, Emily got up with a wide smile. Of course, we can fill the caverns with smoke, forcing it outside. Then we can pounce on it. After recovering, Frederick stared at the two prancing around like hapless fools. What the hell did I miss? Back at the campsite where the trio rested, Samuel and his gang arrived. They must have set camp here and gone into the Glenwoods in the morning. Samuel noticed their footsteps leading toward the ancient forest. Greg, Samuel called to the man on his left. Greg summoned a dog anima that began sniffing around the campsite and continued moving towards the forest. Don't think the forest will hide you. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 16. The hunter becomes the prey. A large pile of twigs and branches was gathered in front of Oscar, Frederick, and Emily. It was easy to find all the materials in this dense forest. It was not noon, so the night raptor was likely still sleeping, making it perfect. Each of us takes a part of the pile. There are 5 caves, so Frederick and Emily will take 2 while I take 1. Oscar knew he was not as fast as Frederick when he used his wind steps or Emily since she was a middle apprentice exalt. OS, be careful. Frederick took his bundle and made for his 2 caverns. Good luck. Emily did the same. She wasn't as loud or obnoxious as before. Let's hunt this beast. Oscar was serious but also nervous. He had only battled with Frederick in spars. This fight would be his true first battle. Oscar jumped down to the ravine and ran toward one of the caves. He dropped the branches he carried inside and some flint to heat up and start a fire on the branches. He waved his hand to direct the smoke deeper into the cavern. Judging that the smoke had traveled far enough, Oscar retreated to the center of the ravine. Emily and Frederick arrived a few moments later. The whole place should be filled with smoke. Unless there's a deeper place that it could not reach, Oscar said. He hoped this would work. Otherwise, they had to travel into the caverns. Screech! A shrill cry of a monster echoed out of the caverns. The trio was shocked by the loud, ear-piercing noise. It came from the night raptor. Oscar signaled his companions to be ready. Frederick readied himself, gathering iron on his feet. The caverns still echoed with the screech of the night raptor. Finally, a beast burst out of one of the openings. Looking around in furious confusion, Oscar observed the creature. It was as pictured in the books. The night raptor was covered in black feathers with wing-like extensions out of its front arms. It was a slender creature, but the most horrifying features were its sharp claws and teeth that were the size of Oscar's hand. The night raptor noticed the trio staring at it and screeched, releasing a burst of iron. Beasts did not need to wrap themselves in ein like humans since their bodies were naturally infused with it from birth. Here it comes. The night raptor dashed from side to side. Oscar wished he could use his stone gaze, but it was too far and too quick for him to catch it in the eyes. Frederick utilized the wind step spell and summoned his hawk. The hawk dove toward the night raptor, tried to swipe down on it, but the hawk was fast and spun to its side. While the night raptor was distracted by the hawk, Frederick got closer and put out his fist. As his punch drew closer, Frederick felt an ominous feeling and withdrew by using wind step. The ground had been cut as a curved line appeared where Frederick had been standing. The night raptor screeched as its tail flailed around. Close! Frederick's spine shivered from the brush with death. This creature was cunning and lashed out its tail at the last moment to catch him off guard. Thankfully, he had some instincts and the speed to retreat. Use your hawk to keep distracting it. I'll go in. Emily rushed in. The orange ein around her transformed into an orange staff with beautiful etchings of beasts. It was her staff anima. Emily took a stance, planting her feet on the ground, and sinking some dirt. With a fierce look in her eyes, she swung her staff anima toward the night raptor, tearing through the air. The night raptor swiped its claws in retaliation. The claw and staff created sparks as they clashed. An Ein burst from their exchange. Emily's staff was unexpectedly tough enough to withstand the sharp claws. Meanwhile, Frederick and his hawk tried to maneuver for another attack. But the night raptor used its free tail to create distance between it and the two. Although Frederick could not draw close for a good attack, he kept the tail preoccupied. Thus, Emily was free to fight without worry. "Oscar!" Emily shouted, asking if it was time for Oscar to make his move. "It's still too vigilant. You need to capture its attention." Oscar had tried to move closer but noticed the night raptor was keeping a part of its attention on him. Exalt beasts truly had a good sense of battle. They could not be as intelligent as humans, but they were still competent. "Fine." Emily gripped her staff closer and spun it. Her Ein concentrated on its tips. It was like a sharp disc which she moved towards the night raptor. The night raptor felt a sense of danger from this attack, and only thoughts of retreat entered its mind. It jumped to the right side but was shocked to see Oscar right in front. It screeched and opened its jaw with massive teeth. The night raptor felt slightly insulted that it was being jumbled around because it had pride as a creature feared in the night. Oscar smiled as everything went according to plan. Frederick and the hawk kept the night raptor's back occupied while Emily took the front. Eventually, it would be forced to dodge to the side, where it had no choice but to meet Oscar. If Oscar approached it from the front, he might have died before using his stone gaze. There would be little point in attacking from the rear. Even if he could catch it with his spell, it would most likely break the link in a moment due to the difference in strength. So they made the plan to keep it busy to drain its Ein and disturb its mind. With those two factors, the night raptor would be less resistant to his stone gaze. The extra moments provided would be exactly what Emily and Frederick needed. Stone gaze. Oscar focused, and a singular blue dot flowed in the center of his pupils. After several months of training, Oscar finally reached the point of singularity. He had mastered the stone gaze, and this was the perfect timing. The night raptor froze, unable to close its jaw on Oscar's head. Two thin blue lines connected their eyes. Could not comprehend what was happening. It felt something twist in its mind, crippling it from moving. "Now!" Oscar roared as he maintained his spell. His eyes started to bleed slightly as the night raptor struggled to break his hold. Emily slammed her staff squarely on the night raptor's skull, shattering it. Frederick also followed and punched his fist into its spine. The night raptor screamed in pain, echoing its cries all over the ravine before crashing helplessly to the ground. The three breathed out huffs of air and stared at their kill in wonder. "We did it!" Emily jumped up and down in joy. The night raptor could not move as its brain and spine were reduced to pieces. "Carve it up." Frederick took out a knife and passed one to Emily. Oscar knelt to recover from the strain of stone gaze. Emily was well acquainted with the act of dismembering a beast. She carved out its bones, claws, and teeth neatly but with some blood splattered on her face. She managed to fill 10 bottles of blood. "We can discard the meat, but the core is the most important." Emily pulled out a smooth black orb. Oscar felt a large amount of Ein inside and glanced yearningly at it. "It's a shame it's part of the mission. I heard beast cores are great sources of Ein." Oscar sighed. "That's foolish. You need to refine it first so that it can be stable. Same for this blood. I heard the blood has some healing properties but induces pain if absorbed before refinement. Refining parts of an Exalt beast required a stream of Ein to tame the rampaging instinct. That process took time alone, but an alchemist or forger could hasten the refinement with their methods." The night raptor was dissected piece by Emily. Oscar and the rest smiled in joy at their first mission being successful. "Thank you, Emily. We could not have done it without you." Oscar was grateful to her. Although they got off the wrong foot, they worked well together. "Allying with you two wasn't that bad. Let me know if you have another mission you want to undertake." Emily smiled back in a pleasant tone. She had only gone on hunts with her father for a long time, but working with others didn't feel bad for once. "I'm surprised you said something nice." Frederick stood shocked at her nice words and grateful voice. How could she suddenly flip out of her beastly mode? "Ho!" An orange staff appeared in the air, moving menacingly towards Frederick. He immediately surrendered and said, "Forgive me." Emily and Oscar laughed while Frederick felt annoyed at being a joke, but he couldn't help but join in. This was their first mission and it was successful. How could their moods not soar high? "I wonder how Isabella is doing?" Oscar thought about his childhood friend who joined the Blue Ocean Pavilion with him. Her father, Carlson Thorne, asked him to take care of her, but she was far away in the inner hall. "I should try to contact her soon." He was so busy training and becoming stronger that he neglected his promise to Carlson. Isabella was often helpless when it came to that. She was impulsive and rash, so Oscar held her back numerous times. "Hey, OS, what are you thinking of using your contribution points for?" Frederick and Emily were surprisingly getting along better. They were discussing what to spend their points on. "I would like a weapon." Oscar voiced his desire. He could not rely on using his body forever. Since his Exaltia core was only grade 4, he needed another edge against an enemy. A weapon was a great choice to expand his options and strength. "I need a staff. I can't keep using my anima as a weapon. Too dangerous, and I need to practice to the meld stage." Weapon anima was far tougher, but the danger of breaking was still prevalent. Emily needed a real staff to cover that weakness. "Can you still control the weapon anima while using your own weapon?" Oscar asked. "Of course, it just takes more concentration. The weapon anima can float and attack like my bird without holding it," Frederick responded. "My aunt uses a weapon anima, and I've seen her use it." "Your aunt?" Emily was curious. "My aunt works at the Blue Ocean Pavilion as a judge," Frederick responded proudly. "A judge? That's impressive." Emily was in awe of the information. "Ha! I'll shoot right past her." Frederick smiled confidently at Emily, who just scoffed and said nothing. She did not want to entertain his delusions. "We've rested enough. Let's head back." Oscar felt better, and it was best to leave the Glenwoods before nightfall. The three packed away their hard-earned materials and stepped out of the ravine. However, Emily stopped for a moment in vigilance. "Who's there?" Emily shouted, to the surprise of Oscar and Frederick. "This woman was able to spot us out? It doesn't matter. We can just crush them." Samuel and 2 of his underlings crept into view from the trees. "Samuel?" Oscar and Frederick shouted. Oscar's fears had been realized, but he hoped that Samuel had some sense not to do it. "This is the Samuel you mentioned?" Emily was surprised this person was vindictive enough to follow them here. "Wasn't it just some simple quarrel?" "You've mentioned me? I don't care either way. I'm here for the 2 of you." Samuel's body burst into a bright yellow flux of iron. His tiger anima manifested and roared menacingly toward the 3. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 17, 3 verses 3. The yellow tiger growled and bared its fangs at Oscar's group, sinking its large claws into the ground and scraping off the dirt. Like its master, Samuel, it stared maliciously toward its prey. "Infighting is forbidden, Samuel." Oscar put up his fists and peeked down at the ravine, eyeing the various caverns. The fires died a while ago, and the caves were smoke-free. An idea slowly formed in his head. "It doesn't matter. Who would care if all of you are dead?" Samuel signaled his men to move closer. Frederick and Emily responded by summoning their animus. All of this because of some childish quarrel. The House of Carter has fallen deep into the dirt. Frederick insulted Samuel's family and their upbringing. What a pathetic man. What about the pavilion? Do you honestly believe you can deceive them? Emily gripped her staff anima and took a bold step forward. Her power as a middle apprentice Exalt exploded outward, making Samuel's men retreat. Feeling the power from Emily, Samuel countered with his own eye. "I can handle that woman. The 2 of you go after those idiots in the back." Emily's face grew harsh. She could hold back Samuel while Frederick could last, but she worried about Oscar. He was smart and witty but not too good at fighting with his grade 4 Exaltia. Oscar tapped Emily on the shoulder, turning her attention to him. "Do you trust me? I have a plan." Emily stared for a moment and nodded her head. She slowly fell back at Oscar's lead. Samuel and his men inched forward. Even though they had a slight advantage, it was still their first battle as Exalts. They felt the need to be cautious. "Now!" Oscar jumped back into the ravine. Emily and Frederick were dumbfounded but jumped after him, getting to the bottom in no time. Oscar noticed Samuel and his men chasing after them. He turned to Emily and Frederick with his plan. Split into the caves. Are you crazy? Frederick outright rejected Oscar's gamble. What if Samuel chases after you? Higher chance he goes after Emily. He won't risk losing one of his people by ordering a cruel command. He'll lose their loyalty, Oscar shouted in retort. They were running out of time. Ignoring Frederick's words, he rushed out towards one of the caverns. Shit! Frederick and Emily had no choice but split up and go into different caves. In the end, they had to trust Oscar's plan. Good, Oscar sighed in relief, seeing his friends follow his plan. This way, each battle would be one-on-one, and being the first ones in the caverns meant they had the advantage of setting up an ambush. Not to mention, Samuel would be further delayed in relaying orders to his men. Oscar thought about the chances of fighting them in the forest as a group, but without any information on how Samuel's group could coordinate their attacks, he could not risk it. This is the best way to handle this. I hope they don't try to smoke us out as we did on the Night Raptor. Oscar carefully navigated through the cave to find key spots to lay a trap or ambush. At the same time, Samuel and his group arrived at the bottom of the ravine. He kicked the ground in frustration. Shit, Greg, one of Samuel's men, asked. What should we do, Samuel? Should we group up and hunt one of them? No, that would allow the others to escape and report us to the Blue Ocean Pavilion. Samuel did not want to leave anything to chance. His family would be shamed if he was kicked out or sent to the Abyss prison. I'll go after the girl since she's on the same level as me. The two of you split up and chased the other two. Samuel sprinted into the cave Emily escaped into. Greg rushed to where Oscar retreated. He knew Oscar was only a grade 4, so it was an easy kill for him. The person left over looked at Greg expressionlessly as he followed after Frederick. The cavern was not too deep but had many winding corridors. Tiny water droplets fell from the ceiling, making the air damp and musky. Emily felt sticky as the humid air wrapped her like a towel. Roar. Oscar was right. Emily turned back when she heard the tiger's roar. She stepped off behind several columns of stone, formed by years of erosion, and hid her presence. Samuel exploded onto the area, breaking down several boulders until he reached a dead end. Behind him, his tiger perked up and pounced toward an orange figure. Emily had attempted a surprise attack, but the tiger intervened and swiped its powerful claws against her staff. You underestimate my tiger. It can protect me without needing my command. Samuel watched as his tiger forced Emily back. The two were a short distance from each other. Samuel released his yellow eye and coordinated with his tiger in a duo attack. Just give up. You're no match for me. It's 2 against 1. I'll tear you to shreds. The orange-haired hunter did not shrink before the menacing pair. She spun her staff with iron accumulated on its tips. Even if there were 2 enemies, her staff had enough reach to deter them. The tiger was the first to come upon her. She guided her staff with the accumulated speed from spinning and the iron on its tip to meet it. The beast's claws broke off, and she grunted with exertion, forcing the tiger to retreat. Hook! Samuel groaned in pain from his tiger's injuries. But he pushed onward, seeing Emily had exposed her back. But the staff was a versatile weapon, especially with the control of iron. With a swift movement, Emily directed the staff toward Samuel. Samuel felt the incredible power behind her staff. Undeterred, Samuel invoked his spell. His hands glowed brighter as the iron in his arms extended out to form sharp fang-like shapes, like having 2 curved lances attached to his arms. Grade 1 roaring fangs. Samuel brought the 2 fangs from opposite sides to bite down on the staff. Their 2 sharp ends caught the staff, stopping it in place. Pain and shock covered Emily's face as she spurted out some blood. The roaring fangs were very sharp and cracked her staff anima. Hastily, she tried to pull it to her side, but Samuel had gripped it tightly, not letting go. I'll break this damn staff. More cracks appeared, causing Emily to cough up some blood. But there was another threat behind her. The tiger had recovered at this point and pounced again. Sensing the impending danger, she bolted to Samuel. Are you so dumb to willingly come to my fangs? Samuel sidestepped and used roaring fangs on Emily. The 2 yellow fangs closed in on Emily. Emily stomped her feet, and suddenly the ground underneath them shook as a wall of rock formed between her and Samuel. The rock wall was covered and hardened by her orange EIN. Rock barrier. Samuel's fangs dug into the rock but could not penetrate fully. Emily jumped over the wall and landed a heavy punch on his face. She wanted to do more damage, but the tiger attacked the rock barrier from the other side. Since it was already near crumbling from Samuel's spell, it fell easily from the tiger's blows. With a swing of her hip, she hammered her freed staff down on the tiger. The tiger held its ground since the staff was not charged like before, but it was forced to defend itself. Samuel stood up with a bruised cheek and bloody nose. He wiped the blood off and glanced at it fervently in his hand. He clenched his hand to the point it was swelling red. "You bitch!" he roared. Emily found the few moments of Samuel's anger delightful as her staff slowly recovered from the damage. "Who says you're the only one with a spell?" she taunted. Samuel and his tiger said nothing and continued attacking Emily. Samuel invoked his fangs but was halted by her rock barrier again. He came to a one-on-one with the tiger again. Emily used her staff against the yellow tiger. Their animus were evenly matched, causing equal damage to each other. Guck! Both Emily and Samuel huffed in pain. They continued to clash repeatedly, fangs against rock and tiger against staff. Their battle became a stalemate as neither could gain an advantage over the other. The caverns shook from the torrent of their ein's clashing. Over in the other cavern, Frederick was up against the third member of Samuel's group, Austin. Frederick and his hawk anima were currently poking at Austin but never fully committed because he was especially wary of the dagger anima Austin possessed. He felt one slash from that would end in bad news for his hawk. "Your hawk is fast, but it doesn't have much offensive power," Austin said. It was true. The hawk was better for scouting and speed. Frederick could crack Oscar's deer antlers because it was grade 4 and Oscar was not well versed in his anima. Against Austin, the hawk was unable to break through his defenses. The hawk could only annoy him as long as Austin was not lax. Thus, it turned into a melee. Blow after blow, Frederick was blocked by Austin's dagger or guard. He had to stop multiple times to prevent his fist from meeting the dagger. "If only I had a weapon," he cursed out in frustration that his family refused to let him take one, all in the name of making him independent. Austin did not miss this moment when Frederick's mind was distracted. Swiftly, his dagger slashed through the air toward Frederick. Wind step. Frederick's feet moved fast to dodge as the wind blew under. Austin's dagger slightly nicked Frederick's sleeve despite the increase in speed. Frederick was shocked to see a part of his clothing had dissolved from where Austin's dagger had cut it. He stared warily at the dagger anima. Frederick tore off the part of his cut sleeve before the melting reached his skin. "A poison spell?" Austin playfully tossed around his dagger. He did not say anything but charged at Frederick. The best time to strike was now while the enemy was afraid. His black dagger gleamed as it was wrapped in Austin's black EIN. Frederick escaped with his wind steps, but Austin was experienced and followed his direction. Frederick clung close to the walls as the dagger kept slashing at him, hitting the cavern walls. The places where the dagger cut is corroding. He saw the stone around the inflicted area hiss as it slowly dissolved. "How nasty. You use a corrosive spell, correct? It's the grade 1 acid coat." When Austin chose a spell, his eyes caught this one since it was best suited for him. He could coat his dagger in acid, increasing his offensive capabilities and deterring any incoming attacks with the threat. Frederick's eyes narrowed as he coldly asked, "I assume you would be the one to dispose of our bodies?" "Correct again. It would be quite an effort, but you would have dissolved into nothing little by little." Austin was expressionless as he spoke of such a horrifying action as a menial task. Anger flooded Frederick's face red. He stopped dodging and took on a stance, intent on beating the hell out of Austin. Frederick loved to fool around and have fun, but this had reached his boiling point. "Humph!" Austin snorted in a condescending tone. He continued his flurry of strikes. Frederick dodged it multiple times and closed in. However, Austin was quick and put his dagger in the way to defend himself. Usually, Frederick would have retreated, but his left hand whipped something forward. It was the sleeve he tore off earlier. The corrosion did not dissolve it completely. Frederick coiled the cloth around the dagger and pulled it to move it out of the way. Austin hastily tried to slice and melt through the cloth to escape, but Frederick landed a powerful kick on his stomach. Austin's dagger finally melted out of the sleeve wrap, allowing him freedom. He lurched back in pain and nearly vomited. Now it was Frederick's turn to attack. He landed a good punch right on the bastard's nose. He could not continue since Austin recovered his stance and held his dagger firmly to block. That was your one shot. You don't have that many clothes. Austin was fuming inside with a bloody nose. His anger slowly cracked through his expressionless face. Shut up. I'll make sure to smash your face in thoroughly, Frederick declared. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 18. Oscar's Plight. In the depths of the third cavern, Oscar brushed past the several tunnels and boulders. His eyes darted around, searching for a suitable place to hide and bide his time. Then, he spotted a groove in the distance that no one could see unless they stepped inside. Wasting no time, Oscar hid inside. The inside was damp and uncomfortable, but it was a moment of respite for Oscar, who took the time to think about his next move. As a grade 4, his best chance was to ambush his pursuer from this spot and land a crippling blow. Suddenly, a bark reverberated off the cavern walls, reaching Oscar's ears and cutting off his thoughts. Shit! Oscar rushed out of the groove to the source of the barking. The enemy had tracked him with a dog, so hiding was useless. The only option now was to fight them head-on. After a few moments, Oscar stopped in front of Greg and his dog Anima, unleashing his eye in a threatening stance. The bluish eye around Oscar contrasted beautifully with the dark caverns like a small flame in the darkness. Are you an idiot? I know you're a grade 4, so coming out here is suicide, Greg asked. Unexpectedly, this grade 4 chose to confront him. Was he confident in beating him? Don't act tough. We're equally matched right now, Oscar stated. Equally matched? Feeling insulted by Oscar's arrogant words, Greg stomped his foot as his dog barked aggressively. The reason you could find us is because of your dog Anima. You had to maintain it to find your way through the forest to us, Oscar said. Seeing Greg's face covered in irritation but also frustration, Oscar knew his theory was correct. I don't believe you meditated to recover. So how much Ein did you use to find us? As I said, we're equally matched or may even be in my favor. Besides, you couldn't do anything to me during the enrollment trial. Greg clenched his teeth. Originally, he planned to have his dog bark but not chase to intimidate Oscar into running around so he could spend time recovering. But since Oscar showed up here immediately, he did not have the chance. Greg was overcome with anger and roared. It echoed throughout the cave and back. But he clamped up and let down a large breath of air. Greg slicked his hair back with a smirk. That feels better. I was thinking about what to do with you. I decided that my dog Anima will chew on your bones. Sweat flowed down Oscar's chin. The other reason for confronting Greg and spouting was that he planned to infuriate him, but his enemy exceeded his expectations. He may be Samuel's goon, but he's quite level-headed. This fight was going to be tougher than he assumed. His blue eye spiked. The air trembled as a teal-colored eye wrapped around Greg. The next moment he flashed forward, and Oscar reacted to meet him. Next to Oscar, his deer Anima manifested. Looking at his deer and then Greg's dog, he felt annoyed. The dog was more agile than his deer. He needed to think about how to reverse this. Pathetic. A deer? You had this much confidence with a deer. Greg mocked Oscar with a smirk. He had enough of this farce and put out his fist, infused with Ein. Oscar was not discouraged. Grades were merely the differences in Anima and Ein absorption. It had nothing to do with their strengths or strategy. He ducked as his deer skipped ahead. Instead of the dog, its target was Greg. He needed to gain the initiative in the first clash. Boldly, Oscar faced the dog Anima. Man clashed against Anima, but Greg's side was off guard. Oscar felt thankful for all the spars with Frederick. His footwork improved in these 6 months, allowing him to easily dodge the dog's simple movements. Before Greg could recollect himself, Oscar kicked the dog from below right onto its stomach. The pain from his dog Anima affected Greg. He could not bring his guard up in time to block the deer's antlers. The deer swung its head, slamming the antlers on Greg, sending him crashing onto the cavern wall. Oscar rushed past the dog to continue his onslaught. However, Greg gave Oscar no chance and bashed his way through the rubble. Suddenly, the dog clawed the deer, and Oscar lost focus, similar to Greg from before. Before his eyes, Oscar gasped as Greg charged ahead. A vicious punch dug into his stomach, but it was not over as another fist bashed into his head, making him fly to the side. The deer retreated to Oscar's side to protect him, wary of the two foes. "You thought you were so smart." Greg spat out some blood. "But my hits are harder." He was confident in himself. His dog anima was well suited for combat and was a grade higher. Additionally, his body was stronger because he progressed more as a lower apprentice Exalt. Greg knew he would not lose if he played to his strengths. Oscar coughed up blood onto the ground. The red blood was indistinguishable from the murky ground of the caverns. Oscar put up his hands again, ready to continue. This is bad. His stomach and other internal organs were still reeling from the pain. The spars with Frederick did not prepare him for attacks meant to kill. How can I get out of this? His mind was burning up as it tried to find a route out. If he escaped, he could endanger the others in their battle. If he fought on, he would eventually lose. The blows Greg landed earlier were heavy. They were both lower apprentice Exalts, but Greg was closer to the middle Exalt level than him. He snapped into reality as Greg closed in for another strike. He wanted to run, but Oscar had no choice but to meet Greg head-on. The pressure was high as he had to get out of this plight. The two pairs of man and anima exchanged blow for blow. The deer made large sweeping strikes with its antlers to create distance between it and the dog. Meanwhile, Oscar was careful in choosing his moves. As time passed, Oscar was losing the feeling in his hands. His deer's antlers cracked as the dog gnawed and clawed at them, holding back the blood trying to escape his throat. Oscar bided and waited for his time. Greg was no slouch either. He had sensed Oscar was planning something and moved cautiously, but the irritation was building. Both were almost ready to burst from the stress, one from anger and the other from desperation. Their fists met each other, cracking the ground under them. They were blown back a few meters away. Oscar breathed heavily as severe tiredness washed over his body. The numbness had spread to his entire arms and legs. He knew his shape was bad. Extremely tired, Greg cursed at Samuel for making him use his anima for so long. If only he were at full strength, Oscar would be nothing to him. He also did not expect Oscar to hold on for so long. His ragged body dragged itself close, as did Oscar's. The two stared at each other as the deer and dog continued fighting. This next exchange was likely to be the last one between them. "Hey," Oscar said. "What?" Greg responded. "Why don't we stop here?" Oscar posed a daring question. How many have asked this during a fight to the death? "Huh." Greg's eyes popped wide open like never before. "You and I both know if we continue, one of us will die in this exchange." The deer and the dog stopped their struggle as their masters talked. Oscar continued, "Is it worth doing all this for Samuel?" The question resounded like thunder through Greg. He asked himself why he was struggling and going through this pain for Samuel. What was he getting out of it? Oscar pushed his notion forward. "We're both students of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. We both have a future to think about. Is your future really about staying under Samuel's boot?" Oscar spared no words when trying to convince Greg. He provoked his pride and esteem. Greg wavered slightly. However, this battle's outcome also depended on Samuel and Austin. If they returned to the Blue Ocean Pavilion, won't he be persecuted by them? He pondered for a moment, weighing the benefits of each action. Meanwhile, Oscar slowly inched the deer closer to him. The dog followed suit and came closer to Greg. "Please don't choose wrong." Oscar wondered why they had to fight. As Exalts, wasn't it enough to protect your loved ones, have a long life, and live peacefully? Samuel and his gang were the antitheses of that notion. Why did they feel the need to kill needlessly, to stomp on those they deemed lower than them? Oscar racked his head for an answer, and all he could see was fierce pride and horrid greed. You can still gain respect and admiration by being a powerful Exalt properly. "I'll agree." Greg agreed and lowered his hands. "Thank you for being reasonable." Oscar also lowered his guard with a sigh of relief. "We'll walk out from a distance. Take 5 paces back." Greg nodded, but right when Oscar called out to start walking, he charged. His face posed a maniacal smile in the glee of his trickery. He could not believe someone was this stupid. If he decided to take that deal, what was the guarantee he wouldn't be punished anyway? He didn't trust Oscar, but his words about Samuel were correct. The best course of action was to kill Oscar, leave with Samuel, and then go his way. However, to his horror, he saw Oscar had charged at nearly the same time as him. This guy should have been off guard. The only way he could have reacted so fast was if he had decided to charge from the start. "You were lying the whole time?" Greg cried. "Halfway. I planned to attack you from the start to knock you out. But since I've seen your true motive, I won't hold back and kill you," Oscar coldly stated. Oscar did not wish for it to come to this. He planned to knock Greg out and drag him back to the Blue Ocean Pavilion, but now there was only one course of action: kill to survive. A book he read in the past said that life was the survival of the fittest. In times of dire straits, the winner is the survivor. Oscar burst out the last of his Ein. Greg was shocked to see Oscar's Ein. It was slight, minuscule, and tiny, but he noticed it had recovered. Thanks to his higher progression, he had an advantage, but now the tables had turned. "When did you recover?" Greg shouted anxiously. "Very slowly while we were talking. Meditation is only the state of mind. If I have the time and remain immobile, I can recover." The seated position was simply a pose to get comfortable with the process. He had a hint when he saw Elder Saul performing meditation while lying down. Though he was not as proficient as when seated, it was still a precious small amount of Ein. Everything was set up in case Greg changed his mind. "Now let's finish this." The clear-headed Oscar was ready. In contrast, the fuming Greg was distraught as they neared each other. Oscar and Greg beckoned their animus. This would be the final clash. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 19. The battle's conclusion. Emily tried to calm herself down to no avail. Her frustration increased as she and Samuel fought in a stalemate. Her bruised body had several cuts, and her staff had cracks all over it. Likewise, Samuel was also in a pretty bad condition. Several bumps and bruises covered his originally attractive appearance. The tiger beside him was also injured. "You can't keep up. Your staff is almost done for." His feet trembled under his weight. "Speak for yourself. Your tiger is quite wounded," Emily cursed. The battle between these two had fully exhausted their Ein and anima. They could no longer use their spells, and their Ein aura was very faint on their body. "Die!" Samuel and his tiger charged. In the end, there was no chance for tactics or tricks. Only force could break this situation. Emily focused all of her Ein onto her staff and charged to meet them. She let out a war cry, bringing her weapon onto the tiger. The staff met the tiger's claw. The last bits of orange and yellow Ein exploded. The ground underneath quaked from the last hurrahs of the two middle apprentice Exalts. Samuel became free and tried to attack Emily, who was occupied. However, a large, painful sensation burned throughout his entire body as if his nerves were on fire, and he could not speak, only letting out a helpless yelp of pain. Off to the side, Emily's staff overwhelmed the tiger's claw, breaking through the tiger. It was all spent and unable to continue manifesting, collapsing into nothing. "No!" Samuel's eyes flared with unwillingness and frustration. He was the son of a viscount, a noble with a bright future as an Exalt. He could not lose here, but his body limped and fell to the ground like strings cut from a puppet. He glared upward in pure hate, but his eyes blanked out in bewilderment at the next moment. Emily gripped her heart and vomited out dark red blood. In her hand, the staff crumbled into pieces that faded away. She lost balance but managed to lean on the cavern walls. "Piece of shit." Clinging onto the cavern walls, she slowly stepped toward the entrance. She could not muster the strength to finish Samuel off. The best option was to call for an ally. If they lost, then she's dead anyway. "I need to hope that one of them won their battle so we can go back and kill Samuel." "You?" Samuel struggled for a moment before crawling toward the cavern walls. Like Emily, he dragged himself forward. He could not allow this woman to escape and get help. In the depths of the second cavern, Frederick and Austin were still in a deadlock. The initial surprise attack from Frederick allowed him to land a few blows, but since then, he has been unable to gain an advantage. The threat of Austin's acid coat was still imprinted in his mind. Judging from how it corroded away his sleeve, being hit directly would spell trouble. His hawk still employed hit-and-run tactics, but none of it created an opening for Frederick. His skills with the dagger are too good. One moment he's blocking my hawk. The other, he's able to turn to me. He admired Austin's fluidity with the dagger, much like Emily and her staff. Weapon anima users were naturally inclined and skilled towards the weapon it represented. Austin kept his cool and made multiple slashes with his dagger, but his sweat-covered face showcased his irritation that he could not hit Frederick. This damned movement spell. Stop scurrying around. Austin coldly protested Frederick's choice of a spell. No matter where he slashed, his opponent would dodge like a leaf in the wind. Frederick tiredly laughed as his back was soaked in sweat and his feet were numb to the bone. "Let me beat you to death, and it'll be over." Austin retaliated with the same expressionless face with precise attacks. He would never give his enemy a mental advantage over him. "Does this guy not have any ears?" Frederick cursed out in irritation. His words were a very good weapon he used multiple times to piss off Samuel and Emily, though both retaliated violently. Frederick tried to create distance, but his enemy would not let him rest, clinging to him like a leech. The weakness of his wind steps was he could not use them for long-distance travel, only good in short bursts, about a meter each way. It would have been easier if he had mastered the spell more. Frederick grumbled, wishing Austin was like Oscar. Oscar left more openings for Frederick to use his spell to catch him off guard, but Austin was too good at defending his own space. Fearing the moment his feet could no longer use wind step, Frederick made a desperate move. He was being pressured constantly under Austin's relentless attacks. Hastily, Frederick took off his jacket, madly swinging it around like a whip. This forced Austin to halt warily at the makeshift whip. Frederick's face was full of concentration. His plan was very risky and needed to be done exactly right. Austin shifted his stance. His eyes gleamed with arrogance at the young, upstart noble. He recognized the tactic Frederick was trying. However, he would not be caught by such a juvenile trick again. The hawk soared as a distraction, and Frederick charged forward with wind steps. But Austin focused on the torn jacket. He had to make sure his dagger was not caught. "As long as I land one acid coat, I'll take the initiative." Austin grasped his dagger in a defensive stance. He was ready to counter any of Frederick's attempts. Frederick approached Austin, attempting to kick from the side. Seeing this, Austin raised his dagger to defend. However, a strip of cloth whistled through the air toward the dagger. Frederick lured Austin's dagger for his tug. Austin's expressionless face broke out in a small smile for the first time. Frederick was a fool for trying the same thing again. He tossed the dagger, slicing through the air until it was grasped by his other free hand. He grasped the jacket firmly with his right hand, not letting Frederick take it back. His newly equipped left hand thrust the dagger at the now defenseless Frederick. "Even if you back away with your spell, you would only be able to keep running without your jacket to protect you." However, Frederick betrayed Austin's expectations by moving closer and clutching Austin's hand. He tore his white dress shirt and wrapped the newly torn cloth around his right hand. "Are you serious?" Austin was shocked to the core, knowing what Frederick was planning. His dagger was grabbed by Frederick's loosely covered hand. Frederick sweated out bullets as the dagger started to melt through his thin layer of cloth. He hoped to grab the wrist, but the dagger was too fast, forcing him to put his hand in the way. "My dagger will melt your hand." Austin was confused but shook it off. Frederick had no more options and they were too close to kick. Smiling, he moved his dagger, inching it forward. "G-H!" A loud hiss came from the dagger. Frederick felt immense pain in his hand, unlike any other. The dagger dissolved the cloth and was starting on his skin as blood dripped to the floor, bubbling and dissolving away. "You lose," Austin declared proudly. He was usually stone-faced, but victory stirred his heart. "Too bad." Frederick wheezed these words through the pain. "You forgot one thing." A green light flashed toward Austin, who was caught off guard. He tried to escape, but Frederick had firmly held him in place. It was the hawk anima. Responding to its master's resolve, it dove bravely, reaching incredible speeds. "You held the dagger to buy time for your bird, so what can it do?" Austin confidently said. The bird was a nuisance, but it could not deal any real damage to him. Oh, there's one place it could attack. A very vulnerable spot. The skin on Frederick's hand was slowly melting, but he did not care. This was his revenge. Bastard! Horror and realization enveloped Austin's face. For the first time, he felt a sense of dread. He tried to escape, but it was too late. The hawk closed in and dug its sharp beak straight into Austin's right eye. A mess of blood and fluid exploded out of his eye socket. Grrrah! Austin let go of his dagger and the jacket, retreating with his hand clutching his eye. Immediately, Frederick let go of the dagger. His hand was a bloody mess of melted skin and hot blood. Thankfully, his bird came before his bones and nerves were affected. You scum! Austin could not see from his right eye as half of his vision was gone. In his hand were chunks of his right eye the hawk had dug out. Want to continue? Frederick taunted and clenched his fists, even the one that was a mess of boiling flesh. A hand for an eye was the best exchange Frederick could hope for. I need to finish this and help Oscar. Although he was at an overwhelming advantage, Frederick did not act rashly. Austin was still deadly with his dagger, but Austin turned around and started to flee. Frederick was stunned, watching this person turn tail like a coward after all the horrific things he had said. Anger reddened his face as he gave chase. Don't think I'll let you off. He used up too much iron, so he was in no condition to use his wind steps. Additionally, Austin was too far for him to catch up without tiring himself. Outside in the ravine, Emily finally staggered her way out. She stared icily at Samuel, who was at the other end. It was appalling, but she could only get a draw against this fool. Samuel limply went out into the ravine's center and started his Ein meditation. He knew Emily could not do anything at this moment. He was correct, as Emily begrudgingly sat down to meditate as well. They had to recover as fast as possible. A few moments later, they recovered enough to recover their movements. Their anima and Ein would take more time. Emily's ear perked up. She turned to the cavern where Frederick had gone into. Her face fell when she saw Austin come out. Did he lose? Samuel was elated to see Austin appear. They should make short work of this girl together. However, his face paled. Seeing Austin was bleeding from his right eye, Emily stood up. Looks like my friend gave you a nice parting gift. I'll finish the job and take revenge for him. Her face twisted in anger. Although Frederick was an idiot and talked too much, they were companions who fought together. If she could not avenge him, she failed as a leader and companion. Right after, Frederick rushed out with a roar. Come back here, you asshole. Dumbfounded, Emily's face was completely blank. All the emotions she felt just before fizzled out. She glanced at Frederick, breathing heavily but with a fierce look in his eyes. What the heck? Is that Frederick? The face was a stark contrast to his usual behavior. He looked determined and strong. She felt a tinge of embarrassment recalling when she chastised him for not having either. Frederick glanced around and locked eyes with Samuel and Emily. He rushed to her side and asked, Are you all right? Emily's thoughts were interrupted as she stumbled on her words. We got to a draw and made our way out here to find aid. Huh? Don't worry about that. We can take them on without issue. Frederick stepped forward with a fire in his eyes. Emily was confused by Frederick's sudden change in demeanor but held back her thoughts to focus on the enemy. Samuel shot grievances at Austin with his stare. He did not expect Austin to be so weak as to lose an eye. What are you staring at? The usually calm and expressionless Austin was currently overwhelmed by rage. His right eye was gone forever, and this guy was staring at him as if he was at fault. You lost an eye. After all that boasting, you were just some trash. Samuel let out his complaints and blamed it all on Austin. This was supposed to be an easy mark. He held the wild girl at bay while this guy lost horribly. You fucker. Don't make me kill you. Austin raised his dagger. Despite the pain from his right socket, he would not be insulted while he was down. You and Greg both. Greg isn't even out yet. He should have killed that grade 4 trash by now and helped us. Bugger off. I don't need trash like you. Samuel let his blood get to his head and forgot that 2 enemies were staring them down. Idiot. Austin realized what a fool Samuel was. He must have been blind to take this job from this miscreant. Ignoring Samuel's fuming face, he turned to Frederick. I won't forget this. You better watch yourself. Before Frederick could respond, Austin leaped out of the ravine and left. Samuel looked at the pair of green and orange enemies and paled. He was all alone. Emily stared icily at Samuel, who realized his mistake. With no choice, he also made his escape, leaving the two alone. "Wait, you!" Frederick tried to chase, but his legs stumbled. Emily grabbed Frederick and supported him before he could fall. "I want to bash his head in as well, but we need to check on Oscar." Her words shook Frederick out of his rage. He had forgotten his best friend. "OS, we need to help him." Frederick muscled through the pain and ran into the cavern. Emily did not want to fall behind and forced herself to follow. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 20 Mutual Destruction. Two figures enveloped in Ein, accompanied by a deer and dog, clashed with no retreat in their mind. Greg's face strained with all his emotions, his drive to live. His hand began to glow red as tiny flakes of fire collected into a ball. The spell was combust. The spell preceptor Frank showed in his demonstration. Due to its rocky formation, the caverns were not the optimal place to use his spell. Chances were high that his spell could collapse the caverns if he used it wildly. But he no longer felt any restraint. He would kill this grade for who insulted him. Stone gaze. Oscar froze Greg, interrupting his combust. He refused to use his spell due to its dangerous backlash. If Greg broke it completely, he would be affected by the rebound. He sought to use it only when his opponent was in the middle of using his spell. Various tests on Frederick showed that it interrupted the formation of their spell if timed correctly. Before Greg could break free, Oscar released him from the stone gaze. There was no purpose in holding it longer. Like the wind, Oscar sped up and elbowed the staggered Greg. The true power of stone gaze was to disrupt the enemy's timing. Oscar could gain the initiative if it's used at the right time. The elbow dug into Greg's face, but instead of falling back, Greg stayed firm. He lashed out a kick to Oscar's side. Feeling the blood back up in his throat, Oscar stomped his feet to withstand the blow. Greg knocked the elbow aside and charged up another combust. The unnatural heat, so close to Oscar, singed his eyebrows and hair. Stone gaze, but the spell did not work. Shock and disbelief flashed on Oscar's face. In front of him, Greg's eyes were closed. His spell failed to form a link and rebounded. Greg's adaptability was outside of Oscar's expectations. He did not think Greg would figure out how his stone gaze worked and figure out a counter in these mere split seconds. Oscar screamed. The pain of the stone gaze failure seared his eyes. In horror, he saw the ball of fire fully formed in Greg's palm. "Now you die," Greg shouted. His hand extended out, aiming the ball of fire close to Oscar's face. Having no choice, Oscar ducked and body-slammed Greg. The ball of fire whizzed by his ear, burning a few hairs. The combust flared up and exploded on the cavern walls. The caverns shook as debris fell from the ceiling. The large explosion had caved in a portion of the tunnels. "Are you mad?" Oscar kneed Greg in the stomach as they were practically hugging each other. But Greg blocked his efforts and countered with attacks straight to Oscar's chest. Vomiting some blood, Oscar headbutted Greg, causing them to stumble apart. The deer and dog were still fighting as the fangs locked onto the antlers. Greg charged another combust while closing his eyes. He had a general idea of where Oscar was and threw it. Oscar dodged as the explosion blew off some rocks that punctured Oscar's leg. He ignored the crisis in his leg and marched to Greg, landing another punch. Greg's reactions were slower due to closing his eyes. Oscar was sure to make him pay for such a decision. With their eints draining fast, so did their defenses. Each attack that landed hurt more than usual. Greg heaved as he gasped for air. The attack on his chest was too much. The finishing blow was here. Oscar lifted his fist at the currently incapacitated Greg, but a shadow appeared in his peripheral vision. It was Greg's dog Anima. Greg sent an order to it. It avoided the conflict with the deer and pounced on Oscar. Oscar could not protect his sides in time as the dog's sharp teeth sank its teeth into his gut. "Ha ha ha," Greg laughed in ecstasy. Enjoy being dog food. Oscar could not remove the dog as it clung firmly to his side. The teeth dug deeper as Oscar felt them puncture some organs. However, Oscar did not scream in pain, contrary to Greg's expectations. The strange calmness on his face bothered Greg as Oscar sighed, coughing out a mouthful of blood. "It's over, WH." Before he could finish his sentence, blood splurted from his throat. Glancing down, Greg saw something stabbing into his throat and chest. It looked like thick blue tree branches. It was Oscar's dear anima. Despite being a grade 4, it still could severely hurt others if they were defenseless. From the start of this final clash, Oscar planned to weaken Greg so he could no longer properly defend his body with Ein. A tiny sliver of Ein would not help against an anima attack. Of course, that would mean luring the dog in to allow his deer to have the chance. All Oscar needed to do was ensure the dog's attack didn't immediately kill him. In every action he took, he made sure to protect his head. That was why the rocks were able to puncture him. Normally, he could have blocked those. When the deer was ready to attack, he focused all the Ein onto its antlers. As I said, "It's over." The dog anima evaporated out of existence. Greg was still struck by shock and regret. Blood gushed from his throat and chest as the deer anima also disappeared. There was no escaping the inevitable. Greg limped to the floor as his face fell onto the mud. He tried to crawl away, but his arms and legs were no longer responding to his control. The mud mixed with his blood, creating a dirty red mess everywhere and sticking to his body like the hands of the underworld. What went wrong? Greg was unwilling. "I can't die like this. I was supposed to climb on higher. I should be the winner. Not this trash. Why me? Why me? What did I do wrong? Help me." All kinds of thoughts wrestled in his mind. They say a million thoughts would pass at death's door before the inevitable. "Help me." Greg's last words were a cry for help, but he would find none in these caverns. Austin and Samuel had run away. The only person nearby was Oscar. His eyes dimmed as the light of life faded, and his entire body was pale white, like a ghost from the severe blood loss. Oscar watched on as Greg passed away. His hands shook uncontrollably. He never wanted to kill anyone, but the world of Exalts was endlessly cruel and dreadful. Oscar was conflicted. Greg deserved to die. However, it still affected Oscar as he had never taken a life. Oscar resolved never to kill unless necessary and stood up. However, he fell to the ground. Oscar was unable to move or make a sound. He was confused. Why had he fallen? What was this pain? Then he remembered the dog had munched on his side. Gazing at his stomach, Oscar saw a mess of blood and flesh. Tears flowed down as he realized he was the next to die. He thought of his parents, who were worried for him. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry." He thought of his friend Frederick. "Fred, thank you for everything. I am glad to have met you." Then Emily. It was short, but it was fun. Finally, on Isabella. "Take care of yourself. Don't make your family sad like me." His death was imminent. His heart broke at the thought of his parents learning of his death. He imagined his mother crying helplessly on his grave and his father trying to console her while failing to hold back his tears. "I hope they got my reply." Darkness slowly covered his vision as the emptiness of death overwhelmed his body and numbed the pain. He could not help but think death was relaxing. It was as if he was floating in a lazy river while waiting for his time. But for a moment he saw two shadows in the distance. He could barely make them out until they finally came into his hazy view. Fred? Emily? He could not believe they had come. That means they won their battles. His tears of sadness turned to tears of joy at the revelation. Thank goodness. They were safe. A small smile crept on his face. In the end, his actions here helped them live, and his eyes slowly closed as if he were falling asleep. He was thankful to have the chance to enter the Blue Ocean Pavilion. "OS." Frederick rushed to his friend's side. "He's cold. Very cold." Emily knelt beside him and felt Oscar's arm. She was familiar with this sensation from the beasts she hunted with her father. The most horrendous sight was the torn side, like a beast mangled on it. "OS." Frederick tried his best to push on it to stop the blood from leaking, but it was useless. He was in disbelief. Let's at least return his body to the Blue Ocean Pavilion. Emily wanted to take Oscar back for a proper burial, slightly tearing up at the sight of Oscar's cold body. "Shut up." Frederick's cry was full of emotion and anger, making Emily afraid. "He's not going to die." Frederick put his ears to Oscar's chest. Thump. "His heartbeat is very faint, but we still have a chance." "To do what?" Emily retorted back emotionally. Some of her tears leaked down her cheeks. She had only known the two for a few days, but she didn't want anyone to die. But the reality was cruel. "Where can we find help here? I'll carry him back to the pavilion," Frederick shouted at her. "That's a day journey. He's not going to last that long." Emily knew how Frederick felt, but they could do nothing to help. At the very least, she planned to settle this with Samuel and Austin. "This piece of shit." Frederick kicked the dead Greg in anger. "Hitting him won't help. You're just going to make it worse on yourself." Emily held Frederick back. She did not want him to degrade himself by kicking a corpse. "We can only help with Oscar's burial. We still have to report this to the pavilion and hand in the mission." 2 students dead outside would warrant the Blue Ocean Pavilion to investigate. Their testimonies can help expel Samuel and Austin. Mission? Frederick stopped his outburst with an epiphany. "That's right, the Night Raptor." He rummaged through his bag until he found it. In his hand was a bottle of the Night Raptor's blood. Emily realized Frederick's intentions. "Are you insane? Night Raptor blood is wild and untamed. Indeed, it has healing properties, but it also ravages the body in pain that it's not worth using unless refined." Night Raptor's blood was a good ingredient for various healing elixirs due to its high potency. Alchemists refined it to calm down its wild nature. "He's already on the brink of death. It's our only shot. His organs are still intact, but the flesh is torn around them. This is only the blood of an apprentice Exalt, but it should be enough." Frederick pushed Emily aside. He tried to open the bottle to no avail. His injured hand could not properly grip the bottle or pull the cap off. Cursing his hand, Frederick was about to smash the bottle when another hand took it. Emily nodded at Frederick and opened the bottle. Frederick was right. It was either this or Oscar's death. She poured the contents onto Oscar's wound. The Night Raptor's blood fizzed as it began its work. The blood seeped into Oscar's body, to his organs and veins. "What's happening?" Oscar was surrounded by comfortable darkness when suddenly, a bright light shined and shattered the darkness. His vision slowly recovered as Oscar felt something stir in his body. Then it happened. His stomach burned like 1,000 suns were in it. Pure agony spread all over his body. "Grah!" Oscar wailed in agony, shocking both Frederick and Emily. "OS!" Frederick was happy to see his friend was alive, but Emily was concerned. "Oscar, if you can hear us, we used the Night Raptor's blood on you. You must endure the pain, or else you might die," Emily warned Oscar. "Night Raptor's blood? I see," Oscar thought as screams of pain kept coming out. His tissues were slowly regenerating and patching themselves, but every time they did, pain echoed through his body. Oscar could not describe this feeling. It felt like dipping in molten lava. "Bring it on." Oscar's eyes flared with resolve to survive. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 21. "I will live." Oscar screamed so loud that his throat began to tear itself apart, only to be put back together by the rampaging Night Raptor's blood in his veins. A constant cycle of destruction and reconstruction tortured his body. He could not help but slam into the hard rocks, breaking his bones which healed back together. It was a horrifying sight to behold. Frederick and Emily nearly gagged from witnessing Oscar's struggle and exited to caverns to leave Oscar alone. There was nothing they could do to help from this point on. Emily dragged Greg's lifeless body while Frederick glanced at Oscar. "You must survive, you idiot." His words reached the tortured Oscar. In the vast torrent of anguish, Frederick's words were like a refreshing dew that dropped onto his heart. Oscar clenched every part of his body in response. "I will live. I will live." He repeated the words in his mind like a crazed lunatic. He had an inkling that if he gave in to the pain and lost focus, he would die. The Night Raptor's blood kept up its rampage, tearing through his body. But Oscar could feel some trace of malice within them. "The Night Raptor?" Oscar was shocked. A remnant of the Night Raptor's intent was in the blood. It directed the blood to try to do more damage than it was healing. "Shit, it's trying to go for my core." Oscar could feel the Night Raptor's intent invade his inner space as the blood spread inside his body. Ignoring the pain, Oscar focused on his inner space and manifested himself inside. There he saw his core, the orb with geometric shapes, and a beastly figure resembling the Night Raptor. The night raptor came close and bit down on his core. The pain from the blood was bad enough, but this attack on his core was unlike any he had ever felt before. Every inch of his nerves felt like it was poked with a needle, and his head felt like it was splitting. "Stop!" Oscar came forward and repelled the night raptor, observing his core. It was too big for the night raptor to bite properly, but Oscar noticed small cracks on its surface. The night raptor started at Oscar's astral body. Its nostrils flared as it remembered this boy was one of the people who killed it. It growled and pounced toward Oscar. In this inner space, there was only the manifestation of the soul. There were no spells or punches to use here, only one's will. Oscar willed his dear anima to step right before him. The night raptor let out a massive screech, containing its malice. Oscar was blown back, and the deer had to support him. My will must be stronger than it. Oscar concentrated and clutched his hands in the air. The night raptor started to choke as if something had caught its throat. Oscar exerted his will on the night raptor. In this battle between minds, the stronger one would prevail. The night raptor forced itself out of Oscar's choke and swiped its claws in the air, letting out 3 streaks of light. Hit by those lights, Oscar felt he was torn apart by real claws, but his soul clung together. He could not break apart here. If an outsider could witness this scene, they would find it amusing and weird. A man and a beast motioned in the air as sparks flared between them. Oscar and the night raptor were grappling with their souls. Invisible tendrils of will and Ein constantly collided as they tried to get the advantage. Oscar, struggling with the power of the night raptor's will, strove to break this stalemate. The deer let out a bellowing yell that shook the night raptor's grasp from Oscar. Taking advantage of the gap, Oscar leaped on top of his deer. "I'll be dead while playing mind games with this raptor. Let's confront it directly." The blue astral man and deer charged straight at the night raptor. Their wills united and focused on their front. All of the night raptor's mind attacks were easily deflected. Realizing anything else was futile, the remnant will of the night raptor charged forward, baring its teeth. The inner space trembled from their clash. However, there was no direct collision. They were about a half-meter away from each other. The space between them started to crack from the collision of wills. Oscar roared as the night raptor glared maliciously. "I will live." The deer took a decisive step forward as it pushed night raptor back. Startled, it tried to struggle, but it could not stand its ground. The will of the night raptor was beginning to crack more. Although it was a middle apprentice Exalt, its will and tenacity could not compare to Oscar's. Crash. Oscar and his deer broke through the night raptor's exterior, exposing its vulnerable piece of soul. The deer skewered through the helpless remnant, causing it to crack into several pieces before disappearing. It was a victory. In this battle of wills, Oscar won against his terrible foe. But cracks appeared on Oscar and the deer as well. The pain of his soul cracking made Oscar's physical body recoil. That was close. With a cracked face, Oscar patted the deer on his side. It was also cracking throughout its body. "Thank you." The deer licked Oscar's face before retreating to its spot on top of the core. It had done all it could. It deserved to rest now. Oscar found that the blood's temper had dwindled slightly. It was very aggressive earlier due to the remnant will that lingered in it. But now it was undirected and not as wild, making the pain a little more bearable. Oscar struggled for a while as the blood did its work. His mind was exhausted from the ordeal with the night raptor, but he could not blank out at such a crucial moment. Finally, his body had recovered. Oscar sat up and saw a mess of blood and rubble around him due to his ordeal. Looking down, Oscar saw the wounds on his stomach had closed up. It was not a pretty sight. His lower side was full of scars and twisted flesh from improper healing. Oscar felt a huge sensation of drowsiness. He had not slept the entire time since hunting down the night raptor, and his body could no longer take it. His eyes couldn't help but close. However, this time, they were not preluding to his death but well-deserved rest. Oscar felt only gratitude and relief as he fell asleep. Frederick and Emily were resting near the bonfire. Their faces were grim and weary. Oscar's screams kept howling for the entire afternoon, worrying them constantly. Frederick's fists were still clenched. The bandages around his injured hand were coming undone. It was grim, but he still clung to hope. If Oscar was still screaming, that meant he was still alive. Rationalizing it in this way prevented Frederick from being overwhelmed by his fears. Teresa, Frederick thought of the girl from his past. He didn't want to go through this once more. His hands clenched harder, undoing the bandages and opening the wounds. You shouldn't do that. You need to take care of your hand. Emily spoke over Oscar's screams. She noticed blood dripping down from Frederick's hands. It's fine. This injury is nothing. Frederick was stoic and spoke hoarsely. Give me your hand. Emily took out fresh bandages and moved next to Frederick. I said it was fine. Frederick was not in the mood, but a heavy flick to his forehead snapped him off his seat. What was that for? Frederick shouted at Emily, who had her hand extended to him. Idiot, your hand is in horrible condition. You're lucky it wasn't to the point of being useless. Now let me help you or lose that hand. Emily scolded Frederick harshly. There was no point in this. Do you think ignoring this would help Oscar in any way? Frederick was silent and expressionlessly put out his injured hand. Emily grasped it and rubbed ointment on it. He wanted to stop her, to do it himself, but stopped after seeing her serious look. After the bandaging was complete, Emily went silently back to her seat. All the while, Oscar's screams were still echoing out of the cavern. Thank you, Frederick said. It was nothing, Emily mumbled. They remained silent until the screams had ended. The ravine was eerily quiet except for the flickering of the flames. Emily and Frederick rushed out into the cavern with anxious looks. "OS, don't be dead. You better be alive. I won't have you die." Frederick and Emily hoped for the best. Their feet moved quickly since the rest had brought them back to peak condition. In the distance, Frederick and Emily saw Oscar lying motionless. The vast amount of blood around him suggested the worst. Frederick rushed to Oscar and held him up. "OS." Frederick put his hand to Oscar's chest, sensing the regular beating of a healthy heart. He almost deflated as all the emotions settled down, leaving only joy and relief. "He's alive! He's alive!" Frederick said with tears of joy falling down his cheek. The past day had been stressful, and he had reached his limits. Now the long wait was over. Emily stared at him with a softened expression. Her eyes were slightly watery. "We need to take him to camp. Let's have a good rest." The two returned to the camp and put Oscar down tenderly. Like something snapped in their minds, they felt a flood of drowsiness. It was like a dam broke down, and all the tension flowed away. They fell to the floor in blissful sleep with smiles on their faces. The mission was difficult and full of surprises and frightening moments, but all of them survived. Instead of screams and pain, there were only the sounds of light breathing and loud snoring with the pleasantry of rest. The next morning, Oscar opened his eyes to the refreshing light of the two suns beating down on his face. The smell of fresh wild greenery mixed with the saltiness of the rocks tickled his nose. Water, his throat was parched. Oscar saw his two friends nestled in their spots, sleeping peacefully. Gratitude and camaraderie swelled in his heart. He thanked them in his heart for being with him through this. After satiating his thirst, Oscar began bandaging himself. The night raptor's blood may have fixed the crucial wounds, but they could still reopen. The sounds from Oscar awoke Frederick. Rubbing his eyes, he yawned before finally seeing Oscar. Frederick shot up in excitement. "OS." Frederick smiled heartily at his friend and hugged him. The sight of him being up and alive was far better than the horrid look before. "Fred," Oscar hugged back in response. "You're either insane or a genius using the night raptor's blood like that." "Insane? Say that to yourself. You were already near death and even withstood the blood. I hear it's incredibly painful." Frederick snickered. Oscar did not continue speaking. His mouth could only let out joyous laughter, but the pain from his side made him stop a few times. Emily woke up to see two boys laughing their butts off like morons. Seeing the heartwarming sight, she could not help but join in with a few chuckles. "You're alive!" Frederick shouted, pointing to Oscar. "I'm alive!" Oscar's smile went from ear to ear. He could not believe it. "Be grateful we hunted down the night raptor," Emily said before resuming her giggles. The laughter of the three was a sight to behold. There was no enemy, worry, or despair, only bright happiness. The two suns almost seemed to dance with their delight. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 22. Return to the pavilion. It was a long journey. It was only a few days, but Oscar felt he had had enough of missions for the time being. The reward was the ein-amassing elixir that Oscar craved. Together with the next batch of the free elixir the pavilion hands out, they should propel him to a middle apprentice Exalt. Next to him, Frederick and Emily were not arguing as they usually do. It seems fighting life and death together had the effect of bringing them closer together. Never mind, as soon as Oscar thought they were getting closer, he saw Emily smack Frederick on the head, starting their usual shouting match. What was that for? Frederick shouted, feeling wronged by Emily's violence. Did they not patch things up earlier? You were undoing your bandages again, she stated coldly. I took the effort to do it tightly, and you ruined them again. Are you crazy? Frederick felt extremely wronged by this. Oscar tilted his head in confusion. The argument now was opposite to what they normally fought over. Emily seemed more concerned about Frederick's condition. Remove them. I'll do it again. Emily took out bandages like a saint, but her eyes and body language implied she would not take any complaints or rejections. OS, do them for me. Frederick had enough of this forceful girl and looked to Oscar to bail him out. Leave it to Emily. Oscar felt something strange between them but decided not to interject. He ignored Frederick's pleas and went on his merry way. Frederick found no way out. He sulkily extended his hand to Emily. Unlike her boisterous attitude, Emily's hands were careful and attentive as she redid the bandages in seconds. Frederick looked down at the fresh bandages with a blank expression. He did not know what he was feeling right now. It was refreshing, but at the same time, he did not like that it was because of this girl, so he mumbled his gratitude and left. Emily did not respond and followed, not noticing that her face broke into a small smile. Something is strange. As the third party, Oscar noticed all the little interactions, Frederick and Emily's weird actions, and that smile. Shaking his head, Oscar put it out of his mind. After some time, they saw the great walls of the Blue Ocean Pavilion, standing tall and unwavering, like a stalwart bastion of repose. We're back. Oscar's voice trembled from all the emotions that swelled in him. He wanted nothing more than to rest in his room. However, they were barred from entering through the gates by the guards, who noticed Greg's corpse being dragged by Frederick. Who is this? What happened? One of the guards released his Knight Exalt powers, pressuring the trio to answer truthfully or be beaten down. Oscar stepped forward despite the pressure. It was overwhelming to Oscar but paled in comparison to the coldness of the feeling of death. This person ambushed us during our mission. He tried to kill me and nearly succeeded. Oscar unveiled the gruesome scars on his stomach side to the guards, who were shocked. To survive such grievous wounds and still move was admirable. If what you say is true, that is a heavy offense. We will call for a judge to get your statements. The guards sent out a messenger to the record hall. Judges were the ones who recorded every action of every student. Thus, they were the keepers of the truth. They would never let any falsehoods be recorded. Oscar, Emily, and Frederick waited for a while. The guards offered them some food and water, which they graciously accepted. The good meal lifted their spirits from the long journey. It was silent until, finally, the messenger came back. Next to him was a beautiful woman with leafy green hair tied in a ponytail, great bejeweled yellow eyes, and tall, slender legs. Aunt? Frederick was shocked to see his aunt, Ivanka Klein. Emily was curious and eyed Ivanka with gleaming eyes. From what Frederick had told her, this aunt was a powerful Exalt. Nephew, you sure run into trouble no matter where you are. Ivanka spoke in a slightly amused tone, creating an air of lightheartedness. However, that suddenly dropped to chilling suffocation with her next words. What's this I hear about someone dead? Her yellow eyes gleamed with clear resolution. It did not matter if it was her nephew. As a judge, she would fulfill her duty. Though if Frederick was guilty, she'd do everything to have him return home safely. Frederick stepped back nervously. This demeanor was why he did not like forceful and wild women. This aunt had engraved such fear in him that he avoided women like her. The truth is, Oscar stepped up and relayed everything that had happened in the past few days, detailing Samuel's actions. The more he spoke, the more Ivanka's brows furrowed. Her beauty was not at all diminished by the anger she expressed. Looks like I'll have to talk with those two, Samuel and Austin. Very good. Though she said that, her eyes were full of hostility as she bared a predatory smile. The guards and the trio slowly backed away, not knowing what to do in front of a judge who was pissed off. Show me your hand. Her temper subsided as she turned her attention to Frederick. Not wanting to be punished for disobeying her, Frederick held out his bandaged hand. He felt it was strange to do this many times. First was Emily, and now his aunt. He felt aggrieved that most of the women he knew were so wild. Ivanka flared in anger, seeing the state of Frederick's hand. A black orb appeared next to her. It was a space pocket. Oscar's eyes widened and shined with a yearning. She reached her hand inside, seemingly disappearing into the orb, and pulled a vial of green liquid. She poured its contents onto her nephew's hand. Visibly, the scabs and hardened blood washed away, and a new layer of fresh skin and flesh appeared. What elixir is that? Oscar asked curiously. Grade 2 Emilio elixir. It works wonders for wounds like this. Ivanka finally noticed that the boy who asked was the one she admitted long ago, the one on which Great Elder Robert Levitt asked for information. Grade 2? Are you crazy? She was about to say something until Frederick's booming voice pierced her ears. They were quite close, so it stung harder. Ivanka was irate at Frederick's lack of manners and smacked him on the dome of his head. Scream louder, won't you? This elixir is well worth ensuring your hand can still function normally. Grade 2 elixirs were usually created by elite exalts. It was the best for any exalts at the elite and apprentice levels. But the higher the grade, the more expensive it was. Frederick did not want to burden his aunt with his problems. As if she understood Frederick's thoughts, Ivanka patted him on the shoulder. We're family, so that is what we do. Others may not agree, but you have potential. Spurred by his aunt's praises, Frederick cheekily smiled and bragged, I took the bastard's eye. I'd say I've shown my genius. Don't get cocky. Ivanka turned to Oscar with a curious expression. Oscar did not know why she was staring at him. Aunt, can you look at OS's injuries as well? He nearly died. Frederick knew it was a long shot to get his aunt to use a precious elixir, but he still had to try. Ivanka crossed her arms in thought but decided to help. She could not shy away from Frederick's best friend. Additionally, the boy, Oscar, was a person of interest. Show me, she said. Oscar took off his shirt for the second time, showing the scarred and deformed flesh. His face was dark as he did not enjoy showing people the gruesome look. Ivanka's face distorted at the state of Oscar's side. She moved closer and put her hands to feel the inflicted area. Oscar's face flushed from embarrassment. He had never been so close physically to such a pretty girl other than Isabella. He had maintained a certain distance from Emily all this time. Her smooth hand caressed his side, making him feel ticklish. Ivanka pulled her hand away and shook her head. It won't work. I don't know what you did, but it's fully healed, although deformed. The elixir would have worked if it wasn't completely healed like Frederick's hand, though perhaps a higher grade elixir can do it. Oscar put his shirt back on and said, It's okay. I'm just glad to be alive. It didn't matter what state his body was in. He could carry on as long as he could still move around and talk. Ivanka nodded in agreement. She had been through many trials like this in the past. All that mattered was one's survival to live and grow stronger. Her eyes looked at the three young students. Their looks and presence were more mature and close to a veteran's. Only a tiny bit. It may have been painful, but this experience will help you greatly in the future. I'll investigate this matter. You three can go report your mission. Having done what she could, Ivanka departed with Greg's corpse. Her beautiful figure flashed into the distance. After the guards allowed them inside, they arrived at the mission hall. Another judge was seated at the front desk. This judge was responsible for verifying the completion of a mission and recording the details to be marked on each person's record. What mission have you completed? The judge spoke in a lazy tone and yawned over his hand. Hunt for night raptor. Here are its body parts, blood, teeth, and claws. Oscar handed over the mission pamphlet along with them. The judge scanned the items and the mission details. He stamped the paper with a complete and collected the night raptor parts. Your names? The judge needed to record their achievements. The trio complied, and the judge wrote down their details. He placed the records in a tube that shot it straight to the record hall. Well done on completing the mission. Here are your rewards. 3 Ein amassing elixirs and 1,000 contribution points. How will you distribute them? The judge took out 3 blue vials containing the precious elixir. 400 for her, 300 for the 2 of us, Oscar said. Emily, however, did not agree. You should get the 400. If not for your plans, we would have had more trouble dealing with the Night Raptor and a hard time against Samuel's group. She acknowledged Oscar's efforts and leadership that led them back home safely. She felt undeserving since she boldly took the position of leader yet failed. Oscar waved his hand in disagreement. We agreed on this split before we left. Besides, your power made it easier for us to do it. But Emily wanted to argue more until Frederick intervened. If neither of you wants it, I'll take the 400. Frederick smirked at Emily as if goading to her. Her face went red from anger seeing this idiot try to take advantage. She understood what he was trying to do, but her moral code did not agree with this. Just take it. You can owe me a favor later if you feel it's unfair. Oscar offered a way out. Emily contemplated. Fine, I'll owe you a favor. The judge, indifferent to the children's jesting, distributed the contribution points. Oscar's badge lit up slightly. He could see the number 300 under his name. The badges were identification and wallets at the Blue Ocean Pavilion. Next, he split the 3 elixirs. They grabbed theirs firmly yet not tightly as if they were scared of dropping it. Thank you. Oscar thanked Emily for her help. I owe you a favor. Don't hesitate to ask for anything. Emily smiled slightly. Her pretty face and orange eyes were glowing with joy. What about me? I gave up the 400 as well. Shouldn't you owe me a favor? Frederick jokingly said. She turned to Frederick with a harsher look, causing him to freeze. Take care of your hand, she said almost in a whisper and left. What the hell? Frederick could not understand this girl at all. One moment she's beating him up. The next, she's telling him to take care of himself. She was so inconsistent in her behavior that Frederick's mind was tired of trying to understand. Don't mind, she's just saying goodbye. Let's go get some rest. Oscar stretched his back and went outside. There was definitely something going on between Emily and Frederick, but he chose to remain on the sidelines and let them figure things out. He looked around the vast structures and places of the Blue Ocean Pavilion when something caught his eye. A girl was walking toward the mission hall. She had a beautiful figure, further emphasized by the pavilion's uniform. Her amber eyes and scarlet hair perfectly matched her beautiful face. Isabella, Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 23, Grade 8 Genius, Isabella Thorne. Isabella always wanted something more in her life. Born in a small village in a faraway corner of the empire, she was praised for her beauty by others. There was no doubt that she surely would live well in the future. That was fine and she thought it so. But on the day her mother died, her world changed. She saw her beautiful mother lay still and pale all over. Her mother was known as the village's flower, but here she was, wilted and dead. Beauty was an advantage, but it did not guarantee a prosperous life. She looked around and wondered if this village was where she wanted to spend her life. Did she wish to lie in some makeshift grave after death? I want to be more. I should be greater. I have to be better. These thoughts hung with her for years until the day of the selection. The delight and pride she felt when Lewis discovered her vast talent were immeasurable. She was special. She was meant for more. And Exalthood was perfect. She would be more than just a pretty face. Unlike her mother, she would go on to live a life worthy of her beauty and talents. The first few days in the Blue Ocean Pavilion were slightly uncomfortable since she had never left home. But thanks to her talent, she was placed in the inner hall, where they helped care for her needs. Her training was also a fresh experience for her. She never realized the enormity of her talent until she started training. Absorbing the vast amount of Ein rapidly and the supply of elixirs, Isabella soon elevated to the peak of middle apprentice Exalt without issues. It was a given that she was above others. Natural for her. She was out today instead of training because she lacked contribution points. It was irritating, but she had to undertake a mission to earn them. Isabella, that voice calling for her was a surprise. She recognized Oscar's soft tone. Looking up, she saw the teen with black hair, black eye, and an unimpressionable face. His clothes had been torn in several parts, but his face had the same small smile he always wore. Her childhood friend, Oscar, who she had not seen in several months. Oscar, Isabella said blandly. Oscar was happy to see Isabella again, but her dry and unenthusiastic response dampened his spirit. The awkwardness remained as Oscar was too confused by her antipathic tone to say anything. Letting out a sigh, Isabella resumed walking. Her demeanor and attitude showed her unwillingness to talk. Wait! Oscar grabbed her wrist. He wanted to catch up with her, and they were friends, so why did she respond so coldly? Isabella's face darkened, and she snapped off Oscar's grip with a forceful tug. She looked back at him and said, I would appreciate it if we didn't talk anymore. Oscar was examining his hand. It was trembling from Isabella's strength. She was at a much higher level than him, even greater than Emily. I wanted to talk with you. Did you get any of Uncle Carlson's letters? How were you handling yourself in the inner hall? Oscar ignored her detachment and launched into a series of questions. I ignored them. I'm doing fine. Isabella gave short and curt responses as if she did not know Oscar. What the hell happened? Oscar trembled in disbelief to see his childhood friend behave this way. How could you not respond to your father? Oscar was furious as he had seen Uncle Carlson care for Isabella since her mother died. Yet this was how she acted towards her father. I have no time for that. There are far more important things to consider. Isabella looked at Oscar with her scarlet eyes. Unlike in the past, they held a hint of contempt. You're a grade 4. To be a powerful Exalt, you should focus more on your training than trivial matters. Trivial matters? Oscar's voice shook with anger and disbelief at Isabella. How can someone regard their own family as trivial? Yes, trivial. We have the opportunity to be far greater than any of them. As Exalts, we will live longer. What good is the village or family when they will disappear? Isabella put down her foot and made her statement. If they'll be gone, then all the more reason to cherish the time with them now. Oscar shouted at her. He had never shouted at her in all their years together as friends. Heck, he barely raised his voice since he was a baby. It shocked Isabella to see Oscar shout at her. In all their time together, he never did so. Her eyes narrowed as she spoke. Who are you to shout at me? We're no longer in the village. We're in the Blue Ocean Pavilion, and I am an inner hall student. Inner hall or not? You treat your family and friends this way? Frederick was on the sidelines, listening to the argument. He stepped forward because Isabella's mindset was the kind he hated. It was the attitude his own family and many other Exalt families took with their relatives, just like that hateful bastard. Who are you? Isabella turned to Frederick. Frederick wrapped his arm around Oscar's shoulders and puffed out his chest to declare, I'm this guy's best friend. I don't know your relationship, but it's wrong to treat your family and friends like that. His eyes were unwavering as he stared at Isabella. This girl was pretty, but she was ice-cold down to her heart. Even though Emily was brash and rude, he could feel a hint of warmth and care behind them. You're also a member of the outer hall. You're not worth my time. Isabella shook her head. Her attention was only on those she found worthy. The only reason she started to talk with Oscar was to cut off this relationship forever. Oscar, I won't be tied down any longer. Unlike my mother, who chose to remain in that pathetic village, I will live a grand life. The village used to be all she knew. But now, seeing the broader world opened her eyes to new possibilities. The village was a tiny, insignificant chapter in her life. Is that so? Oscar knew Isabella was not joking. She honestly believed this. Are you so quick to break off your friends and family? What if your new friends can no longer keep up with you in the future? Will you cruelly cast them aside as well? That's impossible, Isabella smirked. You are nothing compared to Gilbert. No matter what, I will be side by side with him, Gilbert Lockwood. When Isabella first saw him, she was enamored. His chiseled face, the serene blue eyes, and the flowing azure hair. He was the most talented student the Blue Ocean Pavilion found in many years. The grade 9 Xianxia was terrifying, and even she felt a tinge of fear. He was perfect in every way. They met several times and talked about their goals and dreams. He was kind enough to guide her and teach her many things. He was her destined partner. She was sure of it. She yearned to stay by his side. No matter what, she believed he would never lose or fall apart. Compared to Oscar, he was a million times stronger and better. Gilbert, Frederick flared up in hatred. Deep hostility took root in his heart. Fos, let's leave. There's nothing else for us here. Oscar still had a vacant look in his eyes. Frederick dragged the lifeless Oscar away from Isabella. Likewise, don't come to me again. Gilbert might misunderstand. She turned around and left without looking back. She did not want anything to ruin her standings in the pavilion and with Gilbert. Treacherous wench! Frederick spat on the floor while supporting Oscar, who did not move but stared in Isabella's direction. Oscar finally came to and separated from Frederick. His eyes were conflicted, and his face looked wearier than ever. Don't worry about that bitch, Os. If she wants to go, let her. She can die cursing she left you. Frederick tried to console the dispirited Oscar. I thought I knew her, but did I? For many years we were together. Oscar rubbed his eyes, which were tearing up. Should I have known? Could I have helped her more? The tears fell onto the ground. He could not hold back the flood as they ceaselessly continued to fall. For the first time in a long while, his emotions had gone out of control. Frederick clapped his hands onto Oscar's tear-filled cheeks, holding them. Don't regret anything. Don't dwell on the what-ifs. She made her choice. Focus on yourself, Os. Prove her wrong. Are you not worthy? Become so strong that she isn't worthy of you. Oscar wiped off his tears, although his eyes were still watery. Thanks, Fred. You're right, but I don't want to brag in her face or anything. She chose to be left alone, and that's what I'll do. Since Isabella had chosen to cut him off, then he would oblige. You could parade it over her. That would give me some satisfaction, Frederick complained. To you, but I don't want to do such a thing to anyone. Oscar was raised to be a kind child. Although he entered the cruel world of Exalts, he wanted to maintain his sense of morality. He did not want to be like Isabella or Samuel. Geez, there's no convincing you to be a little more vengeful. Did you not like her? Frederick asked. I always looked after her and helped her when she needed it. You can say it was closer than friends, but less than lovers. The final step before becoming lovers was something Oscar never crossed. If they never came to the pavilion, Oscar and Isabella would probably have made that final step and gotten married. There's nothing more now. She wants to be with Gilbert. She can live her own life as she pleases. Although he said he was fine, he was still clearly shaken by the exchange, and his weak tone showed it. The words Oscar uttered before were mainly to console himself. Deep down, he felt somewhat responsible for her. Gilbert. Frederick gnashed his teeth upon hearing the name. Oscar always felt it was strange. The irrational hatred Frederick had for Gilbert was confusing. Frederick mentioned it was because Gilbert was suspicious and gave off a bad feeling, but Oscar could tell that was not the case. There was something more personal. I won't force him. He can tell me when he wants to. The two silently made their way back to the outer hall. Their faces hung down with heavy expressions. What do I tell Uncle Carlson? Oscar was conflicted about what to tell Isabella's father. Telling the truth would break his heart, but Uncle Carlson would be equally worried by the lack of letters. With his mind stewing over the problem, Oscar unknowingly arrived at Elder Saul's house, where, as usual, the elder rested on his reclined chair. Elder Saul noticed the two students approaching and opened his eyes. His eyes clung to Oscar, who felt like he was being stripped naked. You've killed someone. The elder's words surprised the two boys. I can tell by the look in your eye. Oscar bowed to Elder Saul. I was ambushed by another student and had no choice. No choice. Elder Saul ruminated on the two words. Become stronger. Then you'll have more choices. But it is good you came back alive. Elder Saul rarely gave any advice, words of praise, or concern. He was moved that Elder Saul showed him a hint of compassion. Oscar and Frederick were equally shocked that this dispassionate elder acted in this manner. It also seems like you're concerned about something. Elder Saul saw through Oscar once again. Elder, can I ask you something? Oscar requested. Fine. Ask away. If telling the truth is hurtful to someone I care about, then should I not say anything? However, they'll still be hurt by not knowing the truth. Oscar looked to this elder for an answer to his issue. Elder Saul got off his chair and came closer to Oscar. The boys tensed up like a stiff board. Everyone else thought this elder was a weak leftover, but they knew that was false. Elder Saul stopped in front of Oscar and stared into his eyes. Oscar felt his mind floating away as if Saul's eyes were endless black holes. If you have a wound, is it better to burn it to seal it shut or let it fester and rot? Before Oscar could respond, Elder Saul turned back. The truth may hurt, but it hurts the most after a long buildup of lies. Make sure to judge whether the pain would be better had now than later. Elder Saul went back to sleeping on his chair. Oscar was silent and bowed to the elder. I know what I must do. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 24. Life in the Pavilion. After eating and resting, Oscar sat in front of his desk, his hand clutching a pen, writing a letter to Isabella's father, Carlson Thorne. He decided to tell the truth about Isabella turning her back on her home and family. He did not want Uncle Carlson to continue worrying about her and looking for any signs. As Elder Saul said, it was worse to keep Carlson in the dark and lie when the truth inevitably comes out. If Oscar told a lie, then that would only make Uncle Carlson more worried in the future if Isabella never sent a letter. It was better for him to know so there would be closure. Uncle Carlson, the truth is horrible, but I hope you understand. I'm sorry I could not give you any good news. Oscar finished the letter and sealed it up. Fred, I'll be sending this letter out and going to the Neptune archives. Oscar turned to Frederick, who was resting on his bed. His green hair was scattered messily around his pillow, far from the picture of a noble. Okay, Frederick was too tired to accompany Oscar today. He closed his eyes to go back to sleep. Oscar strolled through the large halls of the commune to the postroom. The postroom was a large circular room lined up with light crystals that lit up every corner of the room. The dome at the top had a beautiful spiral pattern like a whirlpool. In the center was a circular counter that replicated the room's shape. There were several workers there, taking students' letters and organizing them. Oscar approached the counter and rang the bell, prompting a worker to attend to him. Sending out a letter, Oscar held out his letter. No problem. The worker reached out to take the letter but could not pull it out of Oscar's hand. The worker stared at Oscar in confusion and said, I can't send it out if you're holding it too tight. Ha! Oscar looked down and saw the letter still in his hand in a tug-of-war with the worker. The letter was crumbling from his tight grip. Oscar's hand refused to let go. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, Oscar wrenched his hand open, allowing the worker to take the letter away. He stared in a daze at his trembling hands. Are you okay? The worker was concerned by Oscar's weird behavior and pale face. Oscar snapped out of it and rubbed his head. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. The worker stared at Oscar in concern, but he was just a worker. Students' issues were their own, and he was not in a position to indulge them. Hold it together. Uncle Carlson will be fine. Isabella made her choice. Oscar quickly exited the commune with a sick feeling in his stomach. Oscar firmly clenched his trembling hands, but it did little to stop it as his fists were shaking. I said it no longer has anything to do with me. Why can't I calm down? His thoughts tortured him as he worried about how Uncle Carlson would take the news, how his parents would react, and why Isabella was so insensitive. Oscar desperately tried to hold himself together, but the anxiety was getting to him. Forget it. Let's just read some books. The enjoyment of reading always uplifted his spirits. When he was nervous or sad, books were his solace. Oi! Another student stopped Oscar. The student was stone-faced but with a hint of anger. The most striking part was the eye patch over his right eye. Oscar recognized him as one of the people who ambushed him with Samuel. Austin. He recalled the name because Frederick spent a long time bragging about how he defeated Austin. His body readied itself for a fight. That's right. I wanted to say something to you. First, I have nothing to do with you. I'm not allied with Samuel. Austin's face darkened, making Oscar alert. Second, tell that bastard, Frederick. I will make him pay. Without waiting for Oscar's reply, Austin left for the commune. His demeanor and temperament had completely changed. There was an icy yet fierce resolution that Oscar could feel. Frederick needs to be careful. The changes in Austin made Oscar extremely wary. Compared to Samuel's bull-like attitude, Austin was like a cunning wolf, biding its time. There was an eerily calm air around him. He's lost an eye, but he sees clearer than ever. Elder Saul appeared next to Oscar with a sickle in his hand. He glanced at Austin, then turned to Oscar, his eyes almost piercing through him. "Elder." Oscar bowed in greeting. He could never grasp this elder's motives or actions. Some moments would be indifferent, while others would be helpful. Sometimes it would be comments like this: "I also felt the change in him. Will he be a dangerous opponent?" Anyone with a fierce determination can be dangerous. Elder Saul pulled out a cracker and started munching on it. The way his face and wrinkles moved as he chewed reminded Oscar of the old fogey in the village with no teeth. Elder Saul's attention went back to Oscar. "Never mind him. You seem to have something else to say to me." Oscar stared at his quaking hands. He did not feel like this when he killed Greg because his consciousness was clear. But this? He was hurting someone he cared for. "I have made my choice, but I still feel horrible." Elder Saul was silent for a moment. "That is your problem to deal with." It was not his role to intervene in the emotional conflict this boy was experiencing. The boy had to endure it himself. Otherwise, he would never mature. Elder Saul sighed. "What I can tell you is this. Live on with the choice you've made." The elder turned his back and started trimming the grass. Oscar could tell that was all the elder wanted to say. It was improper to disturb him any further. Oscar nodded and bowed to Elder Saul and departed. He replayed the elder's words in his head. If his choice led to dire outcomes, could he live with it? Soon after, the Neptune Archives entrance stood before him. Oscar put away his thoughts and entered inside. The smell of old papers and books refreshed his mind as a peaceful sensation washed over him. He walked past several shelves and deeper into the archives. Since the first time he set foot in the archives, Oscar had read through many books. He went from shelf to shelf. He stood in the section for plants and herbs. After picking out a book, he went to a corner and started reading with a small smile. He was so focused on his reading that he did not notice a silver-haired person take a small glance at him. "That person is here often." Celestina looked at Oscar with a bit of interest for a moment. The next day, early morning, Oscar sat in his dorm with a serious expression. Today was the day his friend, Frederick, would attempt to upgrade to a middle apprentice Exalt. The day before, he told Frederick about Austin earlier and Elder Saul's small comment. Frederick felt immense pressure about a potential threat to his life. Thus, he decided to go for it with the Ein-amassing potion reward from the Night Raptor mission. "You sure about this?" Although it was just a jump in the sub-ranks of the apprentice Exalt, it wasn't something to rush into. That was why Oscar decided to wait for the next batch of the elixir so that he could have a sure advancement with 2 elixirs. "Definitely. I heard advancing causes a mess, so I'll do it in a private training room." Frederick gave a confident thumbs up to Oscar and left. Grade 5 Xianxia provided him the extra benefit that 1 elixir might do the job. Left alone in the room, Oscar thought about what to do. He could go back to the archives or meditate. He tossed and turned in thought until he remembered something he had to do. "I still have the contribution points I earned. I can go to the foundry to try to purchase a weapon." The battle with Greg made him realize the usefulness of having a weapon. It can provide the edge he may need to survive the next battle. Excited, Oscar jumped out of bed and got ready to go out. Recalling that Emily also said she wanted a weapon, Oscar went to look for her in the commune since the most likely place to see her was the cafeteria. Having gotten a plate of breakfast, Oscar paced around until he spotted Emily entering inside. He hurried over and greeted her happily. "Emily." "Oscar, what's up?" Emily's orange hair fluttered as she spun to greet him back. Thanks to the rewards from the previous mission, she was in quite a good mood today. As they started eating, Oscar noticed several people eyeing him and Emily. It seems Emily was popular amongst their fellow students. It wasn't odd since she was a beautiful girl with a powerful look in her orange eyes. He also noticed several girls eyeing her with admiration and him with disdain. Compared to Emily's beautiful looks, he was quite unremarkable. It was true that Emily was more tomboyish, so her charm could extend to other girls. The meal felt awkward for Oscar because of the stares. "Where's that dunce?" Emily was referring to Frederick. Her language was still as harsh as ever toward him, but Oscar noticed her tone was not as forceful. "He's closed up in the training room to attempt to become a middle apprentice Exalt," Oscar said. "Is he serious?" Emily exclaimed. She guessed the 2 of them, Oscar and Frederick, were close to that threshold, but immediately going for it right after the mission was not good. People usually took the usual method to advance in their optimal condition. Oscar explained his encounter with Austin yesterday. Each word made Emily grip her hand, crushing her utensils. That bastard wants revenge for something he started. Bah, Frederick can handle him. My prey is that yellow shithead. Emily's orange eyes gleamed like a predator in the night. Oscar felt chills down his spine and flailed to change the subject. That's why I'm free today. I wanted to know how you were doing. Emily tilted her head with her hand on her chin. That fight with the night raptor and Samuel made me realize I need to improve my control. Emily griped. If she had better utilized her Ein, her staff would have pierced directly through the tiger. I remember you said you wanted to get a weapon, correct? That's right. Thanks to you, I have the contribution points to get a staff weapon. It was a staff weapon she had been eyeing for a while, but it was priced at 350 points. The need for points led to her joining up with Oscar and Frederick. Perfect timing. I wanted to find a weapon for myself too. Should we go together? Oscar proposed. Emily chuckled. Her laughter made some men blush, and the girls clenched their teeth at how Oscar made her laugh. Ignoring the stares, Emily teased. Since that dunce isn't here, you decided to ask me. What's wrong? Too afraid to go alone? Correct. Going along with a popular girl like you will make everyone else feel inferior, Oscar teased back. Internally, he was hoping no one would cause trouble with him just because he was friends with Emily. Okay, let's go to the foundry. Emily smiled. The two of them were full of anticipation. It was finally time to get their first weapons. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 25, My Weapon. The Foundry. It was the center of weapon forgery and armor in the Blue Ocean Pavilion, where every student and elder came here for the best quality armament. The people who worked in the foundry and trained in the ways of forging were called fabricators. Fabricators, like alchemists, enjoyed a special status amongst Exalts since the services they provided were necessary for Exalts. Last time I looked around, my eyes dropped at the prices. Emily sighed in distress over her poor self. The only solace was that money could not buy anything, so it was not a burden on her father. Were you not looking at grade 1 weapons? Oscar knew higher grades were obscenely expensive. I looked at the higher grades just for eye candy. But even some of the grade 1 armaments were expensive. Emily yawned as her mid-morning tiredness hit her. There were several staff weapons. The best grade 1 armament costs 1,000 contribution points, while the lowest costs 200. Interesting. Oscar enjoyed the new information as they walked toward the foundry. A large gray estate made from stone and metal, rather than the usual marble and crystals of the other facilities. Oscar felt the stones and noticed they were rough and cracked. It was the opposite of the clean and high-class atmosphere of the pavilion. A large column extruded out from the top of the roof, constantly releasing an endless amount of black smoke and covering the sky in black clouds. Looking down, Oscar saw a desolate land with no single plant growing around the foundry. It's pretty hot. Oscar started sweating, as did Emily. The foundry had a very harsh dry heat like a sauna. Inside, Oscar and Emily saw the hectic yet meticulous sight of the fabricators at work. Many wore helmets with glass visors, fully clothed in insulated clothing with no opening, and thick metallic gloves. The helmets had small tubes on each side, most likely for air filtration. They were rough when processing the raw materials and metals. Bones scraped down, metal melted, and shining cores shattered. But they were careful, as if carrying a newborn baby when polishing and putting together their works. I heard anyone is allowed to enter an apprenticeship here regardless of which hall they might be a part of. Same for the alchemists. After all, there might be some prodigies even in the minor hall. Emily said, That's correct. You can get better resources to become stronger if you show potential as a fabricator or alchemist. It's a shame, but I don't have a suitable anima. One of the fabricators came up to the duo and asked, Have you come here to sign up for an apprenticeship, procure armaments, or to repair? We would like to buy grade 1 armaments. Oscar was excited to see the great vaults of the foundry. Follow me. The fabricator led them to another room. The large size of the room was not surprising. It was the countless weapons and armor arranged all over. Oscar peered around and saw armaments lined all over the walls to the high ceiling, rows upon rows of glass cases containing more. Every single one seemed to shine and sparkle in the light. Look around and find what you need. The prices are tagged on each one. The fabricator put his hands behind his back and stood straight like a butler waiting for the next order. I already know what I want. The grade 1 iron serpent staff. Emily walked to one of the glass cases and pointed to the weapon inside. It was an iron-colored staff with patterns of snakes wrapped around it. Oscar noticed other staves that were more beautiful next to them, but they were more expensive. The staff will cost 350 contribution points. The fabricator carefully took the staff out of its container and held it to a black stone tablet. It glowed slightly with the name of the staff. Place your identity token. The fabricator held the tablet to Emily. Emily placed her identity token, which also acted as a wallet for contribution points, on the black stone tablet. The number 400 on her token decreased to 50, and the black stone tablet stopped glowing. Transaction complete. This iron serpent staff is now yours. The fabricator resumed his passive stance as though nothing had happened. Oscar felt admiration for how calm and collected these fabricators were. Emily swung around the staff to get a feel for it. She was careful not to hit any of the merchandise. Her face was full of satisfaction as she smiled. Take a look, Oscar. Oscar hesitated to hold the weapon because he thought it was improper. At Emily's urgings, he nervously held it in his hands. A surge of energy flowed into his body. He felt the weight of the staff and the rippling iron in every small part. An armament is created with iron. From the processing of materials to the polishing, each motion utilizes iron. Thus it gives off that pulsating feeling. The fabricator spoke up with a lengthy explanation completely different from his previous short responses. Not only that, an armament can have distinct attributes. The staff was more flexible, like a snake, hence its name. A higher grade armament can have more powerful properties, even abilities. Amazing! Oscar wanted to possess an armament even more now. Oscar, you should look around and find something suitable. Emily held her staff close like a family heirloom. Her excitement was overflowing as she could not wait to test it out. Oscar glanced all over, left to right, up and down. He felt dizzy trying to take it all in. Thankfully, the fabricator stepped forward and asked, "Should I gather everything that falls in your price range? That would be great. Can I see everything that I can get for 300 contribution points?" 350. Oscar turned with widened eyes to Emily, who offered her leftover 50 contribution points. She responded with a wink. "What will I do with 50 points? Don't refuse this, or I'll bash you into agreeing." Emily smiled, but her words were so cold that Oscar felt terrified. "I'll agree to this, but I'll pay you back." Oscar did not want to be in her debt. He did not want to feel like he was taking advantage of her. The fabricator gathered up every item worth 350 points and laid them on the table. There were weapons and armor of every type gathered in a pile. As Oscar held up a weapon or armor, the fabricator explained their details enthusiastically, giving sales pitches. The dagger is swift and easy to hold, great for this bow charges with iron, and the spear is great for maintaining distance. It also can do. Oscar felt a headache coming on from all the large amounts of details. He gestured for the fabricator to stop and began pondering what suited him best. In that last battle with Greg, what was I lacking? The previous battles and how he fought should provide a great insight into his shortcomings. In all my spars with Frederick, I was too vulnerable. It was the same with Greg. Oscar had an epiphany and started to go through the pile himself. His eyes lit up when he saw a particular item. He pulled it out and brandished it before the two onlookers. "I've decided on this." The fabricator showed no emotion, but Emily was astonished. In Oscar's hands was a shield. The shield had a smooth surface, obsidian black color like Oscar's eyes, and was incredibly thin. It was also a small circular shape, about the length of Oscar's head. Emily shakingly asked, "Are you sure about that? That shield doesn't look like it can block a lot. Also, it's small." That shield is known as the obsidian glass buckler. Despite its small appearance, it's sturdy. An advantage is its mobility, thanks to being small. The user can move more freely than with a conventional shield. The fabricator explained the uses of this shield. "Still, you want that?" Emily thought Oscar would have gone for a more offensive weapon like the sword or spear. Oscar looked down at the black buckler and shook his head. It's perfect for my uses. Will it cost extra for a certain adjustment? The fabricator was also looking at the black buckler. Although he showed no emotion underneath that helmet, he was curious why this student had chosen it. If you want a certain modification, it can be done for free if it's a simple adjustment. Perfect. I'd like to ask you to do. Oscar whispered his idea to the fabricator, who looked deeply at Oscar. Interesting. I can do that for you for free, the fabricator said with a hint of amusement. Do what? Emily was irked at being left out of the conversation. She was also curious about what Oscar wanted to do with the buckler. Her cries were ignored as Oscar and the fabricator processed the transaction. The fabricator took the buckler away outside to fulfill Oscar's special request. Emily waltzed next to Oscar and grabbed his collar. Her orange eyes were full of curiosity and irritation. So, what's your grand plan? I'll surprise you later. Oscar looked away nervously, not wanting to see Emily's angry face. Emily held her anger in and grumbled, letting Oscar go. She was not so insensitive to keep pushing him into something he didn't want to do. It better be a great show. Around 30 minutes later, the fabricator finally returned with Oscar's buckler. Emily did not pick up any obvious modifications on it. That was fast. Thank you very much. Oscar bowed in gratitude and took his buckler, putting it on his back thanks to the harness that came with it. It wasn't too much of a change. I thank you for the opportunity to hone my skills. All fabricators were fanatics when it came to working on their craft. They rarely showed emotion unless they were working. With grateful farewells, Oscar and Emily departed from the foundry. Once outside the dark smog circle above, they took a deep breath of the fresh, cool air and felt the beaming of the two suns. The foundry would be better if it wasn't so stifling and suffocating. Emily took out a handkerchief and wiped off some ash residue on her. I wonder if the Palace of Whirlpools is like this too. Oscar thought about the other Exalt profession, alchemy. Rumors said alchemists were even worse than the fabricators in their sheer obsession. Perhaps next time if we have more contribution points to use. I don't see any of us becoming alchemists. Emily stretched out her arms and back to release the tension. Emily lifted her staff in the air, looking pleased with herself. I'll be heading off to the training room. I need to test the armament out. Want to join me? I'll pass. I'll see you later. Oscar dodged Emily's request and waved goodbye to the pouting Emily. Some students eyed the buckler on his back as he walked and whispered amongst themselves. They varied in their responses. Some were confused, and others sneered at Oscar's dumb choice. Do they all think they need some pointy end? Oscar ignored all the onlookers and gossip on his way back. When he opened the door, he felt pressure similar to Emily's. In the room was Frederick, smiling smugly with his arms behind his head. His yellow eyes curved in elation. You succeeded? Oscar lit up with delight. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 26. Judgment. Frederick jumped off his seat triumphantly and displayed his eye as a middle apprentice Exalt, staggering Oscar backward. The presence and eye of a middle apprentice Exalt was truly a difference in quality from Oscar's power. I'm so hungry. Frederick rubbed his belly and dispersed his eye. The advancement had sapped him of nearly all his energy, causing his immense hunger. Breakfast is closed. You'll need to wait until lunch. Tell me, how did it feel? Oscar wanted all the information on the process. Emily said it should be up to him to find out when he does it. But Oscar did not like wafting in the unknown if there were clear references to look at. Painful. Extremely painful. Frederick's face paled as he recalled this morning. The thought of how the next advancement might feel made him tremble from dread. Just painful. Oscar pushed on for more. Same as before. My core felt hot and excruciating. This time, however, my skin started peeling off. Your skin. I felt every piece tear itself off. It was pure torture. Look at my skin now, though. Frederick rolled up his sleeves, and Oscar carefully observed them and even felt them. They were soft and completely devoid of any scars. My hand has also lost the scars on it. Next, he showed the hand that Austin's acid coat brutally corroded. Although Ivanka used an elixir, there were still remnant traces of the damage. Those traces were now gone. Amazing! Oscar exclaimed. For advancement to have this kind of effect on the body was shocking. There were still so many mysteries on Exalts. Frederick noticed the smooth black buckler that Oscar had on his back. "What is that shield? Where did you go?" Oscar took the shield off his back and briefed Frederick on how he and Emily went to the foundry. "You should have just waited for me. I wanted to get a weapon as well." Frederick felt wronged by both Emily and Oscar. Having released his grievances, Frederick turned his attention to the shield. A shield? A strange choice for a first weapon. People usually take up a shield to complement their main weapon. "Don't worry about that. I got a secret weapon on this." Oscar smiled with a cheeky expression as if goading Frederick to take a guess. "A secret weapon?" Frederick tilted his head, but he quickly gave up trying. "If it's you, it's sure to be a surprise." He knew Oscar never did anything that was a waste. Everything was deliberate in Oscar's actions. The two chatted as they waited for lunch to open at the commune, but a knock on their door interrupted them. Oscar opened the door and saw Ivanka staring at him with those overpowering yellow eyes. Hello, aunt." Frederick was shocked and tidied himself up, even buttoning up his top collar. Ivanka was expressionless as she stepped into the room, glancing around. "This place is pretty clean. Let me guess. Oscar does it all." "Can't you believe in your nephew?" Frederick meekly said. The same nephew that leaves his room like a hurricane had passed through. Ivanka's eyes locked onto Frederick, who stood rigid. All the confidence from before, when he broke through, had vanished. But Ivanka's tone became slightly warmer. "Congrats on becoming a middle apprentice Exalt. Miss Klein, may I ask what you were here for?" Oscar was curious why a judge came to their dorm room. Even though it was Frederick's aunt, it was still unconventional. Ivanka looked at Oscar and Frederick and said, "I need the two of you to follow me." She did not wait for their reply and waved her hand, dragging them away. She ignored the prying eyes of the curious students around them. "What is this about?" Oscar asked. "The two of you must come to the record hall and testify about your mission. Emily, Samuel, and Austin are already there." The record hall was the place of records and the court that dealt with internal affairs. Her speed was incredible as Oscar and Frederick were towed along. They arrived in front of the record hall in a matter of minutes. Its impressive thick walls and guards clad in great armaments were intimidating. Oscar's steps were heavy as they went inside. He knew Samuel and Austin were at fault, but he worried about the repercussions of killing another student. "Don't worry, just say what happened and we should be fine." Frederick had an intense expression on his face. Oscar nodded and calmed himself down. They were led into the courtroom of the record hall by Ivanka. Inside were 3 large wooden desks where 3 elders of the Blue Ocean Pavilion sat. At the top was someone he recognized, the trial master Robert Levitt, who administered the trials to enter the outer hall. Next to his sides were a middle-aged gentleman with a well-trimmed beard and mustache and an elderly woman with white hair tied in a bun. To the side, he saw Emily, who stared at them with a carefree look. On the other side, Austin closed his eye and stood firm while Samuel stared daggers into them. Great Elder Robert Levitt, Primary Elder Jane, and Second Elder David. "I have brought Oscar Tur and Frederick Klein." Ivanka knelt on the ground in respect to the elders. Oscar and Frederick copied her. "The 2 students may rise and stand with the girl Emily." "Judge Ivanka, you are dismissed." Second Elder David spoke up. He would be presiding over this matter. Oscar and Frederick went to join Emily. They had no seats, so they had to remain standing. "The court is now in session. Each of you will have a turn to speak of the events. Remember to tell it truthfully." As the last word left David's lips, everyone's heart sank. Emily and Frederick gave their accounts of the events, from the team's formation to the night raptor hunt and Samuel's interference. The elders remained silent during their testimonies. Their lack of reaction made Emily and Frederick nervous, but they pulled through and finished talking. Next was Oscar's turn. He breathed deeply to calm himself down but could hear his heartbeat quickening. Stepping forward, he made his opening statement. "This all began when we first entered the Blue Ocean Pavilion. The benefit of reading many books was that Oscar was eloquent with his words. He explained in detail Samuel's pettiness and behavior towards him and Frederick during their time here. Off to the side, Samuel was red from holding in his anger. It would leave a bad impression on the elders if he made an outburst here. The only thing he could do was stare at Oscar with deep hatred. The elders noticed his small actions, unknown to Samuel. They were paying attention to Oscar's testimonies and observing every reaction of each person. The body betrays the unspoken truth. Greg and I fought against each other. The details of how Oscar fought and won against Greg made David and Jane raise their eyebrows. It was quite a tale to hear about this boy's unyielding drive to win at the cost of his own life. They suspected he was lying, but one look at his face told them he was not. That is my testimony. I had no choice but to kill to protect myself and prevent Greg from helping Samuel or Austin against my companions. Oscar closed his testimony and went back to his friends. We have heard one side's testimonies. Now for the other. Second elder motioned for Samuel to start. The guilty son of a viscount stepped forward and launched into a long story, a story he had fabricated about the mission and his purpose. I was gathering herbs with my companions when we ran into them. Frederick and Oscar never liked me, so they immediately jumped on us. We scrambled into the caverns to seek shelter and a way out. Samuel performed quite the act, feigning innocence of the crime and sadness for the loss of Greg. Frederick and Emily were angered by this shameless deceit and nearly spoke against him. Oscar seemed unaffected but balled his hands into clenched fists. I demand justice for Greg, who was my friend. I demand they be punished for their lies and deceit. Samuel ended it with crocodile tears down his cheeks. But none of the elders reacted in the way he wanted. They remained detached and firm. Finally, it was Austin's turn. He stepped forward wearing the eye patch. He turned and glanced at Frederick with a stern gaze that made the young noble shiver. Austin Taylor, you may speak. Thank you for putting this court in session. I have but one thing to say. Austin's mouth stopped for a moment before resuming. Everything was Samuel's fault. What? Samuel could not believe what he was hearing. He thought Austin would not want to get in more trouble, so the natural conclusion was to lie. This shift made him confused as he stared at Austin in a daze. Scoffing at Samuel's pathetic figure, Austin spoke. I am partly to blame for participating in it, but Samuel set out to kill these two. Oscar, Frederick, and Emily all hung their jaws wide open in response to Austin's honesty. Like Samuel, they never expected him to do this, especially because Frederick took his eye. Once Austin finished speaking, second elder David rose to ask, is that the truth? Are you certain? It would mean you will be punished for your involvement. Austin paused for a moment but then nodded in reply. I accept the punishment. David and Jane admired Austin's declaration. Even Robert smiled slightly in his chair. This was the proper conduct of a Blue Ocean Pavilion member. Lies, they're all lies. Elders, please do not be fooled. Samuel knelt and pleaded with the three elders, whose faces turned cold at his whimpering figure. Second elder David had had enough of this farce. He waved his hand, forcing Samuel to stare at him. We knew the truth of this matter yesterday. After it was reported, we confirmed all the facts and investigated. You would be sent to the Abyss prison regardless of this court. Then, why did we have this trial? It was all wrong. Samuel believed he had a chance to turn things around. This trial was to see if you had remorse for your sins. You lied to our faces and made a mockery of our honor. David's eyes were emotionless, but his tone was laced with anger, making Samuel tremble in fear. David flicked his wrist, manifesting chains that wrapped around Austin. Austin Taylor confessed his crimes and was willing to face the punishment. He will be sent to the Abyss prison for 2 weeks. It should have been 1 month, but losing his eye is already a harsh punishment. Samuel Carter, for attempted murder and lying to the court, you are sentenced to 3 months in the Abyss prison. The chains wrapped around Samuel and caged his mouth. David was sick of Samuel's warped tongue. The muffled shouts of Samuel's pleas and begging were barely audible to Oscar. Frederick and Emily sighed in relief that the two were going away. There is one more. David got their attention, making them surprised. The trial should have been over with. What else was there? Oscar gripped his hands as his face became pale. There was one other matter they had to consider. Oscar Ter, you fought to defend yourself and succeeded. Greg's demise was his own, but you ultimately put him down. You shall only be in the Abyss prison for a week. Oscar felt the chains wrapped around him. He stumbled to the floor on his knees as his mind went blank. These chains were heavy but also restricted his exertion of Ein. "I object to this," Frederick shouted in opposition. His loud voice echoed through the spacious courtroom. "What justice is this? Oscar should be locked up for defending himself. It is only a week. He will be out before you know it," David said dryly. "Is this how the Blue Ocean Pavilion operates?" Emily stood firm, side by side with Frederick and Oscar. She could not stand by and let this abuse of authority happen. "Halt!" Robert opened his eyes, one red and blue, shocking everyone, including the elders. "What you say is correct. Oscar had every right to defend himself. However, there is a reason he needs to go." "What reason?" Frederick and Emily could not accept this answer, but Robert announced the end of this trial, and the three in chains were taken away. Frederick and Emily left with sour faces. They were unwilling to let this go. Frederick hoped to find his Aunt Ivanka to let her know and see what they could do. Once the courtroom was emptied, except for the elders, Jane spoke to Robert. "Great Elder, are you sure about sending the boy there?" She did not speak up earlier because it was Robert's decision. She praised the two for sticking up for their friend, even against the elders. "I am confused as well, Great Elder." David looked up to Great Elder Robert, so he could not understand why he would do something uncharacteristic. If it were the norm, Oscar would be let go for self-defense. "There is no need to know." Great Elder Robert refused to explain further and disappeared in a flash of light. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 27. Abyss Prison. Frederick slammed the desk in front of his aunt, Ivanka Klein. The table was made of special wooden material capable of withstanding the impact of Frederick's Exalt power. The table did not break down, but a loud sound like rocks colliding against each other made all the other judges stop and stare in confusion. Emily, frowning, stood on the side with her arms crossed and her orange eyes narrowed. She did not lose her bearings like Frederick, but she felt the court's decision was unwarranted. A guard approached to take Frederick and Emily away for causing a disturbance. This offense was even more severe for taking place in the record hall. However, Ivanka waved her hand to stop the guard. From what she knew about the case, it was a done deal that Samuel and Austin would be sent off to the Abyss prison. The scene of these two coming straight to her in anger was unexpected. "Wait, too?" Ivanka finally noticed that Frederick's friend, Oscar, was missing. Ivanka felt suspicious of what had happened. Her usual proper and mannered face fell into a frown. "Where's your friend, Oscar?" Frederick yelled. "They dragged him away in chains. I demand they drop their idiotic decision and release him." Emily clasped Frederick on his shoulder to stop his outbursts. The other judges were staring at them coldly now for their disturbance. She explained what happened in the courtroom. As she heard more and more of what happened, Ivanka knit her brows in frustration. As a judge, she always upheld the values of truth and a code of conduct. Sending Oscar to the Abyss prison disagreed with her views. Ivanka sighed as her shoulders dropped from her powerlessness and said, "I can't help him, Aunt." Frederick was shocked his by-the-books aunt would say such a thing. "It is the decision of the court." Ivanka shook her head. "I cannot go against the elders. So we just let this happen to our friend?" Frederick stared angrily at Ivanka. Ivanka knew what Frederick was going through and tried to calm him down. "Staying here and yelling at me is not productive. I need you to think about this." Frederick and Emily clenched their hands. The Blue Ocean Pavilion had truly gone overboard. The guard stepped in between them, no longer wishing to allow this scene to continue. Since the judge gave her statement, these students had nothing else to argue. A moment, the Great Elder Robert appeared out of thin air. "Great Elder!" Ivanka and the guard got out of their seats and onto their knees. Robert nodded to Ivanka and turned to Frederick and Emily. The two students refrained from showing proper respect and stared vehemently at Robert. "You!" Ivanka was angry at their impulsiveness, especially her nephew. They could suffer harshly for this attitude towards an elder. "It's fine." Robert stopped Ivanka from scolding them. "These two are angry for the sake of their friend. I will allow this slight, but only this one time." Robert did not release pressure, but Frederick and Emily could not help but feel they were at death's door, like a silent void ready to swallow them. Ignoring the pale faces of Frederick and Emily, Robert explained, "You are correct. In normal circumstances, Oscar should have been forgiven and freed of any charges. But there was a special request. A request! Frederick and Emily were taken aback, while Ivanka was stunned. The Blue Ocean Pavilion kept a neutral stance on all matters that did not pertain to the pavilion's goals. There should be no reason for Oscar to be singled out and discriminated against. Great Elder. When did the pavilion take private requests to change its rules? Ivanka tried to hide the anger in her tone, but a little bit leaked out, making her voice hoarse. You're sending Oscar to that hellhole for a week because someone wanted you to? Frederick was not as adept as his sister in quelling his harsh tone. Emily forced him back before he did anything he might regret. Great Elder. May we know who made the request? Emily asked as she figured there was no use in arguing the decision. Whoever made the request was powerful enough to make these elders break the rules. But she needed to know the person's identity. Perhaps they could convince them or take revenge. Robert sighed. You all speak as though this will be a tragedy. Have you never considered that this may be a boon to the young boy? A boon? Frederick, Emily, and Ivanka said in unison. How can the Abyss Prison, known for its cruelty and misery, be a reward to Oscar? Robert shook his head. I cannot explain it to you, but know that this is in Oscar's best interests. His body disappeared, leaving only the echoes of his last words. Everyone left behind could only stare blankly, trying to understand what Great Elder Robert was saying. In the outer hall of the Blue Ocean Pavilion, Elder Saul tended to the grass and flowers, his hands quick and precise as they clipped off some misshapen petals and uneven growth. There was no disturbance in the air, not even a tiny breeze. Yet, Elder Saul stopped his hands and spoke out. What is it? Behind him was Great Elder Robert, who was just at the record hall. His blue and red eyes were open in admiration and respect. He had put his all into trying to sneak up on Elder Saul but failed. Robert bowed in reverence. Per your request, Oscar has been sent to the Abyss Prison for a week. Good. Elder Saul did not speak further and went back to maintaining his garden. Robert did not want to continue disturbing this elder, but he could not resist the burning question he had, similar to how Frederick and Emily behaved. Why did you want to send the child there? He asked solemnly, not wanting to incur this elder's wrath. He did not know where Saul came from. He only knew that even the pavilion master, the legendary King Exalt, one of the two in the brilliant Drake Empire, regarded Saul as his superior. Elder Saul did not stop gardening and only responded flatly, the boy needs it. He's quite an interesting lad. The experience he gains there would be invaluable. Snip. One of the flowers was plucked out and discarded with the other defective ones. Elder Saul did not elaborate any further to Robert. Robert did not like the ambiguous answer Saul had given him. As a powerful martial Exalt, he felt he was being treated like a child. It had been a long time since becoming an Exalt that he experienced this. He put those rippling feelings away and bowed in farewell, disappearing like the wind. Elder Saul plucked another flower out and stared intently at it. He's not there yet. The Abyss Prison. The place stood as an opposing symbol for all the majesty and grandeur of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. There were no hopes, dreams, progress, or individuality. In there, everyone was regarded as nothing but a lowly prisoners, all of them outcasts with nothing to look forward to except the confines of their cell. Oscar, Samuel, and Austin were dragged in chains toward a large lake, but it was so vast that it wasn't an exaggeration to call it an ocean. The blue waters stretched to the horizon and from left to right. Move on. The guard rattled his chains to get his attention. They had a schedule and would prefer not to be held up. Oscar looked at his bindings, wondering why this was happening. The collar on his neck was heavy and tight, making him gasp when breathing. The cuffs on his hands and legs were also heavy and tight. He could barely stretch his hands apart and take only short steps forward. Chains connected all the cuffs and the collar. It was so constraining that Oscar desperately tried to stretch his body to no avail. It's useless. Those chains inhibit your Exalt powers. The guard thought Oscar was struggling to break them, his face full of pity. To the side, Samuel begrudgingly walked forward with an unwilling look. He could not scream because of his bound mouth. However, rather than Oscar, his hatred was directed at Austin. Austin was unbothered by Samuel's hostility. His feet were slow but consistent. He had accepted his punishment and was prepared to see it through. His mind focused only on revenge against Frederick. They arrived at the lake shores. The waves were low and slowly flowing and receding on the smooth sand. Under the light of the two suns, the waters seemed to glimmer like the stars. Oscar was absorbed in its beauty, tasted the salty air, and licked his lips, feeling uplifted. But he did not let down his guard. The Abyss prison was supposedly here. There was no possibility that this view was a good thing. A moment later, the waters trembled. The waves became more turbulent, crashing onto the shoreline with tremendous force. Before their eyes, the water parted to create a path down into the depths. Inside, the guard pushed them to walk onto the newly created pathway down. The path was a road that extended down. It led deeper into the depths, further below the surface. Oscar's feet crushed onto various seashells and corals. The ground underneath felt dry, despite being underwater just a few moments ago. To the side, various creatures swam around. The creatures were bigger and more menacing than the usual sea creatures. Some had tentacles with sharp fangs protruding from each orifice, and others had great teeth and metallic scales. These were all Exalt beasts, not any weak ones either. The feeling these beasts gave off made Oscar tremble like an ant before a human. Oscar progressed further into the path until the waters turned dark, obscuring the once clear waters. The guard tapped his trident on the ground. It glowed, providing a beacon for Oscar and the others to cling to. The ground below them was desolate. It did not have any colorful shells, corals, or seaweed like the ground near the surface. It was simply devoid of any life but the bones of various creatures. The sheer size of some of the bones made Oscar and the others take a step back. Oscar could see this was a rib bone, but it was about the size of 5 of him. What could have killed this great creature? As Oscar thought this, the ground shook. A loud, bellowing wail resounded through the waters. He huddled near the guard by the beacon trident. Oscar could not see anything outside the beacon as it could only illuminate a short circle around them. But he could tell something was swimming in the dark, unfathomable waters. The waters swirled but did not splash out onto them. Whatever parted the waters were still in effect. However, none of this made Oscar feel safe. Samuel shouted in fear, despite his mouth being bound. Everyone looked where Samuel was staring, and their faces paled. It was a large circle, glowing like a full moon above the night, completely dull and white, but it was also moving. "Is that an eye?" Oscar said. "Quiet." The guard was also pale, and his face was full of sweat. The creatures of the deep were horrifying and powerful. The creature observed them for a little more but lost interest and left. Its dull white eye faded into the darkness. Meekly, they continued their walk. Along the way were more bones, but the experience with the creature made it all seem tame. Finally, a large tower with dim lights circling its great walls came into view. It was completely black, as if made of obsidian. The tower's top was a jagged, sharp spire. Each part of it had black spikes protruding out. The dark, ominous gates opened to grant them entry. They had no choice but to enter or be left behind in this crushing darkness. The inside was also barely lit, but Oscar saw someone step up. He was wearing jet-black clothing and a horned helmet. On his chest was the symbol of the pavilion but inverted upside down. "Welcome to the Abyss Prison. I am the Warden, Draven Kirin." Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 28. The Rules of Abyss Prison. "I am the Warden, Draven Kirin." His metallic boots clicked sharply on the stone floor. He spoke and moved so elegantly that it was hard to believe he was the brutal warden of this terrifying prison. Clean black garments covered every part of his body. Heavy black gloves and a black undershirt prevented any skin from being revealed. Even the visor for his sight had a smooth dark glass hiding his eyes. The 3 horns that extended out of his helmet were simple yet unsettling. "You must be the new prisoners." Draven approached the 3 boys. Oscar and Austin stayed put while Samuel retreated slightly. "Here are their records, Warden." The guard respectfully handed over a scroll and swiftly departed, not wanting to remain. The warden was silent as he read their sentences and the crimes on the scroll. He hummed while doing so, giving off a feeling of insanity. Draven paused after reading Oscar's report. He glanced at the young boy, who stiffened in fear. Suddenly, Oscar could hear the loud gnashing of teeth. It was coming from the warden, who dropped all manners and elegance. He seemed more like a raging beast that was ready to kill anyone. "Who dares to mess with my prison?" His words echoed through the halls and made Oscar and the others shudder. They did not dare move a single inch for fear of the consequences. Draven stomped his foot on the floor, breaking it. Pieces of rock shattered all over as wide cracks spread from the imprint of his foot. Oscar had fallen flat on his rear from the shockwave. He could not help but grimace at his helplessness as the chains were quite heavy, so he could not get back up. From his peripheral, he saw a dark gloved hand extend toward him to help, which he accepted, and the hand tugged and pulled him back up with little effort despite the weight he carried. "Thank you." Oscar did not finish his sentence but stared like a dead fish after realizing it was the warden who helped him. "It's no problem." Draven sounded leveled and calm. His previous outburst of anger seemed to be a lie. If it were not for all the cracks on the floor, Oscar would have thought he had imagined things earlier. With a clap of Draven's hands, more figures came out toward Oscar and the others. They were dressed like Draven except for the horns on their helmets. These were the prison guards with many stories and rumors about them. The main topic was how they enjoyed torturing prisoners, and reveling in flayed skin were the main topic. "Samuel, you shall be in cell block D. Austin will go to cell block B. Oscar will be sent to cell block A. But before you are all sent off, I must inform you about the Abyss prison." The trio straightened their backs. "First, you will never be let out of your cells unless allowed. Second, perish any thoughts of escape. The entire prison restricts the use of Ein and your Exalt powers. Even if you could escape, you'll only be food for the creatures outside." Oscar thought of the creature with the big pale eye that watched them from the darkness. Only an idiot would try to escape right into its territory. "Third, you will listen to all our orders. You won't suffer too much if you are not rebellious." Draven waved his finger in a scolding manner. His tone did not match the threat in his words. The guards separated the three boys and dragged them into separate corridors as Draven stared in Oscar's direction until they were out of sight. "A week in cell block A. That isn't enough to be called a punishment. Whoever wanted him here has another purpose." Draven mumbled. He tapped his metal foot on the ground as he pondered. "I suppose I'll just observe him for now." Draven turned to return to his office. After he left, the cracks on the floor began to repair themselves. After a short time, the floor had completely restored to its original state. Oscar struggled to calm himself down. He could hear echoes of screams and wails of pain as he traveled down the corridor. The guard opened a door and pushed him inside, and Oscar paled at what he saw. Right in the center was some prisoners hung upside down. The source of the screaming came from them as some of the prison guards were torturing them. Their blood dripped down to the floor, creating a pool of blood. They barely looked human with those sunken eyes, and not a single spot on their skin was unmaimed. "They are the ones who committed the most heinous crimes. Your punishment does not include this," the prison guard said. Oscar glanced around and saw that the entire place had many cubed cells lined up and stacked on each other. Every single one was positioned to open towards the center of the torture. "This is cell block A." The prisoners within their cells noticed the prison guard with Oscar. "A newcomer. Kakik. Which cell is he going in? I can't wait." The jeers and crazy shouts of the prisoners made the prison guards lose their tempers. One guard pulled a lever, and all the cells burst out electricity, shocking every inmate. The air was already choked with the smell of blood and was invaded by a waft of charred flesh. The prisoners inside the cells groaned in pain before stabilizing themselves. "We can't kill you because of your sentences, but we can still make you suffer," the prison guard spoke in a threatening tone. "We have to release you alive, but that doesn't mean we can't cut off one of your limbs." The prisoners were now silent and shuddering in fear. The prison guard brought solemn Oscar in front of one of the cells marked number 19. The cell doors opened, and Oscar entered inside. The rough handling of the guards knocked Oscar off balance. "Cell number 19 will be your new home." Oscar fell to the floor and could barely get himself up on one of the seats. His wrists, ankles, and neck were bleeding from being rattled by the bindings. "Hey!" One of the prisoners in cell 19 stood up to greet Oscar. "My name is John. and I've been here for 3 years. He was a hulking man with bulging muscles. My name is Oscar. Pleased to meet you. Oscar knew that the people here were real criminals, unlike himself. Getting on their bad side was a horrible idea. John smiled, but the next moment, he swung his arms and slammed them onto Oscar's head, knocking him off the seat. Oscar crashed again to the floor with his ears ringing. His head started to bleed. John had used the metal cuffs to bash Oscar's head in. He stared at John, who was still grinning maniacally. What was that for? But what he got in response was another blow that smacked Oscar onto the cell bars. His back cracked as he coughed up some blood. John moved up to Oscar and grabbed Oscar's hair. Even though he carried around the weight of the handcuffs, John easily lifted Oscar off the floor. Oscar strained to move his arms, but his body was already out of stamina from walking to the prison. Listen here, you're in our cell now. Who told you that seat was yours? Who said you could question me? John's eyes looked playfully at Oscar's miserable appearance. It had been a while since a new toy came in. You're in our cell now, so that means you follow our rules. Oscar felt his hair tearing off his head. He weighed all options. The prison guard said there was no way they would allow him to die. However, these prisoners may make suffer something worse. The goal was to get out of here after a week with the least amount of injuries. Otherwise, he would fall farther behind in his Exalt training. Nodding his head, Oscar gave in to John's unreasonable attitude. Satisfied with Oscar's subservient attitude, John let him go and returned to his seat. The other prisoners were minding their own business in their own space, ignoring what had happened. Crawling to the front, Oscar propped himself against the cell bars. The seat was off-limits, so he could only endure the dirty floor. I swear in the future to never come back here. The screams of the tortured prisoners did not help to calm him down as Oscar became more agitated. Hey, Oscar. The prisoner closest to him hurried over from his seat. The man was quite old, but Oscar could see his well-toned muscles that were out of place for an elder. No need to be frightened. I won't beat you like that idiot, John. My name is Boris. The elder cheerfully laughed as though he wasn't even in prison. He made a toothless grin, unsettling Oscar, who nearly gagged. How long is your sentence here? I won't say. Oscar's eyes were firm, completely different from the earlier encounter with John. This stupefied Boris. His face was blank as if he had no idea how to react to this. Soon after, a wide, toothless smile took over. Hee, I thought you would have been an easy mark. It appears you're not daft. You're correct not to answer me. His chains rattled as he got down from his seat and sat next to Oscar. Oscar wanted to move away, but he did not know if it would offend the old man. If we knew when you would get out of here, you can't imagine the things we do to those people. Rule of survival here, kid. Don't be an idiot. After hearing those words, Oscar created some distance between himself and Boris. It was odd that a prisoner would be so friendly and polite, giving him advice. Seems you have the right idea. I'll be going back now. The old man returned to his seat with a creepy grin. Feeling a wave of exhaustion, Oscar tried to keep himself awake. Sleeping would be like a rabbit entering a den of foxes. He glanced around the cell at the other prisoners. He had no idea if they were truly asleep or waiting for an opportunity to bully him. Oscar huddled into a small ball, keeping his head close to his chest. To be as small as possible, not to catch anyone's eye. He tried to focus on meditating but found not a single wisp of Ein as his core was wrapped in chains and dimming. His dear anima stared at Oscar's astral body. It was chained up along with the core and struggled to break out until Oscar patted it to stop. Oscar despaired at the realization. He knew about the special properties of the prison, but he still clung to a small hope he could train while imprisoned. A week in here might be the difference that ruins his progress and sets him below his peers. I only have a grade 4 Xianxia. I can't afford any drawbacks. Oscar strained himself to try to find any scrap of Ein. His brows wrinkled from the exertion until he could no longer hold on. His face was flushed red from stress. Ein meditation was supposed to be fueled by the intake of Ein, but with no Ein, there was just unnecessary strain. A numb feeling invaded his head, making him paler than ever. He resigned himself to being idle with an irritated expression. His body shivered from the slight chill in the air. Oscar was too preoccupied to notice earlier that this prison was cold. Moments later, Oscar was still struggling to stay awake, but 5 packages of rations dropped into the middle of the cell. Oscar got up to get his portion, his stomach grumbling since he was famished, yearning for sustenance. However, the other prisoners bolted for the food. With the heavy chains, Oscar could not reach the food in time and saw the prisoners ravage the food like a pack of beasts. They would punch and kick each other. He tried to reach for the food but was met with a hard blow from Boris, who was still maniacally smiling. I forgot to mention this. It's every man for himself here. Don't think you can just waltz in and take food. Ha ha ha. I should thank you, newcomer. It's been a while since I've eaten this much. John bellowed in condescending laughter. The rations were small, so any bit more was pleasurable. He kicked Oscar so hard, sending him rolling away from the center. Oscar spat out more blood. His eyes dimmed as he lost consciousness. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 29. The Adder Pits. The faint smell of dirt and blood tickled Oscar's nose, slowly waking him up from his blackout. He was still half awake, so he could not see what was happening, but he felt himself being dragged away. Oscar felt his skin scraping off from the collars constantly being tugged. Oscar hissed from the pain. The prison guard, who was dragging Oscar, heard him groan. They stopped and kicked him in the stomach. The pain of the metal boot snapped Oscar wide awake in a painful scream. His body groaned as it was starving and riddled with bruises. The blow to the stomach only worsened his condition. If you're up, then stand and walk, the prison guard coldly stated. Oscar, with great effort, got to his feet, wiping off the dirt from his face. He noticed all the cells were open, and the prisoners were funneling into a single gate. The prison guards were lined up in every part of the way, keeping an eye on the unruly prisoners. Oscar noticed Boris and John, but their faces were solemn, unlike the crazed laughter they exhibited earlier. What is happening? He joined the lines of prisoners, walking towards the gate with a heavy expression. It was completely silent except for the rattling of the chains. The tortured prisoners were missing, and everyone else was not in the mood to talk. The place beyond the gate was unexpected in such a deep underwater location. A large pit stretched deeper into the bedrock where the bottom could not be seen. The only way down was the long spiraling stairs on its walls that went as far down as the bottom. He noticed a sign on the side with the words, Adder Pits written. Oscar was curious about this place. What purpose did this place hold, being deep underneath the prison? The prison guards near the stairs handed out pickaxes to everyone and routed them to move down the stairs. The pickaxe was so heavy that Oscar nearly buckled down to his knees from the weight. It took all he had to prevent himself from falling over the edge. Thankfully, the weights on his feet helped him stay put. Stop idling around. Move down to the bottom, the prison guard ordered. Oscar stared at the wide stairs that descended into the unfathomable depths. There was no way he could make the trek down in his state. The prison guard grew tired of Oscar holding up the line and pulled out his whip, lashing at his arm. Oscar clung to the wall for support, dyeing it red in the blood that split from the whip's lashing. The prison guard stared coldly at Oscar through their visor. Go down now. Gritting his teeth, Oscar forced his feet to move. He took one step down and lost his balance from the weight. His body tumbled down the stairs for several steps until he lodged his pickaxe in the wall as a brake. The other prisoners laughed in contempt at Oscar's misfortune. They passed him with snarky faces, easily lifting the pickaxes and treading down the stairs. He had never been in such a horrible situation in all his life. The only things he could recall that came close were his battle with Greg and his argument with Isabella. But those times were not as prolonged as imprisonment here. Oscar put his thoughts away. The only comfort was that he would leave this prison in a week. He merely had to hold on. With that hope in his heart, he descended the stairs again. Hours passed, and Oscar noted it should be night outside. There was no indication of day or night within the prison since it was inside the lightless depths. He spent so much time on the stairs, carefully taking each step. The stairs would reach a leveled platform built around the pit's walls. Each level was littered with tunnels dug sideways. Although it looked like a gaping abyss, it was lit by lamps that burned a strange blue fire. The lights only lit up to a certain radius around them and could not be seen from a great distance. Oscar went so far down that the top looked like a small circle the size of a disc. His suffering momentarily came to an end when he reached the end. The bottom was not as well paved as the other levels. It was as though someone quickly and recklessly paved the bricks. The bumpiness and rough texture of the floor made Oscar wary of accidentally losing balance. Every prisoner has their tunnel to dig. You will continue digging this one. The sentinel at the bottom pointed to a half-dug tunnel, reaching only a few meters inside. You are to collect teal-colored stones. Now go. The sentinel tossed him a sack to collect the stones and a helmet with a yellow orb embedded inside. The helmet's effects were shocking, as Oscar could see clearly in the dark after putting it on. The harsh, suffocating darkness peeled away as he could see every crack and rubble scattered in the gorge. At his designated tunnel, Oscar, while trembling, put up his pickaxe and swung it down on the rock. However, he only dislodged a tiny piece of the rock. Oscar looked at the pathetic pile of pebbles with a downcast expression. The sentinel also mentioned he would be punished severely if his progress was slow. He repeated his movements constantly. He brought his heavy pickaxe up and slammed it down. After an hour, he had finally made a sizable dent, but nothing close to expanding the tunnel. But then, something caught his eye. A faint glow appeared on the tunnel's end, the glow of a gem or precious stone. It was most likely the teal stone he had to collect due to the color of the glow. Ignoring his wearied body, Oscar hastily pounded his pickaxe and cleared the layer of rock covering the jewel. It dropped to the floor instantly, like being freed from prison. Oscar grabbed the jewel. It gave off a cool, refreshing feeling like clean soap washing over his hand. He recalled the details of the books he had read about minerals and rocks but could not find any description of this teal jewel in his palm. Why are we digging for this? They've been digging in this pit for countless years from how deep it is. These thoughts were far too out of his place to ponder. He was just a small outer hall student. He wouldn't get an answer no matter how many times he asked. Interesting, is it not? The sudden voice caught Oscar off guard. He turned with his pickaxe at the ready. There was supposed to be no one but him, and no one else would dare break the rules under the eyes of the guards. Oscar was in disbelief, dropping his pickaxe. It was not a prisoner or one of the guards but Draven, the warden of Abyss Prison. Careful. You wouldn't want to hurt yourself by mishandling tools. Draven swiftly picked up Oscar's pickaxe with ease and dusted it off. His movements were firm and graceful as he returned the pickaxe to Oscar. Oscar hesitantly took back his tool, staring warily at Draven, laden in his dark clothing. He looked at the jewel in his hand. After a moment, he looked firmly at him and asked, "What is it?" Draven stared at Oscar with a bit of interest. He had observed the student's day in the cells and down here, trying to understand why this student was singled out. But this student was mediocre, absolutely ordinary. There were no distinguishing qualities but no bad marks as well. He got a detailed report of why this child was brought here, and it made him all the more enraged. "That is a tearstone." "A tearstone?" Oscar was surprised the warden answered, but he was unwilling to let this chance slip by. He loved hearing and learning new things. "It's a precious gem that can be infused with iron. It gives off that clean feeling. Does it not? That is indicative of its use. It takes an iron and purifies it." "Purifies it?" "The iron that you absorb in your meditation. Did you think it was pure? The elixirs you drink are effective because of the alchemic process. The creations of fabricators are similar. The iron is refined and processed along with the materials, but iron is normally impure and all over the place. This stone allows you to collect clean, pure iron that you can use for your training. Pure iron has a better effect on your training than impure iron. Of course, that's not its only use. However, those details are restricted." Draven's words filled Oscar with amazement. There was such a treasure lying deep in this forsaken prison. "They built this prison for free labor?" Oscar asked. "Indeed, the pavilion did not want to waste the precious training time of their people and thus created this place to gather unwilling miners. Even the miner hall that performs menial tasks do not do this. There must be another use for this," Oscar said. There was no way the pavilion would gather all this for pure iron. Draven shook his finger and said, "I just told you. Those details are restricted." His tone darkened to indicate any further questioning would be unwise. Understanding the warning, Oscar gulped in fear. His thoughts went back and forth about the presence of this strange warden. Wait, why is he down here? Why is he telling me this? The realization struck Oscar like a rock to the head. The warden is the highest authority in this prison. There is no reason for him to be here, talking to a lowly grade 4 outer hall student. He asked, "Warden?" in a shaking voice. Draven dropped to the floor with a loud thud and indicated Oscar to sit. His helmet-covered face drew closer to Oscar. "Do you know why you are here?" "No, sir, I do not." No matter how often he thought about it, he could not understand the court's decision. "Someone requested for you to come here." Requested? Oscar did not think anyone could have the power to do such a thing. Who wanted to send me to this horrible place? If Samuel had such authority, he wouldn't have made such an outburst. I don't know who it was, but I do not like people messing with the law. Draven clenched his hands on the floor, squeezing the rocks below into dust. This is my prison, and I only allow scum and sinners to be chained here. The innocent have no place here. You are innocent in my books, and those rotten, addled elders dared to break my principles. The radiating anger from Draven felt like icicles stabbing into Oscar. He tried hard not to black out from the nail-biting fear taking hold of him. But why? Why do all this to me? I did not offend anyone. Oscar mustered out these words in a yell, laying out his grievances. Even though it was toward Draven, he could not hold it in anymore. If it was the court's decision, he could let it go and carry on. But he was unwilling for all this to happen just because someone had it out for him. His fist was bleeding was how hard he struck the floor in his temper. The hunger and beatings had whittled down his usual rational thought. That's right. Someone wants you to suffer, and you will suffer here. That is the reality of this place. Oscar's face darkened from his reality. But Draven's next words were the opposite. However, that person will not expect you to have an opportunity here. Opportunity? Oscar was astonished. Draven stood up and patted the dust off of him. For this next week, I will train you. Once you're out, go and surprise whichever scumbag abuses their power. Show them you came out the winner against their expectations. Draven extended his hand toward Oscar. Normally, he would never care for a student. This boy was sent here to be broken, but Draven would mold and strengthen him. This was Draven's rebellion against injustice. Now, will you sit there in the dirt? Or take this chance I'm giving you? Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 30. Initiation. The warden of the Abyss prison was offering to teach him with an outstretched metal hand right before his eyes. Even if it were only for a week, the experience would be invaluable. With no hesitation or contemplation, Oscar grasped the cold hand of the warden. Good. Starting from today, you are my temporary disciple, Draven declared. Yes, master. Oscar bowed in respect to his new master. Oscar's manners and etiquette as a student pleased Draven, who regarded those factors highly. He took Oscar's pickaxe and went toward the wall. First, I'll teach you to mine this place properly. Master. Oscar was confused. He thought his master would teach him some techniques or fighting styles. Instead, he was supposed to learn how to mine. How was this supposed to help him? No questions. Watch closely. Draven disregarded his new disciple's skepticism and breathed in. Oscar waited, but the warden stayed motionless. His wait lasted short as he saw Draven twitch slightly. The next moment, the pickaxe was swung with tremendous force and shattered a large portion of the tunnel, creating much headway. Oscar nearly fell from the tremors with a shocked expression. Did you see? Draven put the pickaxe down in front of the stunned Oscar. Master, what did you do? Oscar asked in wonder. What did you see? Draven repeated his question, putting his 2 fingers before Oscar's eyes, almost poking into them. Master, Oscar trembled in fear. If you could not see anything, then those eyes are useless. I will take them out to rid my disciple of his problems. He had suspicions about Draven's mental state, but this action solidified his belief. His master was crazy. Oscar desperately wished to run, but there was nowhere to hide from him, and he agreed to this training. This warden was a madman, just like the prisoners he watched. What did you see? Draven paused between each word in a more threatening tone. Not wasting a single moment, Oscar spat out. I saw you take a deep breath, ready yourself, and put all your power into one strike. The terrified and flustered Oscar was relieved of the pressure when Draven withdrew his hand. Oscar let out a sigh of relief. His short respite was cut off when a fierce chop to his head made him yelp out in pain. It was Draven who struck him. That's obvious. I was asking if you saw what I did in each step. I don't know, Master. Oscar rubbed his aching head tenderly. Good. Draven gave him a thumbs up. If you could see, then there would be no need for me to teach you. Oscar was aggrieved at Draven's bizarre words. No one would expect the answer to be I don't know, and no one would give that as an answer. This warden, Draven, was truly insane and eccentric. Oscar believed all the years in this deep prison had addled Draven's brain. Did you just insult me? This question pierced straight into Oscar's heart, chilling it to ice. He only had a thought for a moment, but this warden somehow knew. You wear too much of your thoughts on your face, eyes, and breath. I have much work to do on you before the end of your sentence. Draven sighed dramatically with his hand over his heart. Oscar prostrated himself to Draven, attempting to appease the warden's irked mood. This display of respect pleased Draven as he paced around Oscar's kneeling body. This pacing continued for several cycles until he finally stopped near the exit. You must do something first before I can begin teaching you. What must I do, Master? Oscar was ready to do anything if it meant getting stronger. Simple. Beat up that prisoner John in your cell. Ha! Oscar made a funny expression like an idiot. Defeat John. That is my requirement. Draven reiterated his order. Oscar's heart sank, cursing at Draven's test. He had to find a way to defeat John or lose this opportunity. He slammed his fist to the ground to clear his head of all doubt and fear. I will do as you say. His clear, obsidian eyes resolutely stared at Draven, who was impressed by the youth's daringness. That is all. I shall leave. Once you've beaten John, I will take you to my quarters. To Oscar's astonishment, Draven sank through the floor until he disappeared completely. The bedrock did not have a hole and was undamaged. It was as if the warden was a ghost, slipping through as he pleased. Oscar pinched himself to make sure it wasn't a dream. The entire time since he arrived here had been a nightmare. Draven was helping him for personal reasons, but it was still heartening to know someone was looking out for him. The mood died down. Oscar tapped his fingers nervously. The task of defeating John was discouraging. John was tall, muscular, and powerful. In this place where Ain was sealed, John's physique made him a king. Compared to that belligerent Hulk, the scrawny Oscar had little chance of victory. Get back to work, the sentinel scolded Oscar after noticing no noise coming out from the tunnel. Oscar hastily picked up his pickaxe and started to dig. His arms were quaking each time he lifted the pickaxe. After hours, he was finally liberated from his plight when the bell rang for the end of the shift. The tired and dirt-covered Oscar limply dragged his pickaxe and bag as he walked out of the tunnel. In the end, he could only find that one Aterstone from earlier. He handed his bag to the sentinel and moved to the stairway. His dispirited expression fell even more at the long, winding stairs reaching the top. It took an agonizing effort and time to get back to the top. Oscar saw his legs visibly trembling from the arduous climb. After the long climb up, he was led back to the main cell block, where all the other prisoners were idle in their cells. Oscar was the last prisoner to return by a large margin of time. In cell number 19, he saw the other 4 cellmates were already sleeping. There was Boris, the creepy elder with no teeth. He was wily with his deceitful tongue. Grits, a middle-aged man with scars over his face. He did not talk like the other 3 and preferred to pass his time by clicking his tongue. Serge, the man shorter than Oscar. Despite his underwhelming height, Serge had a very bulky build, making him look like a steel ball, and there was John, Oscar's target. They were like a pack of wolves that made Oscar feel dread. Oscar tucked himself in his little corner. He wanted to take a seat but did not wish to fight in his current condition. The time was ticking for him to start the warden's training. It would be pointless if he wasted all his time on fruitless efforts. Oscar looked around more before staring upward. It should be late into the night, based on Oscar's estimates. Off to the side, he saw scraps of rations, most likely from the night distribution he had missed due to his lateness. He relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. He reflected on how hectic this day had been, from getting his graded armament to the trials to this prison. At least sleep is still allowed here. In a private room in the training area of the outer hall, two students clashed and collided with each other. They were Emily and Frederick, exchanging blow for blow. Their powers as middle apprentice exalts were fierce, making the air ripple from their eyne. The mix of green and orange ints did not damage the floor or the walls because the training rooms could withstand such power. Break! Frederick was exhausted. He had just become a middle apprentice exalt, so he was disadvantaged against Emily. It's good that you're working hard, but there's no point in overdoing it. Emily remarked that he was fighting too fiercely during their spars, draining his stamina and quickly. I have a month until Austin comes out. I need to get as far ahead of him as I can. Once he's out of the picture, I'll deal with Samuel, Frederick said seriously. Hey, that tiger bastard is mine, Emily spoke rebukingly to Frederick. She did not want her target to be taken away. It'll be whoever gets to him first. Emily redid her ponytail. The orange hair reached down to her shoulders. It was shorter than before because she had cut it earlier to relieve some frustration. Emily resolved to make the people involved in this farce of a trial pay, whether it was the great elder Robert or the mysterious person who requested Oscar's incarceration. She would make them apologize. Her first target was Samuel. Frederick shut his mouth upon Emily's stern gaze. It was hard to talk with this woman without Oscar to mediate. Frederick became unenthusiastic, remembering Oscar's plight. His best friend was locked away in that horrible prison. I wonder how OS is doing. It's only a week. Have faith in him. He survived those grievous wounds. He's surprisingly stubborn despite his relaxed look. Frederick understood Emily's words. He had noticed those qualities in Oscar from the first time he saw him during the enrollment trial. You're right, let's get back to training. It'd be embarrassing to waste a week while Oscar's in prison. Frederick jumped to the middle of the room and egged Emily on for a battle. Someone is being disrespectful right now. Veins popped on Emily's face from Frederick's bold goading. She bolted toward Frederick with a vicious smile. The loud ringing of a bell awoke Oscar. His body felt lighter than yesterday, but the hunger was worse. The wounds had closed up, and his sore muscles recovered. Although he couldn't use his Ein, his body was still an exalt's body with good basic recovery capabilities. The other prisoners finally awoke with lazy expressions. All of them glanced up at the opening in the ceiling, waiting for something. Oscar knew what they were waiting for. Rations fell through the hole, piling in the middle, signaling the start of the brawl. The crucial moment had come. Oscar also scrambled for the rations for the sake of any tiny portion. The other prisoners noticed the newcomer's bold approach and swung their fists toward him. To their confusion, Oscar diverged from his straight course and went around, avoiding confrontation. His destination was plain to see. Serge and Grits were shocked as Oscar got behind John and swung his chain-ridden hands to the Hulk's back. "URK." John groaned in pain from Oscar's unexpected attack. He was so focused on the rations and thought so little of the beaten boy that he neglected to pay attention. Taking advantage of the moment, Oscar dove past him to the rations. He tore open one of the rations and brought a whole handful to his mouth, swallowing it instantly without chewing. "You bastard!" John brought his mighty arms to Oscar's exposed back, slamming his chest and face to the floor. Gritting his teeth, Oscar took another handful and shoved it in his mouth. This act infuriated John more, and he started beating him more. "Spit it out." He kicked Oscar's stomach, but Oscar clenched his mouth shut with his hands to stop anything from spilling out. John howled in anger. Oscar rolled away to the cell bars under the dazed eyes of the other prisoners. Boris laughed like a maniac at the comedy that occurred. Someone finally got the better of John and made him lose out. The other prisoners had already gotten their portions and ate them without reserve. John looked down at his hand. He was only able to grab half of his rations. The other prisoners took some of his while he was distracted by Oscar. His face contorted and twisted in rage, the veins popping on his brow. He saw the boy, Oscar, catching his breath near the cell entrance. With heavy steps, John moved toward Oscar. He will not let this boy be cocky. He will teach him a lesson and beat him to an inch of his life.